Amen. L'on ouvre les portes. Let the doors be opened. Tabling of documents. J'ai l'honneur de déposer sur le...
I have the honor to table, pursuant to Section 38 of the Whistleblowers Protection Act, the special report of the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner in the matter of an investigation into a disclosure of wrongdoing. This report is deemed referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Tabling of introduction of government bills, statements by ministers, reports from interparliamentary delegations,
Reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to its mandate under the standing orders, I have the honor to present the 22nd report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs on changes to the membership of standing and standing joint committees. I intend to move adoption of the 22nd report later today.
Royal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I hope you feel better. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights concerning Bill C-247, an act to amend the Criminal Code passive detection device. The committee studied the bill and recommends not to continue with the study of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Imitation of Lou Rawls. I do feel much better. Dépôt de projet de loi amenant des...
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, if the House consents, I would move that the 22nd report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to the House today be adopted. Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to move this motion? Okay, the House has heard the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt it? Carried.
Motions. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenfell, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Look forward to seeing you on the ice this evening. And if you seek it, I believe you'll find consent for the following motion. That at the conclusion of today's debate on the opposition motion in the name of the member for Cypress Hills Grasslands, that all questions necessary to dispose of the motion be deemed put, and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Tuesday, February the 21st, 2017, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. It is the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. Carried. Presenting petition. Présentation de pétition. The Member for Oxford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have a petition signed by a number of people in southwestern Ontario request the House of Commons enact legislation that restricts abortion to the greatest extent possible.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Calgary Confederation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to present yet again another petition in support of my private member's bill, Bill C-316, which was submitted by Heidi Smethurst of Calgary. The petitioners are calling on this House to improve the organ donation system in Canada by making the process to register as an organ donor easier. This would be achieved by adding a simple question to our annual income tax returns. There are currently 90% of Canadians who support organ donation, but only 25 are registered. We know that making the registration process easier will save more lives. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is that agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, business of supply, opposition motion in the name of Mr. Anderson on systemic racism and religious discrimination.
Mr. Anderson, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moves that the House A recognize that Canadian society is not immune to the climate of hate and fear exemplified by the recent and senseless violent acts at a Quebec City mosque. B. Condemn toute forme de...
B. Condemn all forms of systemic racism, religious intolerance, and discrimination of Muslims, Jews, Christians, Sikhs, Hindus, and other religious communities.
Jew. C. Instruct the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage to undertake a study on how the government could, 1, develop a whole-of-government approach to reducing or eliminating all types of discrimination in Canada while ensuring a community-centered focus with a holistic response through evidence-based policymaking.
2. Collect data to contextualize hate crime reports and to conduct needs assessments for impacted communities, and that the committee report its findings and recommendations to the House no later than 240 calendar days from the adoption of this motion, provided that in its report, the committee should make recommendations that the government may use to better reflect the enshrined rights and freedoms in the Constitution Act, including the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
T. Debate the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to share my time with a member from Louis Saint Laurent as well, so I want to make that notice right now. What a great day, Mr. Speaker. I have involvement in 2 portfolios, and they're agriculture and human rights, and today, of course, is National Agricultural Day. We're going to talk about that a little bit later, but it's great that we can celebrate the contribution that agriculture makes to our country. But for the rest of today, we get to talk about the issues of religious freedom in Canada, and this is exciting, Mr. Speaker. We had a good debate last night, and we'll discuss some of the issues all day today, and we don't often get a full day to deal with some of these issues. I'm going to talk a little bit today about the Opposition Day motion. I didn't think when I came here this morning, Mr. Speaker, that there was anything that we'd even disagree on the terms of this motion. I had expected that this would be one of those rare days in Parliament, a day during which all parties could agree on the substance of a motion, and then we could move the issue forward together. It's an opportunity today to talk about the challenges we face and to propose solutions to these very real issues. And I hope that all of our colleagues in the House can get on the same page and can deal with these issues seriously. Now, Mr. Speaker, the motion starts exactly where we should start, recognizing that although we hear most often of atrocities in other countries and regions, that we are not immune to extremism in Canada. Every person here in the House was appalled by the recent and senseless violent acts at a Quebec City mosque, and that is noted in the motion, Mr. Speaker. We've already, and again today, we express our sympathy to the victims of the horrific Quebec City shooting. No one in this House can express anything but our deepest condolences and a revulsion at what happened there. People were attacked while they were praying, over 24 people shot, several killed. Our motion begins with where it must, which is by recognizing them. Now, Mr. Speaker, our motion moves from there to condemn all forms of systemic racism, religious intolerance and discrimination of Muslims, Jews, Christians, Sikhs, Hindus, and other religious communities. And what stands out for here, Mr. Speaker, is obviously the inclusiveness of this motion. Though it does list the half-dozen largest faith groups in Canada, it obviously includes all religious communities in Canada. And there's no sense of excluding any of them. We know that this is important because some of the smallest communities, such as the Baha'i, are some of the people who have faced some of the most severe persecution around the world. And so we want to note and recognize all religious communities. Now, Mr. Speaker, every faith group has a story of being at odds with the culture around them, and these stories often involve periods of persecution and discrimination. I've been able to host 5 annual parliamentary forums on the Hill dealing with the issues of religious freedom in the last 5 years, obviously. The first took a look right at this very subject. We invited 6 or 7 of the faith communities to come and to tell us about their perspective and their history as it relates to persecution and to religious freedom. Now, these histories were fascinating, and as we move ahead with this motion, Mr. Speaker, perhaps we could make that part of our request to the committee. We'll talk about our request to the committee a little bit later, but I really think that we need to take time, this is going to be referred to a committee, to hear those stories, to really understand the depth of people's commitment to their faith. And every member here obviously condemns all forms of systemic racism, religious intolerance, and discrimination of all religious communities. Now, Mr. Speaker, the motion moves on to call on the Heritage Committee to actually do some work, that it take a good, solid look at religious discrimination in Canada. We want to give faith communities a chance to come and to tell their stories, to give their version of where they feel they are being pressured, on where they have been pushed aside. Now, last night, both the NDP and the Liberals in the House here talked about the importance of such a committee. We want to bring this motion forward to provide the opportunity for that. And actually, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to being part of that. I hope that I can be part of that committee when it is struck. Because in these hearings, I believe there are all kinds of things that we can take a look at. There are many questions in Canada that we need to address and that we can take a look at. This issue of religious freedom is becoming increasingly important, not only in other parts of the world, but in our country as well. I think it's fair to take a look at faith in Canada, the role of faith in our country. It's also fair to take a look at the role that non-belief plays in our country as well, because we have people who see things very, very differently in our country. But what is faith? What does it play? What role should it play in the future of our country? How do we balance, and this is part of the discussion that we're having, the freedom of belief or non-belief with freedom of speech? There are issues always around freedom of speech and whether people can say the things that they want to say while others are run the risk of being offended by the comments that are being made. What is the role of religious symbolism in our country, Mr. Speaker? What freedom do private institutions have in expressing their core values? That would be a very important issue, I think, for that committee to take a look at. Take a look at the judiciary and its role in the establishment and protection of religious freedom in this country. We had a presentation actually at one of our forums on this very issue about the role that the courts have played in rulings on religious affairs. Now, one thing that was actually very clear about that is that there's been no consistency in those rulings. There's no thread that runs through them that Canadians can say, oh, this is how the court sees the issue of religious freedom and religious discrimination in Canada. And I guess there's always a question of whether we can examine the role of judicial organizations. What role do they play in the future as well? Perhaps we could take a look, Mr. Speaker, at the role that educational institutions play in limiting freedom of speech or in advancing it on faith issues. There's lots of concern. We hear about these almost monthly about secondary institutions and the role that they're playing on free speech issues. That might be something that the committee would also like to take a look at. I think one of the other things that we probably need to talk about is, are we going to be talking about some of the religious beliefs from other countries that are brought in to our country as people come here? We had a panel about a week ago on the Ahmadis in Pakistan and the pressure that they face as the government has brought in legislation that has changed their position in their society and has restricted their ability to function as full citizens. We've had debates in the House here about the Yazidis. We will have their community coming here soon as well. We know there are large issues with the Rohingya community in Islam, and we have a Rohingya community in this country as well. What role do we have in encouraging and speaking to these people and about their faith and the role that it plays in their lives as well? So, Mr. Speaker, I see this as a really exciting opportunity, as an exciting challenge. It could be some of the most significant work, I think, that a committee has done on Parliament Hill in a number of years, because, as I pointed out last night, we really need to start to get some of these issues resolved before division becomes the order of the day. And I think it's time that Parliament took a look at this and they stepped forward and said we need to take a look at the issues, some of the hostility that's being exhibited in this country towards religious belief, and we need to find some ways to deal with that. So after listening, Mr. Speaker, the committee is asked to do two things. One of them is to come up with an evidence-based, community-centered approach to dealing with religious discrimination. And this will be a huge job, You can see the challenge. I think probably it's obvious, but we believe that it can be done. And again, that report would be groundbreaking if the committee takes its work seriously. The second instruction to the committee is to come up with a way to track hate crimes for all religiously motivated crime. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, in this country things are not perfect, but in our government we work to make sure that these issues of faith were of a priority for Canadians. We always kept in mind the three principles of religious freedom. That people to be truly free, people must be free to be able to believe or to reject belief as they choose. They must have the opportunity to change that belief if they want to, and they must have the freedom to be able to practice their beliefs. Our government has highlighted those issues. We made them a priority. In 2011, we formalized that commitment with a promise to establish the Office of Religious Freedom. Small budget, small number of people. They played an extremely significant role around the world on these issues. And so, you know, we believe that there is a place for this to be discussed in our country. We need, as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, to respect the right of people not to believe as well, because this is another factor, another very important factor in these conversations. I've had the opportunity to be involved with a multi-faith group of legislators who are pursuing the issue of religious freedom, and we talk about how these things are taking place and how they're impacting our country. So Mr. Speaker, I see my time is almost up already. I'm sorry to hear that, but we're trying to approach these issues in a positive way. We in my office actually are in the process of setting up a sixth parliamentary forum on religious freedom sometime in April. We welcome all members to come out to that. In the past, it's been supported by members of various parties, and it's one more place that we can come to discuss the issues of domestic and international religious freedom. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, there's lots to do. It's an exciting time, and this motion has gotten me fired up on these issues. I look forward to being able to work with my colleagues around the House on this. We look forward to a positive, an inclusive, and a mature debate today on the issue of religious freedom in Canada.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
I thank the member from Cypress Hills Grasslands for his comments today and for commencing this debate today. It's an important one. As he knows very well, as he participated in the debate yesterday on motion M103, the only significant and salient difference between the motion of the member from Mississauga, Erin Mills, and today's motion is the term Islamophobia, which we on this side of the House believe is a fundamentally important issue about naming Islamophobia for what it is. And I want to read something to the member and ask him a question. Now, what I'm reading is that, quote, some have suggested motion M103 singles out Canadian Muslims for special treatment. This is not true. The House of Commons has long had a tradition of passing motions denouncing discrimination and hatred against particular groups, especially religious minorities. For example, in recent years, the House of Commons has adopted similar motions regarding Jews on February 22nd, 2015, Yazidis on October 25th, 2016, and Egyptian Coptic Christians on October 17th, 2011. That's a statement from the member from Wellington Halton Hills. I wanted to ask my friend opposite about his comments and whether he agrees with the statement from the member from Wellington Halton Hills and why Islamophobia is not contained in today's motion.
Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, I know the member was here last night when we were having the debate on their motion last night, but the issue, and he heard that last night, was that the definition was not provided with that word. And as I guess you can go back and take a look at the blues from last night and certainly get a broader perspective on that. But the member who brought the motion forward a couple of days ago on a panel said, well, it's up to the committee to define Islamophobia. We said that's not good enough. You brought a motion forward. You expected the House to support it. You could at least define the terms that you're using in your motion. And so we believe that this motion is much more inclusive. As just by reading it, we can see that. And I actually would encourage my Liberal members across the way to be supporting this. We know that they're getting that word from their constituents. We know that there's pressure being put on them to support a motion that is as inclusive as this one.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Cypress Hills Grasslands for bringing this forward. I would like to encourage everyone here, in addition to the many proposals being made for us to navel gaze inside into various committees, is that we reach out to religious communities in our constituencies and help them come together and discuss these matters. That's going on in my riding, and I'm very proud of the religious beliefs to do this together. I'm wondering if the member could address a couple of questions I have. Can I presume then that the call is also to consider supporting our call for additional action to protect Canadians who are being turned away at our southern border because of either their race or their religion? And does he also think that maybe this is a matter for other committees, including Justice and Human Rights, since he wants a review of hate crime reports?
Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, certainly, Mr. Speaker, today's motion focuses on the religious discrimination, religious intolerance, and if the member would like to bring forward a motion on some of these other issues, I'm sure we'd be more than happy to discuss that in the House here. But, you know, I'm proud of our party. We've always been the party of human rights. We've always been the party that have believed in that. It goes back as far as John Diefenbaker and the Bill of Rights, where he defined the freedom of religion, freedom of speech, and freedom of expression that are still so important to us today. So we've got a long history of interest in these issues, long history of protecting them, and today will be one more step in that.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his motion and the careful consideration he gave in terms of drafting the motion, and I appreciate the inclusivity of the motion. I think the real issue for many members on this side of the House is the lack of the word Islamophobia that was present in M103, and I believe that Islamophobia should be defined, and I'm wondering if the honourable member would be willing to add at the end of the first sentence, senseless violent acts at a Quebec City mosque, which speaks to an irrational hatred or fear of Muslims known as Islamophobia. There I have defined it, I have put it in context, I've said that it's an irrational hatred and fear of Muslims. I've said nothing else to further define it, to do anything to take away freedom of speech. And I'm wondering, would the member consider working with me this morning to find an amendment that would make everyone in this House be willing to support the motion so that we can have a unanimous motion?
Honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, I hope the member opposite isn't being mischievous, because it's my understanding that the Liberals have already come out and said that they are going to oppose this motion. They're going to conflict their own members by doing that, and that actually is an issue that they're going to have to deal with over there. We're of one mind on this side.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's always a privilege and an honor for me to rise in this House to talk on any subject, but for the past 16 months, I've had the honor of representing the people of Louis Saint Laurent, and it's rare that I've stood up with so much emotion, because the motion that we're dealing with today is a very positive one. It's one that brings people together. It's a motion that is based on the principles on which our nation was founded: freedom of religion, freedom of speech, the unequivocal condemnation of racism, discrimination, and intolerance. And the motion also asks our parliamentarians to work together to find solutions, to fight against these terrible acts committed against people practicing their faith. This is why we will vigorously support this motion, and why we're surprised to see that some people might be indifferent to the wording or opposed to the wording of this motion. So, first of all, in the motion, we talk about the unfortunate events that happened 2.5 weeks ago in Quebec City. We were all shaken by this tragedy. I'm from Louis Saint Laurent. That's only about 15 kilometers from the mosque in question. And it's almost unthinkable that a tragedy like this could happen in Quebec City or Canada, but it did. We'll see what happens in court, but all indications show that the suspect was not motivated by any political leanings. I think that's important to specify, contrary to other things that have been said. So we are all hit hard by this tragedy in Quebec City, where innocent people practicing their faith, who were worshiping and practicing their faith, were savagely murdered. So this is why we are presenting this motion. Then we also call on the House to condemn all forms of discrimination and racism. Now, who could be against that? That's the basis of this country. That's the basis of what motivates all men and women in this country: condemning racism, religious intolerance, and all forms of discrimination. How could anyone in this House be against that? This is one of the most horrendous crimes that could ever be committed, and we are condemning that crime. We mention Muslims, Jews, Christians, Sikhs, and Hindus, and other religious communities. Because, Mr. Speaker, terrorism does not have any borders. Terrorism does not have any language, any law, any gender, any religion. Terrorism is the most horrible aspect of society, and it affects everyone. It affects everyone of all religions. There's no religion that's better than another. All religions are equal. And unfortunately, there are people who commit crimes against religion and who deserve to be condemned. So we call on the House to condemn all forms of systemic racism, religious intolerance, and discrimination of Muslims, Jews, Christians, Sikhs, Hindus, and other religious communities. Then we ask the Parliamentary Committee to work to find ways for the government to develop a whole-of-government approach to reducing or eliminating all types of discrimination in Canada. Now, this is fundamental, Mr. Speaker. This motion is based on the respect of individuals, on freedom of speech, on freedom of religion, and on the unequivocal condemnation of terrorism. And also, it tries to find a way to find solutions so that we can live in a more tolerant and more open country. So, Mr. Speaker, this motion is really impossible to oppose. This motion is not intended to divide. It's intended to bring people together and to say that we respect all religions, that we will protect the fact that all Canadians should be able to practice their faith as they wish to. There is no religion better than any other. All faiths are good insofar as people believe in them and are driven by that religious passion. Now, as many people in my riding and like many people in my riding, I'm a French Catholic. Why? Because my parents were and my grandparents were, and because my ancestors were, probably. When I was baptized in 1964, I wasn't asked if I wanted to do that, but I'm very happy that I was baptized. And I'm happy to be part of my religion, but there's no religion that's better than another one. The only crime is attacking people for their religion. Now, Mr. Speaker, we are working very hard to protect the laws and to protect religious freedom so that they can practice their faith. Now, first of all, in 1960, we had a conservative prime minister, Mr. Diefenbaker, who put forward the Declaration of the Rights of Human Rights, and that was a good first step. It could have been any prime minister, but it was a conservative prime minister, and what's important is that he was a Canadian prime minister who did this. This declaration says that freedom of religion, freedom of speech, and freedom of association are fundamental rights. That's what it says. And that's what our motion says. Then, on April 24th, 2013, much later, I admit, the House of Commons gave unanimous consent for a motion that said that Canada had to engage or had to commit to create an Office of Religious Freedom, which would be used to protect religious minorities and to promote pluralism, which is essential to the development of a free and open society. So in 2013, the House of Commons, not just the Conservative Party, but all of the House of Commons, unanimously called for the creation of this office. And this office was created in 2013, in February of that year. Now, what did this office seek to do? 3 things. First, to reach out to high-risk communities and to help them promote freedom of religion. A key objective of Canadian foreign policy was to ensure that freedom of religion and the freedom to practice religion should be a fundamental value all around the world. And finally, it aimed to implement effective programs and to establish partnerships with international organizations. So, Mr. Speaker, this Office of Religious Freedom existed to promote freedom of expression, freedom of religion, and to promote everything that makes Canada such a great country that is recognized all around the world, because we respect people and we protect them through these measures. Also, Mr. Speaker, we need to understand that this office had an advisory committee, an external advisory committee, made up of representatives from various communities, including atheists, Muslims, Sikhs, Jews, Hindus, and others. Why did we do this, Mr. Speaker? Well, to allow everyone to be able to practice their religion and to promote the religion. And furthermore, the creation of this office was announced not in a hotel or a press conference. No. It was announced in a mosque. Because we know that in today's world, there may be people who attack people for their religion, as we saw in Quebec City, unfortunately. So the signal the Conservative government sent at the time was clear. We protect freedom of expression and freedom of religion, and we made that announcement in a mosque. Now, unfortunately, this government is being motivated by low political instincts. They're saying that we're just changing their words, but fundamentally, this is an issue that should unite all Canadians. This is an issue that should not be limited by partisanship. It's fine to be partisan on all sorts of other subjects, but on this issue, Mr. Speaker, we need to take this as seriously as possible. We need to protect this noble freedom of religion and freedom of expression, and that is exactly what this motion does. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments.
Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the honourable member for his contribution today. And I want to take this moment. This is probably one of the rarest moments that I'll get a chance to ask him a question. It is regrettable that only 2 weeks after the mosque attack, that the Conservatives are doing everything they can to avoid the word Islamophobia. But here's my question, and I know he condemned the mosque attack, but has he had some time to reflect? I know he is a prolific guest on talk show radio in Quebec. Has he reflected on the words that he's been using over the last few years? Has he accepted some responsibility for the type of rhetoric that has been going on there?
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the member is really skating on thin ice here. Very thin ice. I would remind him that up until now, everything indicates that the suspect had no relation to any of these radio programs or any political party in Quebec or elsewhere, any federal party whatsoever. So this question is very tendentious. And yes, it's true that I do sometimes speak on these radio programs, because usually if people call me, I answer. But I would like to say that in January, when his prime minister took 3 days before he reacted to the tragedy in Berlin, I was asked, why do you think the prime minister took 3 days to answer? Is it because the victims were Christians? You know what I answered? Well, I said, Mr. Speaker, that the primary victims of the Islamic State are Muslims. They are attacked for their faith. And there are victims of the Islamic State who are good Muslims who deserve freedom of expression and freedom of religion.
Questions and comments? Order. 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 We're not going to get on with this unless we have order. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Je veux juste parler.
I just want to talk about why this distinction is being made. I know there are other religious communities mentioned in this motion, and to me, I think there is sometimes a lack of understanding of the traditions of First Nations, including the Cree, for example. I participated in a ceremony that lasts 4 days where I don't drink or eat for 4 days straight, and I do a dance for the Creator. So this is a very complicated religious tradition that I participate in. I know that in the past, Aboriginals were oppressed, were not allowed to practice their religion in public up until 1951. And even today, there are still problems in certain public places like schools or in certain communities across Canada. But for me, Islamophobia is an even larger issue. So first of all, I'd like to know, why are all communities not included? And secondly, how can we make a distinction between what's happening with Aboriginals today and with Islamophobia, which I think is a very important issue? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very touched by my colleague's comment. I have a lot of respect for him, and as he knows, there is the Wandake community in my riding, which I am proud to represent. Now, this motion aims not to make any discrimination between religion, because religion is important to all Canadians, and this motion affects all Canadians, starting with First Nations, starting with their faith. And this is why we are not making a single list or focusing on a single religion. We're talking about all religions and other religious communities and other religious practices. Now, it's very good that the member is proud of his religious origins and traditions. All Canadians should be proud of their origins, particularly First Nations. So if the member participates in this type of religious activity, congratulations. I'm proud of that. Continue to do so. Continue to be proud of your traditions and to show the pride that you have in your religion. And let's ensure that this happens in a space that is safe for all Canadians. Resuming debate. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary for Multiculturalism, the MP for Parkdale High Park, stood up in the House of Commons in solidarity with the Liberal caucus to announce the government's support of the MP for Mississauga Erin Mills motion, recognizing the need to counter all forms of systemic racism and religious discrimination, including Islamophobia. Today, it is my turn to stand in the House of Commons to echo this same message and denounce loud and clear the unfortunate tide of hate and fear. Our government stands united in support of this message of compassion and empathy, confirming our support for the Muslim community here in Canada and acknowledging the hardships the members of this community endure. Today, the opposition is presenting a watered-down version of the motion put forward by the MP of Mississauga Erin Mills. It is without a doubt a political ploy put forward by the Conservative Party to save themselves from internal division. The motion presented today is a diversion to serve political purposes. Faut pas se leurrer, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are lacking courage and they're hiding behind a false debate. They pretend to be playing a debate to bring people together, but are not facing the challenges or acknowledging the challenges facing the Muslim community.
We will not be supporting the opposition motion today. Over the past few years, I and many other Canadians have witnessed a growing tide of hatred and intolerance toward the Muslim community. Yesterday, our government came forward with a message of hope, a message of solidarity, a message of support for the MP for Mississauga Erin Mills motion, who actually, and herself, who faced a barrage of online abuse. But we can think of many other instances of Islamophobia. Let's remember and recall what happened. The Peterborough Mosque hit by arson. A Hamilton Mosque firebombed. The 2 women were threatened with a noose in Edmonton. 2 men in Toronto who tried to rip off a woman's headscarf. A Muslim woman in London who was spat on her scarf on the grocery store. Anti-Muslim posters at University of Calgary. Vandalism in mosques in Ottawa, Montreal, Quebec, and Sept-Îles. Those of us in leadership positions have a social responsibility to take a strong stance on these very matters, on these acts of hate perpetrated against individuals of Muslim faith. Let me be clear. Islamophobia is a real problem. Neighbors, friends, co-workers of the Muslim faith endure systemic racism and religious discrimination in our country. Notre gouvernement reconnaît.
Our government acknowledges the existence of Islamophobia, and this is the first step in countering hate against this community.
Reported hate crimes have fallen in Canada in recent years. They have doubled against the Muslim community between 2012 and 2014. Et je vous le rappelle aujourd'hui, à titre...
And I reiterate today, as Minister of Canadian Heritage and as a member for Ahuntsic-Cartierville, which represents one of the most diversified ridings in the country, and which includes 50 different cultural communities, today I rise before you and I think about Ezra, for example, one of my constituents who's Muslim, a young woman, born here in this country, who's currently studying education at the University of Quebec at Montreal, and who's having trouble finding a job, is a victim of discrimination on a daily basis because she's wearing a scarf. And Mohammed, a good friend who's an intelligent young man who is having trouble finding a job because of his name. And I think about a number of my colleagues in Ahuntsic-Cartierville living in fear, afraid to go to pray at their local mosque because they don't feel safe because of the current climate. But above all, I think about the Muslims who lost their lives because they were in a place of worship.
City on January 29th shook us deeply. The motivation behind this horrendous attack in a place of worship and reflection goes against everything this country stands for. We stand united in the face of this catastrophe. And as political leaders, we have a moral imperative to not turn our backs on something so insidious, so galling as discrimination based on religious beliefs. C'est pas parce qu'on nomme pas.
It's not because we don't say things or identify them that they don't exist. We have a problem with Islamophobia, and the Conservatives want to find a solution without talking about the problem or identifying it, and in that way they're contributing to the problem itself. We have an obligation each time a community is targeted to denounce that. And I think it's sad, I find it sad in fact, that people are trying to build political capital at the expense of certain communities, and we must denounce that as well.
Les conservateurs ont fait.
In fact, the Conservatives are playing wedge politics in this fight, which is so important.
MP for Mississauga Erin Mills' motion ensures that in Canada, we stand for free and respectful exchanges of ideas and opinions and leave no place for hatred nor any tolerance of abuse. Bears repeating, we're at our best when we care for one another. Over the years, we have learned to work together and to value diversity. Diversity of backgrounds, as well as diversity of opinions, customs, and beliefs. This diversity has strengthened and enriched us. Nous n'avons jamais cessé de protéger ce qui fait la...
We will never stop to protect what represents our country, diversity. As Canadians, we must show a common front and say no to fear and division. We must defend our values and lead by example.
In many facets, in our respect for rights and freedoms, in our welcoming, open society, and in our diversity. There is no better time to reflect and build on these strengths, and our government is fully engaged to focus on Canada's ethnic, linguistic, cultural, and regional diversity, and to find ways to deepen our relationships across the country and within our many communities. Canada's commitment to diversity is one of the pillars of our social contract. The social contract that unites each and one of us. And I'm really proud of this. But, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to bring to your attention that the opposition thinks otherwise. The Conservatives have brought this motion forward in a cynical attempt to serve their political purpose and avoid addressing the real issue of Islamophobia. It boggles the mind that members of this House, of this very House, Mr. Speaker, members who have put their names forward to lead political parties, would try to capitalize on fear and divisions for their own benefit. Some have actually had the gall to use this as an opportunity to blast out emails and mailers, raise money for their campaigns, to use fear of Islamophobia to enrich their own success. Others have used poor taste by using imagery of the Ottawa terror attack as a backdrop in mail-outs and emails to protest Islamophobia. In fact, just yesterday, 3 members of this House were speakers at a so-called Freedom Rally in Toronto, a rally organized by a man who claimed that the mosque shooting in Quebec City was actually an act of Muslim on Muslim terror that lying media refused to report. Anyone tells Canadians that this motion is the first step towards restricting our right to criticize Islam, or thought police in Ottawa dictating we can and cannot say, is misleading and undermining a real issue that is deserving our attention. As we fight racism and discrimination, I want to share with you a program I announced last week in Scarborough. As Minister responsible for multiculturalism, I was very proud to announce that our government invested $5.5 million in the Interaction Multiculturalism Program. Nonprofit organizations can apply for funding for projects that aim to promote intercultural dialogue, fight systemic racism, and cultivate respect of diversity. Programs like this one foster mutual understanding and help create bonds between all Canadians. After all, diversity and inclusion are central to who we are as Canadians, which is why they're a pillar of Canada 150 celebration taking place this year. J'invite tous les membres de la Chambre des communes.
I invite all members of the House of Commons today to promote that program in their communities.
A few months ago, I had the opportunity of hosting a roundtable on diversity with my colleagues, MPs for Edmonton Millwoods and the MP for Edmonton Centre. We sat down with 15 students and we heard about their successes, their challenges, and their ambitions. It was really an uplifting conversation. J'ai vraiment beaucoup appris de cette conversation.
And I learned a great deal from it. And I was surrounded by people from different backgrounds, different religious backgrounds. They all denounced Islamophobia, whether they were Sikh, Jewish, Aboriginal, Black, regardless. Even members of a minority, they stood in solidarity with the Muslim community, acknowledging themselves, who faced discrimination, that there was an issue with Islamophobia. And the same thing happened in my riding. In Ahuntsic-Cartierville, I met with several leaders from different religious faiths, Cop, Armenian, Shiite, Sunnite, or atheists. Community leaders and religious leaders together, and they all acknowledged that there was an issue with Islamophobia. They all stated that we need to work together to counter the prejudice that exists, and that if we do not, we will prevent our society from being safe.
We cannot ignore the evidence of racism and discrimination in Canada. We have reason for optimism, as an Environics study reveals that an increasing majority of Canadians identify multiculturalism as one of the most important symbols of the country's national identity. But this study also shows that Canadians increasingly acknowledge that there are systemic barriers facing visible minority that require a societal response. Mr. Speaker, I strongly oppose this motion and encourage my fellow members to recognize the importance of collectively standing against a motion like this that seeks to avoid the real conversation and which attempts to divide us. Motion M103 is a signal to the Canadian people that we will never relent in our pursuit of a more equitable and just society, one that actively promotes diversity and inclusion. Our strength as a country lies in our diversity. I would encourage my colleague across the way to support motion M103. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like also to seek unanimous consent for the following motion. That the motion be amended by deleting the words "the House," recognize that Canadian society is not immune to the climate of hate and fear exemplified by the recent senseless violent acts at a Quebec City mosque, condemn all forms of systemic racism, religious intolerance, and discrimination of Muslims, Jews, Christians, Sikhs, Hindus, and other religious communities, and instruct and substituting the following. In the opinion of the House, the government should recognize the need to quell the increasing public climate of hate and fear, condemn Islamophobia and all forms of systemic racism and religious discrimination, and take note of Houses of Commons petition E411 and the issues raised by it, and request that, and by adding, after the words all types of discrimination, the following, including Islamophobia.
Order. It's my duty to inform honourable members that when an amendment is proposed to an opposition motion, that can only be moved with the consent of the sponsor of the motion. I therefore ask the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands if he wishes to consent to the amendment being moved.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I've had no prior contact on this amendment. I don't know what she's trying to do from the floor of the House of Commons here. I have no idea of the content of it, so I have to say no.
There being no consent, pursuant to Standing Order 85, the amendment cannot be moved at this time. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't know that the bizarre stubbornness of the Liberals amazes anyone anymore, but she's talked about M103 and the message of confusion around it that surrounded this motion. Even senior figures of the Liberal Party, such as Irwin Cotler, have advised her to make amendments to this motion, and those amendments were very similar to the ones that we proposed as well. Everyone here has condemned all forms of religious discrimination, and particularly the examples that she's used this morning. But I'm just wondering if she can tell us, what do they think that they're going to gain by dividing religious communities and by rejecting this inclusive motion that is such a positive message for Canada?
Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, I really think that my colleague is not talking about the real debate. The real debate is about the fact that, as a House, we need to stand united in condemning Islamophobia. And I really don't understand the fear that my colleague and colleagues are expressing against Islamophobia. Because when you know you have a problem, it's not by eluding not to talk about it that you will solve it. And so therefore, I would urge my colleagues to stand as strong parliamentarians with us to support a very inclusive motion, which is M103, in order to condemn Islamophobia and all forms of systemic racism. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister of Heritage for her comments. She's absolutely right in the sense that we all need to stand up and condemn hate and discrimination of all forms, no matter where we see it. And that includes, frankly, where it's taking place south of the border. The President, Donald Trump, one might argue, is perhaps one of the biggest promoter of Islamophobia right now, with the immigration ban that he tried to bring forward. In her words, she said that we have an obligation to denounce hate and discrimination. Does she agree then that the Prime Minister also needs to stand up and denounce hate and discrimination against Trump's discriminatory and racist ban?
Honourable Minister for Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, we're talking about a debate happening in the House of Commons of Canada, and we denounce any form of systemic racism and also Islamophobia in Canada. As the Prime Minister has said, he's not there to lecture other countries, and I'm proud to see that my colleague is supporting our work and our motion M103. Thank you.
Questions and comments? La députée de Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. My colleague, the Honourable Minister, imputed motives against the Conservative Party, and I'm forced to say that they must look at themselves in the mirror. They are the ones that are trying to recover politically. I find it unacceptable as a parliamentarian to see a fact being used, and I experienced what happened in Quebec City. It happened 10 minutes away from my home. I'm in the neighboring riding, the member for Louis Hébert, who represents the riding where the situation occurred. So it's unfortunate and unacceptable for them to accuse us of being opportunistic. I have to send it back to the Liberal Party, to the government. I must send that accusation back to them and say they are playing with political opportunism. They are being exclusive, excluding religions. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our colleague from Mississauga, Erin Mills, came up with the motion back in December, and it was following on the heels of a petition that went forth. The member for Pierrefonds, and 70,000 people signed the petition. As a member of Parliament, it was an initiative by the member for Pierrefonds, and the member for Mississauga-Arundel decided to go forward with it, and I'm happy with that. Now, as a government, we acknowledge that there is an issue with Islamophobia. We're not afraid to acknowledge it or to say it, because we know that we must find solutions to deal with this phenomenon. What we're denouncing is the fact that the Conservative Party is not just trying to trivialize Islamophobia because they're afraid of talking about it. It's based on data that comes from a police force as well. But some leaders in this House who are running for the leadership of the Conservative Party are using Islamophobia to score political points, and that is extremely troubling.
And comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Speaker, I thank the Honourable Minister. I think this debate is lamentable. We know that Motion 103 is not going to remotely change the rights of free speech nor bring in Sharia law. And the motion today from the Honourable from Cypress Hills Grassland on its face does not pander to those elements that are creating these false impressions, but it creates a non-debate where we should be unifying the voices in this place against hatred. We should be saying clearly to the Muslim community that you are protected in this country at a time when elsewhere the voices of intolerance are raised against you. That's why Motion 103 makes sense.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank the leader of the Green Party for her sound words and her moral leadership on the issue.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity to participate in this today. Being from a community that's one of the most ethnic diverse in Canada, and people might find that a little surprising, but we adopted the motto in our community and worked for it, a community we're proud to call home, because we have representatives of 100 different nationalities in our community at this time. And it's one of the things that we worked on strongly over my years as the mayor of inclusiveness. of it working with everybody in the community, every ethnicity, every religion, and working together. So that's why I would support our motion, because that's what my community has done now for the last 15 years, and very successfully. I don't want, and they didn't want, specific ethnicities taken out and treated separately. They wanted to work inclusively, and that's why I support this motion.
Le ministre du Patrimoine canadien.
Honourable Minister.
See that there is a strong social cohesion in the members' writing, and that should be the case across Canada. The reality is that there are people of Muslim faith right now that are not living in security in their own environment, and we must address that issue, and we must make sure to increase the level of security, of trust in each other, in order ultimately to make sure that we have a strong social cohesion in every single community. It is our job as political leaders to do so, and I'm happy to work with my colleague to make sure that M103 is supported and that we can address together that important problem.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Multiculturalism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister a bit more about the social media campaign of misinformation, fear-mongering, and abuse that we've seen in the wake of the tabling of motion M103 and even in the discussion about today's motion. And ask the Minister, how does that influence the necessity of addressing Islamophobia and specifically of calling it out by that very name?
Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you. My colleague, the member for Mississauga, Erin Mills, since the presentation of her motion, has been going through a barrage of online abuse. It's been receiving thousands of emails discriminating against her. And since the fact, even yesterday, that I announced that we would be supporting M103, my entire team in charge of social media has been dealing with trolls because there is online abuse against myself because of the very issue of Islamophobia. Now, we know that this is happening. We know we can't tolerate it. So let's act on it. Let's make sure that we denounce it, and that we really work together to support M103 that will study the issue, come back with recommendations, and ultimately we can do a good government program to address this issue. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise to speak to the Opposition Day motion tabled by the member from Cypress Hills, Grassland, and I am sharing time with the member from Longueuil Saint-Gilbert. As the NDP critic for immigration, refugees, and citizenship and multiculturalism, as well as a member of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, I've often had the opportunity to speak to the issues of persecution and discrimination abroad, and how Canada can best respond to be a world leader in a humanitarian crisis. Unfortunately, too often, issues of discrimination, racism, and intolerance go unaddressed and often even unnoticed at home. This motion is very similar to motion M103, as mentioned, which the debate just began yesterday. As elected officials and the representatives of our communities in the House of Commons, I firmly believe that we have a duty to stand together against racism and discrimination of all forms. We currently find ourselves in a time of increasing polarization of political debate and, sadly, of a global climate of increasing fear and, in some cases, hate. Canada's multicultural society can flourish in the context of cultural diversity only if we are united in condemning and remedying issues of racial and religious discrimination. Be that overt instances such as the recent and devastating Quebec City mosque attack, or be that systemic, long-standing discrimination such as that faced by too many members of the Indigenous communities, as recently made headlines once again regarding 60 Scoop court ruling. We have a duty as members of Parliament to set an example and to speak out against all forms of discrimination wherever we see it, in Canada and abroad. Mr. Speaker, I note that this motion proposes a committee study to be undertaken at the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage to determine how the government can develop an approach to reducing and possibly eliminating all types of discrimination in Canada with a community-centered focus based on evidence. It also calls on the committee to determine how best to collect data to contextualize hate crime reports and conduct needs assessments for impacted communities. The work to be undertaken by the committee is exactly the same as what's being proposed in M103. As both of these motions are private members' motions, and in the tradition of each party, private members' bills or motions are generally not whipped, and as such, members are entitled to vote their conscience. I'm looking at both of these motions as standalone motions and not around the political gamesmanship that's being played. I'm not sure if one or both motions will pass, so on that basis, I will say this. For me, I am in support of both M103 and this motion. Both are valid, Mr. Speaker. It is my view that both motions aim to achieve the same outcome, and the work to be undertaken by the committee, if these motions pass, are exactly the same. So in the event that both motion passes, I would expect that the committee will have to sort out how best to proceed. Irrespective, to be clear, the work sent off to committee are not easy tasks. Both motions seek to find answers to address difficult, long-standing problems. But as parliamentarians, our job is not about doing what is easy. Being here is about doing, I think, what is right and what will make Canada a better place. Mr. Speaker, we have all been troubled by recent events of race or religiously motivated hate. I can recall when Canada began its Syrian refugee initiative in the city of Vancouver. After a welcoming reception, an individual pepper sprayed a group of newly arrived Syrian families, including young children, as they were waiting for the bus to take them back to their temporary lodging. I was horrified to learn of the incident as I was just at the event. I had just left, and the families were just gathering the children together to get on the bus. In the nearby community of Richmond, they are also deepening troubling reports of the Chinese Canadian community being targeted with racist flyers distributed among the area. In Abbotsford, a man was filmed hurling abuses and racial slurs, and I quote, "You bleeping Paki, you bleeping India, go back to India, you camel rider." The individual then clearly states, and I quote, "white power," as part of the exchange. Other incidents include flyers promoting the Ku Klux Klan found outside homes in British Columbia. Spray-painted swastikas were recently found on a rabbi's door and at a synagogue in Ottawa. A racist rant was caught on film in transit in Toronto. Racist posters also went up in the University of Alberta targeting Sikh community. Jewish Canadians are still the most targeted religious groups in Canada, though those types of attacks have been dropping while attacks on Muslims increase. In fact, hate crimes against Muslim Canadians have more than doubled in 3 years, even as the total number of hate crimes drop, which is why M103 is important and ought to be supported. No matter which community hate and discrimination is being targeted, we have a duty to stand up against this kind of despicable behavior. And now, Mr. Speaker, we cannot have a conversation about discrimination in this country without acknowledging the systemic and unacceptable discrimination that continues to this day against the Indigenous, Métis, and Inuit communities. I had the opportunity to rise in the House on Wednesday to deliver a statement in support of the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women's March, which happened 27 years ago, began in my riding. The Memorial March has now since spread across the country with marches in dozens of communities from coast to coast to coast. Yet the horrific problem of missing and murdered Indigenous women persists. Just this week, the Canadian court system declared that while the government had breached its common law duty of care in the situation of the 60 Scoop in Ontario, Indigenous culture and identity was stolen from children as a result of those actions. Mr. Speaker, this didn't happen hundreds of years ago. This happened between 1965 and 1985. Systemic discrimination against Indigenous peoples is so deeply pervasive that it has impacted generations of the First Peoples. Just this week, hundreds of children came to Ottawa on a campaign known as Have a Heart. It was a campaign to call on the Canadian government to end systemic discrimination against Indigenous children on reserves, for they do not have the same rights to education as other off-reserve children. So there is no question that there is much work to be done, and we need to look long and hard at our own current policies and actions. We need to collect data, yes, absolutely, on incidents of hate and discrimination. We need to understand what's going on, and we need to educate. And of course, we need to devise a plan to take all of this on. And in my view, it would be worth our effort, frankly, to examine and track over time if hateful, racist incidents reported in Canada has increased since Trump became president. On the face of it, it certainly feels like it to me. According to the professor, Renato Walcott, Director of Women and Gender Studies at the University of Toronto, and quote, "I think that the election has allowed people who may have been formerly in the shadow to feel emboldened," end quote. In the same article, it was noted that Professor Walcott suggests it may be easy to stand by and do nothing, but it is up to everyone to help. Mr. Speaker, we must speak clearly and forcefully against racism, discrimination, and bigotry. We teach our children to stand up to racism. We teach them to call it out wherever they see it. And on that note, isn't it time that our own Prime Minister also spoke up forcefully against Trump's racist immigration policies? According to the Executive Director of the National Council of Canadian Muslims, Aslan Jardine, who said, quote, "Unfortunately, the election of Mr. Trump has really galvanized and mobilized many Islamophobic and racist individuals," end quote. Mr. Speaker, at the heart of both M103 and this motion is that the Canadian government needs to recognize the need to quell the increasing public climate of hate and fear, and to condemn all forms of systemic racism and religious discrimination. That also means the Prime Minister must muster up the courage and stand up against Donald Trump's racist immigration policies. That's good for Canada. Let's get the job done, and let's put the politics aside. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I very much appreciated what the member had to say, as it resonated with me as an individual who really senses that, of course, we have a lot of work to do in this country on a lot of fronts in regards to improving human rights and dealing with discrimination. In my own riding, I faced the circumstances in the midst of a campaign of having swastikas spray painted all over my signs and stop signs and whatnot defaced in my community. And that was personal. There are all kinds of examples she gave of issues with different groups, different faiths, different ethnic people, and I'm wondering how she would like to respond in that. Actually, then, would not our motion be more appropriate, saying that across Canada, across all ethnic groups, across all religions, we as a country have work to do, and we need to focus on all of those people's rights and opportunities for
Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for her question and for sharing her personal experience around experiencing hate and racism. And, you know, the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, both M103 and this motion ought to stand. They're both good motions. Both speak to fighting against discrimination and hate. M103 specifically highlights Islamophobia. Why? I believe the intent of that is because there is a rise in hate towards the Muslim community. And that's why they have racists as a specific example. But their motion does not exclude discrimination of all forms for all people. So let's not get divided about that. Why are we doing that? We should not be doing that. You know, it's so disheartening to me that this debate is happening the way that it is. Why can't we find a way to come together and to say, above all else, that we need to stand together, united from all of us, to say discrimination and hate cannot be tolerated anywhere in Canada or abroad.
Questions and comments? Qu'est-ce que commentaire? L'honorable député de Lac.
The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
The Conservative motion today is really a response or reaction to M103, and the main distinguishing feature is that the party opposite, the official opposition, does not want to mention Islamophobia specifically in a House of Commons motion. I fail to see why this suddenly has become an issue, because on October 26th, this fall, the House of Commons unanimously adopted a motion condemning Islamophobia. Other legislatures have done the same. I know in Quebec, the National Assembly of Quebec unanimously adopted a motion against Islamophobia. So why all of a sudden is it not appropriate to mention Islamophobia in a motion in this House?
For Vancouver East.
The member for noting exactly that. In fact, I have that motion that was passed unanimously in this House. And the motion read that the House join the more than 69,742 Canadians supporters of, sorry, let me reread this, that the House join more than 69,742 Canadian supporters of House of Commons petition E411 in condemning all forms of Islamophobia. And motion M103, in fact, references petition E411. So in that sense, the definition of Islamophobia is included in that if you go back to look at the petition that was passed unanimously in this House. So really, why are we having this debate? I don't know. But if you look at these two motions separately, as standalone motions, both are worth supporting. And I implore the government side and the Conservative side to come together to find a way to resolve this so that we can speak with one voice and a forceful voice to say discrimination and hate in any form, anywhere, is not tolerated, and we will do our job to denounce it.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is clearly a very important time to be speaking and to be representing the people of my riding. Because the horrible tragedy that happened in Quebec City a couple weeks ago has left us all with a sense of responsibility. We are here in this House to say loud and clear that we do not accept this hate and violence. We have the responsibility now more than ever to identify and fight radicalization in our neighborhoods. It's our responsibility to never have another incident like January 29th, 2017. We need to insist on the importance of not changing what is fundamentally good in Quebec City and in Quebec. And we have the great responsibility to reject anyone who profit from hate. We need to close the door on that type of hateful speech in the public sphere. We need to replace with this love, a mutual respect, and the desire to live together in tolerance. Because even if we disagree, we do have love and the desire to respect each other and live together in society. I think we need to take some time to appreciate what we're doing that's good and do more of that together. Today, more than ever, events like those of Quebec City are becoming, we want them to become less common. We want never to have another attack like that hateful attack. Now, as Quebecers, I think we have a collective responsibility, as Quebecers and Canadians. We need to say that there is a trend towards stigmatizing Muslim Canadians. We cannot ignore the fact that Islamophobia exists in our society. We can no longer talk about radicalization as though it were a phenomenon that was only due to religion. We need to talk about radicalization of the extreme right here in Canada. We can no longer say that radicalization is only something that happens with others or that only happens elsewhere. We can no longer say that radicalization is something that only happens in some strange corners of the internet. Yes, the internet has contributed to the spread of some of these ideas. The social climate in which we live as individuals and as a society is important. We need to fight the spread of hate on the internet. Hateful speech does not have its place in our society, and we can't turn a blind eye to this vicious speech that leads to events like what happened in Quebec City. If you see someone becoming racist, you need to denounce that. It's up to us to say that this type of schoolyard bullying that leads to terrible events, it needs to stop. We need to be a bulwark against all hate, racism, whether it's founded on religion or sexual identity or something else. We cannot have this happening again in the coming weeks or the coming years or ever. It's up to us to intervene when we witness discriminatory speeches or situations. As a society, we need to call upon our public powers to ensure that propaganda is rejected from the public sphere. We need to point out speech that leads to stigmatization and discrimination. As the member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, I meet with citizens who care about tolerance and who care about fighting discrimination. They want to have an approach that is open and tolerant, like the leader of the Muslim community in my society. These are people who are very involved in all of our public gatherings. Like a gentleman in my riding who always takes the opportunity to talk about his culture and share tea with us in the community and welcomes everyone of all backgrounds. There's also the fact that Longueuil has an association that fights against racism. Including the Immigration Aid Society in my riding and the organization at the University of Sherbrooke. Organizations in my society are fighting against racism and discrimination based on ethnic origin, culture, and religion. This committee organizes various events to raise awareness among citizens about racism and discrimination. They take socio-political actions and work with political decision makers to find good solutions. In 2013, Longueuil decided to join the Canadian Coalition for Municipalities Against Racism and Discrimination under UNESCO. After that, the municipality adopted an action plan whose goal was to fight against racism and discrimination. This action plan had 8 main goals, which would lay the foundation for mutual respect and openness, so that one day we can say that together we eradicated that hate. I will be quoting some of the 8 objectives of this action plan. 1, to raise awareness among the people about the respect for diversity so that we can fight racism and discrimination. 2, improve accessibility to municipal services in order to promote inclusion and participation, including by immigrants and First Nations peoples. 3, ensure a follow-up of that action plan. 4, establish partnerships with organizations and institutions from the public sector that fight against racism and discrimination and promote people living together. 5, find effective and innovative measures to fight racism and discrimination. 6, continue implementing a program to increase access to employment for all. 7, promote training among police officers. And 8, promote ethnocultural diversity. These 8 measures in Longueuil are very important, and I think that everyone in this House should be inspired by them. And to conclude, I think that seeing this partisan fight and using these values that are so dear to Canadians to create a political debate, I think that's quite low. I look at what the Liberal government has done. And they're trying to get unanimity on this very important subject. I'm not very proud to see that people are trying to score political points on such a tragic and significant event and such an important issue for our society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague from Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, for whom I have a lot of respect. I thank him for his speech. He is right that any democratic state, particularly a liberal democracy, needs to be very vigilant when it comes to any sort of hate speech. We also need to be vigilant about any political project on the part of any religion. I'd like to ask him, what does Islamophobia mean to him exactly? And does he not think that it would have been sufficient in the Liberal motion, or a good idea for the Liberals to define it? The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Well, in the word Islamophobia, you have the word phobia. Now, you know that someone who has agoraphobia suffers from a fear, an unreasonable fear, of being in a public space. So, Islamophobia is a fear that is not necessarily linked to reality. It's an unreasonable fear of a religious group, of a faith. And that is why this word is so important. And at the same time, it's so loaded with meaning. And for some people, that seems to point out something that perhaps should refer to something broader, should refer to more faiths. But at the time that we're speaking, Islamophobia is growing, and it is the role of Parliament to stand up, to rise above the debate, and to take positions that will bring people together, rather than trying to score political points. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
More than doubling of hate crimes in this country against Muslims over the past 3-year period. And when we see a climate of hatred in this country that has now culminated in the massacre of 6 men in a mosque simply because they were worshipping, I have one simple question for the member opposite, whom I respect a great deal. Isn't it incumbent on this Parliament now, in the context of this motion we are debating today, to call out that discrimination by the name Islamophobia?
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. I thank my colleague for his question. Well, it's unfortunate. I think that I myself, as an individual, as a citizen, as a father of 2 daughters, I think it's my duty to rise above this desire to instrumentalize this issue. Now, the government may want to talk about this motion, but this is the point when I have to rise and maybe not say some of the feelings that I have. I think they're being a little bit unclear, and then the Conservatives they have their reasons that I find opportunistic as well. But I want to raise the tone here, and I hope that the House will be united in denouncing Islamophobia. We have time for just a very short question. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, in trying to define that term, that is what concerns me as an individual with a responsibility in this House to reflect Canadians and also our responsibility to protect them as well. So that term Islamophobia is very subjective at this point. So I would just like to know, we're aware that Muslims themselves are being attacked where they are working through dynamics of what they believe and don't believe within their faith. Would that fall into that definition?
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important debate, and I am being very careful to walk carefully here, to tread carefully. Now, this is a very delicate issue. Why? Well, it's not just because of the individual nuances and perceptions that people might have. It's really about the message that we need to be sending. I think we should talk about the merits of the original motion, but also talk about some of the political points that are trying to be scored here. But I do think it's our responsibility to define what we believe is unacceptable in society. And clearly what is unacceptable is any form of ostracization of any group in our society.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member for Calgary Nose Hill. Article 18 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights says everyone has the right to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. This right includes freedom to change his religion or belief and freedom, either alone or in community with others, and in public or private, to manifest his religion or belief in teaching, practice, worship, and observance. This declaration correctly situates conscience and religious rights in the individual, not in the community or the doctrine. A religious community does not have rights apart from the individuals within that group. A religious community does not have the right, for example, to compel someone to join or to compel someone to remain in that group. A religious doctrine does not have rights either. To hate a person is wrong, and to discriminate against a person is illegal. But to hate a doctrine or an idea, or to treat differently an idea which is different, may be quite reasonable and proper. In any event, it is certainly part of what it means to live in a free society. As I've said before, religious liberty is the liberty of the individual to choose and practice a faith or no faith. All of our human rights codes invest that freedom in the individual. And yet many countries around the world deny that freedom. Sometimes perversely they deny it in the name of human rights or religious freedom, but by investing those rights in the community or the doctrine instead of in the individual. In some countries, the very practice of faith, other than the majority faith, is prohibited. In some, the state seeks to control religious organizations. In some, conversion from the majority faith to a different faith is prohibited, or punishable even by death. In some, insulting religion is prohibited. In some, conversion requires the approval of local authorities. In some, the freedom to worship is protected, but the practice of faith in the public sphere is restricted by professional codes or by those who fear offense. Now, unfortunately, in every country, religious liberty is compromised by the threat of violence. The attack on the St. Foy Islamic Cultural Center was a terrorist attack which, by all indication, was designed to make Muslims feel unsafe in the practice of their faith and therefore impede it. This was an attack on religious liberty. Now, in the face of this, Mr. Speaker, I hope that the House will come together to clearly and decisively condemn religious discrimination, and while doing so, to correctly situate that condemnation. We do not condemn debate about religion. We do not condemn the criticism of religion. We hope that criticism will be respectful and polite, but we recognize that mandating politeness is neither practical nor desirable. To condemn even rude or impolite criticism of religious doctrine would put the state in the position of needing to define or assess what is and is not polite, and that is unacceptable in a free society. Now, last night as I was preparing for this speech, I was thinking about the life and work of the late Christopher Hitchens. Hitchens was anti-Christianity, and he was anti-Islam, and yet he did not advocate discrimination or violence on the basis of religion. He was anti-Christianity without being anti-Christian, and he was anti-Islam without being anti-Muslim. He was even, to be fair, somewhat rude from time to time. Still, his speech was very much tolerated by many and also well-loved by many. I always found him thought-provoking and entertaining, and even occasionally insightful. Religious liberty, including criticism of religion, is important. Why? Because religions are systems of thought which seek to answer all of the most fundamental questions in life. Why are we here? What is our purpose? What will happen to us after we die? What is the nature of morality and of the good life? What is the nature and source of happiness? Most human beings answer these questions by embracing unifying systems of thought which seek to describe the nature and origin of reality. And we call those systems of thought religions. Now, if we believe that these things are important, then we should be invested in creating the conditions which allow a free and authentic search for truth, a search that empowers individuals to realize and embrace true answers. The answers that individuals come to with respect to questions of purpose, morality, cosmology, and happiness are most likely to be true if they are come to without coercion, without physical coercion, and without intellectual coercion. That is, if they are free from discrimination in all of its forms, and also free to make, to hear, and to consider opinions which are hostile to their own pre-existing ideas on religious questions. The authentic search for truth, Mr. Speaker, requires both. It requires freedom from the coercion that we call discrimination, and it requires that sometimes unwelcome but always useful freedom to receive criticism, hopefully polite but not necessarily. Now, these two freedoms are two sides of a coin of great value, indeed of ultimate value. In Dignitatis Humanae, Pope Paul VI wrote the following on the nature and origin of religious liberty. The right to religious freedom has its foundations in the very dignity of the human person, as this dignity is known through the revealed Word of God and by reason itself. It is in accordance with their dignity as persons, that is, being endowed with reason and free will and therefore privileged to bear personal responsibility, that all men should be at once impelled by nature and also bound by a moral obligation to seek the truth, especially religious truth. They are also bound to adhere to the truth once it is known and to order their whole lives in accord with the demands of truth. However, men cannot discharge these obligations in a manner in keeping with their own nature unless they enjoy immunity from external coercion as well as psychological freedom. Now, notably, John Stuart Mill, like Hitchens, an atheist, says something not dissimilar from this about the search for truth On Liberty. He says, "The peculiar evil of silencing the expression of opinion is that it is robbing the human race, posterity as well as the existing generation, those who dissent from the opinion still more than those who hold it. If the opinion is right, they are deprived of the opportunity to exchange error for truth. If wrong, they lose what is almost as great a benefit, the clearer perception and livelier impression of truth produced by its collision with error." And Mill says later, "There is the greatest difference between presuming an opinion to be true, because with every opportunity for contesting it, it has been refuted, and assuming it is true for the purpose of not permitting its refutation. Complete liberty of contradicting and disproving our opinion is the very condition which justifies us in assuming its truth for purposes of action, and on no other terms can a being with human faculties have any rational assurance of being right." So to be clear, Mr. Speaker, it is not for comfort or for emotional solace that we defend a robust and fully coherent doctrine of religious liberty, at least not for these things alone. Rather, it is for a much higher purpose. Religious liberty is defended today for the highest purpose, for the integrity of the search for the highest truth. Now, the integrity of that search for truth is compromised in many places and by many different forms of coercion. But those who are sure of the rightness of their cause should understand, should embrace the maxim that good ideas win fair and open debates. Now, I've spoken in this speech about two different kinds of coercion, and the context of this broader debate, I think in some sense, we can look at both. Our friends across the way are opposing our motion today because the word Islamophobia is not included. Now, to me, this is the height of absurdity, to oppose the motion on the basis of an absence of a word, which in the motion they prefer is not even defined. They insist on a word for which there is no clear definition, even in their own motion. They talk about the importance of condemning discrimination against Muslims. They should read the motion being proposed, which specifically refers to discrimination against Muslims as well as other groups. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is that Islamophobia is a word with a particular etymology. Islam is the religion of Islam, and phobia refers to fear. It is not surprising, then, that many people regard the use of this word as describing fear of Islam. Now, some liberals have said that this word means discrimination against Muslims, but that is not what the word means etymologically or according to the Oxford English Dictionary, which defines Islamophobia as dislike or fear of Islam as opposed to dislike or fear of Muslims. Now, as someone who believes that religious liberty is an individual freedom, I am concerned about terminology that seeks to condemn dislike or fear of doctrine as opposed to dislike or fear of individuals. One can believe in the freedom of individuals without liking or assenting to their doctrines. To discriminate against individuals on the basis of religion is coercion which impedes the proper search for truth. But condemning the criticism of religious doctrines through emotion or through legislation is also socially coercive because it seeks to deny religious believers their right to hear contrary ideas and to be challenged by contrary arguments. Our motion has been characterized as watering down. Ironically, the government has proposed amendments to our motion while refusing motions to M103 on the basis that they say we will not water it down. And I ask, is it watering down to ask for definitions? Is clarity watering down? I don't think so. I think providing clarity, actually knowing the meaning of the words we're talking about, strengthens emotion. It doesn't weaken it. Now, our motion is clear. It waters down nothing. It condemns all forms of discrimination. It starts by condemning discrimination against Muslims, and I certainly assent to the importance of doing that in the present time and in the present climate. Our motion condemns bigotry and affirms religious freedom in a clear way, in a specific way, in a strong way, and in the right way. It does not trade on ambiguity for the purposes of shameful wedge politics. It says what it means, and I commend it to the consideration of honourable members. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I've been listening to this debate, I have a couple of things that I think are frustrating me and many other people who are watching this. One is in October, of course, when the motion came forward to condemn all forms of Islamophobia, the members opposite voted for that. I also have heard that this is not about division on behalf of the members opposite. This is not about fundraising. This is not about appealing to a society that is eager to engage in some of the falsities that are happening around social media and other media. But it's not very difficult to find a Conservative leadership candidate whose website now reads, "You can make a tax-deductible donation to my campaign, specifically using this issue." I personally find that offensive, and I would like a comment from the member. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure the Liberal Party never engages on fundraising ever, and we could have a long conversation about the fundraising tactics they do. And I'm not here to defend every single leadership candidate. I only feel obliged to defend one, but I don't think the floor of the House of Commons is the proper place to do that. Let me just say, though, Mr. Speaker, I think our motion is very clear and very inclusive. It condemns discrimination against a wide variety of different groups, and it is inclusive in its language. And for the Liberals to oppose it on that basis is not appropriate. They should look at the text of the motion. They should read the text of the motion. They should decide whether or not they can support it on that basis.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his comments and his speech. Mr. Speaker, I really hope I'll be supporting this motion, but I'll also be supporting motion 103. And I think that I would really hope that this member, in showing real leadership, would support both motions so that we can move forward. I hope the member can also agree that there has been certain politicians that have gone out and misled the Canadian public about what motion M103 actually is, and what that's created is more division. When we talk about clarity, he talked about clarity in his speech. When we have a certain type of crime and a spike in that crime, we hone down and focus on how we're going to remedy that, how we're going to create determinants, and how we're going to fix the problem. Whether it be the economy, we talk about oil workers out of work, so we have debates and focus on certain parts of our economy. Right now, we've seen a significant spike in racism towards people of the Muslim faith. Does he not agree that we should be focusing on dealing with this issue when we've had a spike? And that's clarity, clarifying that this is an issue, and it's an issue that should be focused on right now in light of what's happened.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I agree with the member that we need to speak clearly and hopefully can speak in a unified way about the issue of discrimination against Muslims. But I do not think it is leadership to support a motion which does not have a clear definition. And I've spoken about the important distinction here between talking about discrimination against Muslims, but also talking about questions of criticism of doctrine. And I'm not alone in these considerations. In terms of what other people are saying, Irwin Cotler, former Liberal Justice Minister, said that he would advise amending the motion to replace the term Islamophobia with anti-Muslim. A former NDP candidate from Calgary, who I know, Teal Phelps Bondaroff, wrote on Facebook, "Reading through the motion, I tend to agree with the position that a clear definition of Islamophobia needs to be included." That's what Liberals are saying. That's what New Democrats are saying. It is not strong. It is not leading to decide you need to vote for something when you actually have no idea what it means. Leadership is insisting on clarity and then proceeding on that basis. Hear, hear.
We have time just for one more short question and response. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll try to keep this brief. I have a lot of respect for the Honourable Member. would he clarify for those watching this debate that motion 103 will not lead to Sharia law? Nothing about it will change our respect for the rule of law in this country and the Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
I thank the member for the question. I've spoken often on this issue online, and I've been very clear about trying to educate those who are following this about what this motion is. It's a motion, not a bill. It doesn't change any laws, full stop. I think it is important that when you have an ambiguous motion, you recognize the reality that some people draw the wrong conclusions, and yes, some people torque it up for their own purposes. We've always been clear in the Conservative Party, though, about the realities here and about what our position is, which is to support inclusive, unifying language which condemns all forms of discrimination.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a democratic, pluralistic nation, the role of the state is not to defend the tenets of any particular faith. Rather, its role is to protect the right of the faithful to practice their faith, free of fear of reprisal, and to ensure that none of us are forced to worship that which we do not. Our responsibility in upholding the protection of this freedom is our submission to an understanding that while we have the right to believe whatever we choose, we do not have the right to act upon beliefs that are not lawful. In Canada, this covenant is formalized in our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Parliamentarians are charged with determining what is and is not lawful. Here, while our respective faiths, or lack thereof, may influence our opinion in this regard, our first duty is to uphold this covenant, as it keeps our nation largely free from widespread religious conflict. And given the history of humanity, this is no small feat. Since time immemorial, we have been harming one another at the behest of our governments and leaders in the name of one religion or another, and so to the motion in front of us today. In its first section, this motion asks Parliament to acknowledge that Canada is not immune to a climate of hate and fear, and historically, we only need to look to the residential school system and to the none is too many policy for examples of what happens when we let religious doctrine turn to racism and in turn influence government policy. Today, Sections 318, 319, and 320 of Canada's Criminal Code forbid hate propaganda. Even so, places of worship of all different flavors are still vandalized. Death threats are uttered, and calls to violence in the name of one god or another are still made. And while he was not at a place of worship, Corporal Nathan Cirillo was murdered by someone who asked his God to, quote, praise his actions and curse those who he was targeting. Since the day Michael Zahaf-Bibeau opened fire in this place, I have lived with a fear I have learned to manage, but that I can't erase. To this, when reports of a gunman opening fire and murdering worshippers at the Centre Culturel Islamique de Québec emerged, my concern for the well-being of those affected by the shooting came from a place of deep personal understanding. For the families of those who died, but also particularly for those who survived and now have to live with scars they now bear, be they of the flesh or of the mind and heart. So indeed, Canada is not immune to a climate of hate and fear. To prevent the escalation of hate and discrimination, we must first acknowledge this truth and then ask what actions we should take, if any. This is precisely what the latter part of this motion asks for. If this motion passes, the House of Commons Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage will undertake a study which will examine incidences of hate crimes and provide Parliament with a non-binding report that will make recommendations on possible ways we can prevent and reduce incidences of these crimes in Canada. I believe that this is something that Parliament should undertake, as Canada is not an unchanging nation. As the context of our nation changes, so should we review the efficacy of our laws and our programs. To wit, Parliament has not conducted a comprehensive review of this particular issue since social media platforms have become our key modalities of communication. Moreover, and in a much more difficult context, we have not reviewed this issue since the Syrian conflict, the Middle Eastern migrant crisis, and the rise of the so-called Islamic State began. All of these events have thrust adherents of Islam, as well as those who kill, torture, rape, and maim in state-sanctioned actions in the name of Islam, into the front of the world's mind, and so to Islamophobia. As opposed to motion M103, the motion before us today asks us to condemn all forms of systemic racism, religious intolerance, and discrimination of Muslims, Jews, Christians, Sikhs, Hindus, and other religious communities. In using these words, it respects the state's obligation to protect the rights of the faithful to practice their faith because it refers to individual adherents of faith. It does not ask Parliament to condemn the practice of speaking against any particular faith itself. This is why this motion is preferable to motion M103. There are those who argue that M103 does not ask Parliament to condemn the practice of speaking against Islam. They argue that M103 simply asks Parliament to condemn acts of racism and discrimination against adherents of the Muslim faith. To validate this argument, we must look to popularized definitions of the term Islamophobia, as M103 does not include one. A popularized and promoted definition of this term was given in 2011 by the advisor and special envoy of the Secretary General of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, or the OIC. The OIC self-describes as the second largest intergovernmental organization after the United Nations and claims membership of 57 states. This definition of Islamophobia reads, Islamophobia is a contemporary form of racism and xenophobia motivated by unfounded fear, mistrust, and hatred of Muslims and Islam. Islamophobia is also manifested through intolerance, discrimination, and adverse public discourse against Muslims and Islam. Differentiating from classical racism and xenophobia, Islamophobia is mainly based on radicalization of Islam and its followers. Given that M103 provides no definition of the term Islamophobia itself, and given that promoted definitions interchange the Islamic faith with individuals who practice it, as opposed to a sole focus on preventing discrimination against Muslims as individuals with individual rights, it is preferable for Parliament to condemn discrimination and racism using the terms set out in the motion before us today, because it gives clarity. Why is this important? The ability to criticize the religious teachings and practices of a faith is a cornerstone of our democracy and our pluralism. Had we not been able to question religious teachings on sexuality, same-sex marriage would not be legal in Canada today. Moreover, the ability to question and speak against the edicts of religious leaders allows us to combat hate and oppression. This is why I will be voting against M103 and supporting the motion before us today. Today's global community has many nations that have enshrined in their laws severe penalties, including death, for the act of speaking against the Islamic faith. This is wrong. If we in Canada claim to have any moral fiber embedded in our foreign policy, we must speak against these laws because they lead to gross human rights violations. In some Islamic nations, LGBTQ are executed in the name of Islam as sanctioned by the state. This is wrong. In some Islamic nations, women have virtually no rights in the name of Islam as sanctioned by the state. This is wrong. It is also very disturbingly wrong to make the assumption that all Canadian adherents of the Islamic faith share these values. This assumption is egregious and leads to a climate of hate and fear. An Islamist is an advocate or supporter of a political movement that favors reordering government and society in accordance with the laws prescribed by Islam. To combat the spread of radical Islam and Islamism, we must while simultaneously protecting Canada's pluralism, all Canadians must seek understanding that there is a difference between someone who practices the Muslim faith and someone who is an adherent of radical Islam or is an Islamist. All Canadians must also make it abundantly clear that Islamism, as well as any movement to enshrine any religious practice into the governance of our state, is an unacceptable practice in Canada. This includes having tough, smart conversations about what Canadians find acceptable in terms of a religious accommodation and restrictions on our speech that are free from accusations of racism or violating political correctness. All Canadians must also protect and give every opportunity to those of all faiths who vocally reject radical teachings and movements to impose their beliefs on others through the state in order for their voices to be heard above the fray of extremism. Moreover, all Canadians must seek to peaceably coexist with those who don't share their beliefs but still uphold the laws of our nation. We must look to our legal system to punish those who are not. Oversimplified and hyperbolic messages on this issue from the extreme ends of all political ideologies have begun to find fertile ground in Canada. Much misinformation, coated in political gloss and feigned moral outrage, has emerged from all political parties. We must not be dissuaded from having difficult discussions in the name of political correctness. However, we must equally reject non-fact-based arguments made by those who derive income or political power from sensationalism or nationalism. The supply of this garbage will quickly dry up if there is no demand for it. If we do not do these things, the pluralism upon which our nation is built will fail, and the only values that Canadians will be defined by will be arrogance and naivety and the false notion of our superiority. This motion asks a parliamentary committee to conduct a non-binding review of the programs and laws we have in place to prevent acts of hate and punish those who commit them. It asks us to examine if these laws and programs are adequate. That said, no study, law, or government will ever abdicate us from our individual responsibility to uphold the principles that maintain our free society through our own individual actions. In this, I encourage my colleagues to support this motion and encourage all Canadians to take a difficult inward look and measure our actions by their ability to uphold our peace rather than to destabilize it. We can all do better.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague across the way for her thoughtful remarks this morning, and indeed I would echo some of the sentiments that she expressed with respect to inclusivity and pluralism and diversity, which are part of the bedrock of our nation. But just to pick up on her analogy, which she drew to the LGBTQ community, I wonder whether or not she would tell this House if she would refuse to support a motion that would make reference to homophobia, much in the same way that my honourable colleague's motion makes reference to Islamophobia, because by her logic, I think that that would be a motion that ought to be supported. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Well, rather, Mr. Speaker, my colleague opposite has committed a logical fallacy. Instead of addressing the rationale that I laid out in my argument, that M103 is inadequate because it does not define the term and relies on popular definitions which does not differentiate between the adherents of the Muslim faith and Islam, I find it inadequate. Rather than ramping up the rhetoric on this, he could have provided a reasoned amendment or said that he was going to talk to his colleague about addressing this issue, but I find this issue a legitimate concern for the reasons that I've laid out in this speech and stand by my position.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her comments, and per usual, they are thoughtful comments. You know, in the spirit of trying to find a way to come to resolution in this situation, I wonder if the member would support the concept that was advanced by the member from Mount Royal, which is to support an amendment that defines Islamophobia. And to quote his suggestion is to add the words "a hatred or fear of Muslims known as Islamophobia" at the end of the motion on the word around the Quebec mosque attack. I wonder whether or not there's something that the member would support.
Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
I believe that this House should, as this motion states, condemn discrimination and racism against Muslims and adherents of the Muslim faith, and that language is provided in this motion today.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
And I want to congratulate the member for Calgary-Nose Hill, who is one of the most formidable speakers in this House, for her speech. But she just said a minute ago that why don't you propose a reasoned amendment? And I think I did this morning, which is exactly what my colleague from Vancouver East mentioned. I think all it would take to have unanimity on this motion in the House, and I think it would be a great idea to have unanimity, would be to add at the end of subsection A the words which speaks to a hatred or fear of Muslims known as Islamophobia, because the reason that people aren't supporting the motion as drafted is because that word is missing. So I'm asking the honourable member, who I know is a reasonable honourable member, to consider that, because wouldn't it be better to have a unanimous motion on this subject with all party support?
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I also would like to express my respect for the member across the way. He brings many very thoughtful arguments into this House, and I find him to be quite reasoned. However, sometimes seeking consensus on an issue is not necessarily the right public policy outcome. In this matter, I do feel very strongly, for the reasons that I outlined in this speech, that the correct terminology, or condemning discrimination and racism against adherents of a faith, rather than trying to come up with a new term, is the most expeditious, most clear, and most simple way to address this issue and move forward with this study. That is the reason our party is proposing this motion here today, and in doing so, I do believe that we have presented a very reasoned amendment.
Questions and comments? Honorable Député de La Pointe.
The honourable member for La Pointe de Lille. Yes, Mr. Speaker. We feel that the motion under debate here refers to Islamophobia because it talks about combating religious discrimination, discrimination against all religions. I think we need to have this debate in a rational way with the least emotion possible. Yesterday's motion, we don't support it because, in our view, it exaggerates or exacerbates the situation. It talks about a climate of fear and hatred. So we agree that Islamophobia exists and has to be combated. It has to be done in a rational way. There should be a secular state, and that should include protection against religious discrimination. I wonder what my colleague thinks of that.
President,
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question.
I think that the rationale laid out in this motion here today, the wording of it, achieves everything that he mentioned in his statement. I do believe I've tried to present a very dispassionate and rationed argument around this. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, I realize this is my final words on this topic. My encouragement to all of my colleagues here is we can do better, and I think that this motion reflects the step in that direction.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm honored to rise today to speak to the issue of systematic racism and religious discrimination. This conversation is vital to ensuring that all Canadians feel safe, welcome, and at home here in Canada. For me personally, racism and religious discrimination has been a part of my life since I was a young kid. Having grown up as a practicing Sikh who wears a turban, whose father wears a turban, whose friends wear turbans, the Sikh community and my family have always stood out for their identity. But just like my Jewish friends who wear the kippah or my Muslim friends who wear the hijab, we're all proud of our identities, but all recognize that our identities also make us easy targets. I vividly remember kids making fun of me because of my turban, or being bullied on the playground for being different. I remember being the subject of racist taunts as a young soccer player, or witnessing my dad being verbally abused shortly after 9/11. But that's not the Canada I know. Each instance of discrimination was rooted in mistrust, intolerance, and fear. Each instance was unacceptable then, is unacceptable now. I'm pleased to represent the second most diverse riding in the entire nation. Brampton East is home to 5 Sikh temples, 5 Sikh gurdwaras, 4 Hindu mandirs, 3 mosques, and 2 churches. It is the definition of diversity. When you walk around Brampton, you see diversity which the world knows Canada for. You see people from all walks of life peacefully coexisting with the freedom to hold their beliefs, practice their traditions, and share their cultures. In their own way, each of them contributes to the fabric that forms our great nation. The Prime Minister, when addressing the United Nations, stated, "Strong and diverse, resilient countries like Canada didn't happen by accident, and they won't continue without effort. Every single day, we must choose hope over fear and diversity over division." This government's policies over the last 16 months have been grounded in ensuring that diversity is our strength, that we are a welcoming and inclusive nation, that we are all treated as equals regardless of our race, religion, gender, sexual orientation, and economic status. However, there's a harsh reality we must face. Even in 2017, racism and religious discrimination are far too often common in Canada. Posters at the University of Alberta targeting the Sikh community, taunting of women who wear hijabs, anti-Islam vandalism at the Cold Lake, Kingston, and Quebec City mosques are just a few examples. Mr. Speaker, if some of our fellow Canadian brothers and sisters are worried about being attacked, whether verbally or physically, because of their identity, that makes me feel like we're failing as a nation, because that is not the Canada I know, and we need to do better. Mr. Speaker, I forgot to mention that I will be splitting my time with the member from Edmonton Centre. The motion we have today before us is one that every member in the House has seen before. Just yesterday, motion M103, introduced by my good friend, the member of Mississauga Erin Mills, on December 1st, 2016, was debated. These two motions have much in common. Firstly, they both recognize that there's an increasing climate of hate and fear in Canada. They both condemn all forms of systematic racism and religious discrimination. They both request that the Standing Committee on Heritage undertake a study on how the government could develop a whole-of-government approach to reducing or eliminating systematic racism and religious discrimination. Lastly, they both recognize that the Standing Committee should collect data to contextualize hate crime reports and to conduct what needs the proper community assessments at a local level. Like most committee studies, upon completion, they will submit a report and recommendations to the government based on what they heard from witnesses, which the government will take into consideration, followed by an official government response to be tabled in the House. Mr. Speaker, when we know that in recent years hate crimes against Muslims have been increasing while hate crimes against other groups are decreasing, we cannot pretend that Islamophobia is not a legitimate concern. My personal example is far too often occurs in Canada. Mr. Speaker, Sikhs are often confused for Muslims and are too, in fact, the victims of Islamophobia. But it's not good enough as Sikhs to say, don't attack us, we're not Muslims. Mr. Speaker, we are all Muslims when our Muslim brothers and sisters are being attacked for their faith. That's not just my Sikh value speaking, that's my Canadian value speaking. And the vast majority of Canadians have a long-standing tradition of rising to the occasion to denounce attacks of discrimination. But that's what's built a great nation, because diversity, Mr. Speaker, requires effort. It requires us all to have the difficult conversations at our dinner tables about treating all people with respect and compassion, regardless of their faith, race, or culture. It requires us to ask questions if we do not understand, and answer responsibly when asked tough questions. It requires us to make it known that it's not acceptable to act in a discriminatory manner or hateful manner towards anyone. See, what makes this opposition motion so cynical is that it feeds into the very deliberate misinformation campaign surrounding M103. Individuals have tried to spread misconceptions about how the motion could limit free speech, lead to the adoption of Sharia law here in Canada, and more. I'd like to take a moment to clear up some of these misconceptions. M103 is not only about Islamophobia, but seeks to address all forms of systematic racism and religious discrimination. Motion M103 does not expand or change the criminal code in any way. Motion M103 is a motion and not a bill. As such, it is not legally binding. Mr. Speaker, we cannot address a problem when we refuse to call it by its name. We cannot overcome the challenges our communities face if we refuse to name the issue, understand the issue itself, and study the issue and propose solutions. That is the fundamental reason our democracy has been successful. I am pleased to be a seconder of the motion on 103. For this is not about you or I or all of us collectively. It's about improving the lives of a generation of Canadians until stories of racism, religious discrimination, and intolerance are rare occurrences. Mr. Speaker, I ran in 2015 to be the MP for Brampton East because I wanted future generations to have the same opportunity that I did. I wanted the sons and daughters of immigrants and all Canadians to have the opportunities to attend some of the best secondary institutions in this nation. I wanted them to start new companies. I wanted them to pursue careers as doctors, lawyers, and engineers. I wanted them to change the world. I want them to pursue public service. But, Mr. Speaker, what I don't want for them is to grow up in an atmosphere of hate, which breeds fear in our fellow Canadians. I want to be them proud of their identities. I want the saying to always be true, that I'm a proud Sikh, Muslim, Hindu, Jew, believer, non-believer. That at the same time, I'm equally proud to be Canadian. And most importantly, that I'm so proud that I live in a nation that doesn't make me choose between my faith and my devotion to my country. I call on all my colleagues to support Motion 103 and to reject the politics of fear and division. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend for his speech. I certainly agree with many of the sentiments that he expressed in his speech. Now, I don't know how he feels about commitment, but I hope he'll commit to supporting our motion today, which clearly talks about discrimination against Muslims, Jews, Christians, Sikhs, and Hindus. Interesting that he talked in his speech about discrimination against Sikhs, and he talked about the importance of calling a problem by its name. I think our motion calls a problem by its name by speaking very specifically about discrimination against individuals. Now, instead, when he talks about calling a problem by its name, he wants to use a word which is actually unclear and undefined. How is it strong? How is it showing leadership to use a word for which there actually isn't a clear definition? And I would remind the honourable member that it was our party that sought out amendments to Motion 103. We were working on trying to clarify it, and this Opposition Day motion was, I think, necessary to clearly put out there and to give the House an opportunity to endorse something that I think we should all believe in. So why isn't this member prepared to step up and make a commitment finally to vote for a great motion here that I think reflects where we all stand?
The honourable member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have a lot of respect for the member across the way. I think that he represents everything that's great about our democracy. That you can be prepared, you can do your research, advance an argument, and you can have a thorough, thoughtful debate in this House. I fundamentally disagree with him on 90% of everything that he says. But I will also say this, that he always does come prepared. But I want to say that the core of the issue is simply this. Yes, I mentioned in my speech that many of the things in the two motions overlap. That we all agree in this House that systematic discrimination and religious intolerance is not acceptable in Canada, from coast to coast to coast. But by not saying that Islamophobia does not exist, by not naming it Islamophobia, we cannot address the problem. We cannot refuse it to call it by its name. We cannot overcome the challenges our communities face if we refuse to name it the issue, which it clearly is Islamophobia, and understand the issue. And MO 103 is sending this to committee for a further study. So I encourage my colleague to convince all of his colleagues to support Motion M103. And I also want to take this moment to congratulate the member across the way for all the great work he does on human rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank all of my colleagues for their great words today. My riding of Kootenay, Columbia, and I personally very much support multiculturalism, and yet there have been a number of concerns expressed to me by constituents about this motion and M103 as well. And I think it's based on misinformation. So I'd like to ask the member to tell, I guess, the people of Kootenay, Columbia and the rest of Canada why they should take comfort from these motions rather than be concerned about them.
The honourable member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member across the way for the question. And it's very clear that there's been a campaign of fear and division from some members that sit in this chamber to really instill fear in Canadians when it comes to Motion 103. I, too, have received countless number of emails in an organized campaign, but that's not going to change my perspective. It's going to strengthen my resolve. We can take an opportunity to clear up some of these misconceptions. M103 is not only about Islamophobia, but it seeks to address all forms of systematic racism and religious discrimination. It's also important to remember for all Canadians that this is a motion that is sending that, yes, Islamophobia and all forms of religious discrimination are not accepted in Canada. We'd like to send this to committee for it to be studied. I think one of the most important things in the motion that Canadians should understand is that, we're encouraging the committee to collect data, to present this data in a contextualized manner, so we as members of parliament elected to this chamber can study it and propose laws that will help strengthen concepts of free speech and ensure that, that throughout this nation, that our fellow Canadian brothers and sisters are not living in a society of fear, but are proud of their identities, that they can worship peacefully, that they can go to mosque and not be afraid of being targets of hateful speech, and they can pray peacefully. I'd also like to say this, is that when we're talking about religious discrimination, oftentimes it becomes really passionate. That there's competing views on all different sides of the political spectrum. But the one thing we should all be able to agree on is that in Canada, our strength is our diversity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, l'honorable député de Edmonton's.
The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
It is a pleasure to rise in the House today to speak to this opposition motion regarding religious discrimination. I will start by noting that I do not specifically oppose the content in this motion. The motion recognizes senseless acts of violence perpetrated several weeks ago at a mosque in Quebec City. I know that the horror and sense of loss at this attack is shared by all members of this House, as is the condemnation of this violence. So, too, do all members of this House take heart in the outpouring of support for the Muslim community that has come from Canadians from coast to coast to coast. We have seen images of Canadians of all faiths locking arms around mosques to create a safe space for prayer. It is truly an inspiring sight. These are serious issues that continue to face our Muslim community. While hate crimes in Canada are on the decline, hate crimes against Muslim Canadians have more than doubled since 2012. This is why this is a community that our government believes is sincerely in need of support and protection. The second piece of this motion condemns all forms of systemic racism, religious intolerance, and discrimination of Muslims, Jews, Christians, Sikhs, Hindus, and other religious communities. Again, I support such condemnation. There is no place in this country for discrimination against individuals for their deeply held religious beliefs. We are truly blessed to live in a pluralistic society where people of all faiths and people of no faith at all are welcome to live their lives in a manner that they choose and where we respect each other's sincerely held beliefs. Our customs and beliefs may differ, but we can celebrate those differences together as one community. Enfin, cette motion fait appel à une étude auprès.
This motion calls on the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage to study this issue.
For those watching at home and for the record, to expand on the context in which this motion has become before the House, and my reflections on the arguments we have heard surrounding this discussion. Last night, this House debated the motion 103, brought forward by the member for Mississauga, Aaron Mills. It is a motion that members will no doubt notice is very similar to the one we see before us today. Like today's motion, it noted and expressed concern for recent religious-motivated violence. Like today's motion, it condemned all forms of systemic racism and religious discrimination. Like today's motion, it called for a study of how to combat discrimination in a whole-of-government approach. The two motions are, in fact, almost identical, Mr. Speaker, except for one detail. That motion, 103, called particular attention to the issue of Islamophobia. That one word rendered motion 103 an anathema to the official opposition. We cannot, this House was told by the members opposite, support a motion that singles out one faith. We were told by candidates for the leadership of the official opposition that motion 103 would undermine the freedom of speech in this country and that it is unacceptable to name one faith without naming others. The member for Simcoe Grey told us that M103 would afford, quote, special privileges, end quote, to one religion because it brought attention to one form of discrimination. Yet the list we see in today's motion, Mr. Speaker, is hardly exhaustive. I see no reference to the Druze community, the Mormon community, the Buddhist community, nor any reference whatsoever to the traditional spiritual teachings of Indigenous peoples. If the opposition is to be believed, then surely singling out only 5 religions and not others is no better than putting emphasis on just one. I also find it curious that no member that has expressed a concern about singling out seemed the least bit concerned about supporting a 2015 motion about anti-Semitism, a motion by the Honourable Irwin Cotler that received the unanimous support of the House. It is perplexing that my colleagues opposite seem so opposed to casting light on just one form of discrimination, and yet they supported that motion. And let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, so would I have done had I been in this House at that time. Members of the LGBTQ2 community will never forget the courage and solidarity of Jewish Canadians, whose national organization was the first civil society organization other than LGBTQ2 organizations to intervene with us in court to pursue equal marriage. When asked why, the response was, unless all of us shares human rights equally, then we are not equal before the law. Equal we are and equal we must be. We have been told that Motion 103 would threaten freedom of speech. The member for Regina Capel told us that Motion 103 would be, quote, a step towards stifling free speech and legitimate criticism, end quote. Yet somehow, this nearly identical motion is no threat at all. Mr. Speaker, I wish I could say that I am surprised by these double standards and empty arguments. However, they are nothing new at all. It is the same argument used by that party to oppose protections or support for the LGBTQ community, the same argument that told our community that we couldn't get married because somehow it would harm other people's marriages, the same argument that told our community that we couldn't be protected from being fired or kicked out of our homes because that would create, quote, special privileges, end quote, the same argument that tells you can't single out murdered or missing Indigenous women and girls for investigation. It is the same argument that continues to oppose needed protections for the trans and non-binary community because to prevent discrimination is to threaten others' freedom. It is little surprise that we see these kind of arguments brought out yet again to demean our Muslim community. It comes from the same party that proposed the shameful barbaric cultural practices hotline, inciting neighbours to spy on neighbours. And rather than apologize to Canadians, they continue to double down on fomenting division and distrust between communities in Canada. Whether it is cultural values from the member from Simcoe Grey or family values from the member for Saskatoon University, whether it promises to assimilate First Nations reserves for the member for Bellechasse, les Échemins-Lévis, or opportunistic flip-flops on LGBTQ2 rights from the member for Beauce, there is no minority too vulnerable for this opposition to not villainize or vilify to attract headlines. It's very easy to use buzzwords, double standards, and alt facts to try to scare people into thinking that defending one group will hurt another. But when you look at the facts, when you call out the falsehoods, Mr. Speaker, it becomes very easy to see why these arguments have failed again and again, and why the long arc of history inevitably bends towards justice, equality, and progress.
Hear, hear.
Today's motion is nothing more than a watering down and a gutting of the motion proposed by my esteemed colleague from Erin Mills. It is a mean-spirited attempt to demean and erase the hard work of my colleague, designed solely to deny our Muslim brothers, sisters, and friends an expression of solidarity and support from this House. Mr. Speaker, I will have nothing to do with it. Mr. Speaker, human rights are not pieces of pie. We don't run out by serving them to everyone equally. We do not run out of human rights when they are extended to and enjoyed by everyone. In fact, we strengthen them for all. Human rights are fundamental, inalienable, indivisible, and universal, and that means they apply to everyone. When a particular group has been made vulnerable and fearful because of hatred towards them, that is when we can and must shine light on that community. That is when we must stand up and be counted. That is when we must lead and support each other. In this case, Mr. Speaker, it is the Muslim community that is being targeted and that is being made to fear because of intolerance, hatred, and violence. That is why today we say enough is enough. That is why we are standing up to be counted. That is why we are speaking and acting in solidarity. C'est pourquoi nous sommes ici.
That is why we are here today, standing side by side with our Muslim brothers and sisters who have been targeted and who fear that their neighbors will be harmed because of this hate and intolerance.
And I will vote against this spurious opposition motion and will be enthusiastically supporting Motion 103. It is the right thing to do. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his passionate remarks and his restated many times commitments to human rights. But I wonder if he could tell me how he would respond to a former Liberal Justice Minister, a human rights champion, Irwin Cotler, who has said quite clearly and directly that he would advise and prefer that the keynote word in M103 be replaced with anti-Muslim.
The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for his work and his commitment to human rights as well. What is important to know in this country is that when we face a problem, we must call out that problem. And the problem that we are facing, the challenge we face as Canadian society, is to call out the fear and vindication that Muslim communities are facing, and the term that we are using is Islamophobia, and we take into full account the advice from Honourable Irwin Cotler that terms can be clarified. In this case, we are naming the situation for what it is. How else do we name the fact that hatred against Muslims and hate crimes against Muslims have more than doubled since 2012, while hate crimes in Canada are going down? The term Islamophobia needs to be used, it needs to be addressed. And to my honourable colleague, why can we not use a term, why do we use a term like homophobia and tolerate the intolerance? We do not tolerate the intolerance of gay, lesbian, trans and queer people, and yet somehow members in this House seem fully prepared to tolerate Islamophobia.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, first I want to thank the member from Edmonton Centre for his passionate speech to end violence against people that are struggling and feeling marginalized. There's a story from the Alberni Valley News, and I want to share this to the House. Angela Brown was called outside by her husband this weekend to discover that someone had drawn a swastika on the back of her brand new car with permanent marker while it was parked overnight. Brown is currently she's a student. She works at the local school. Her husband's a firefighter. She said, "We found it really disheartening," said Brown. "It had taken the wind out of our sails for sure." People like Angela right now, people that are feeling attacked, they're feeling like the wind's being taken out of their sails by this very argument and debate. We should be united in supporting Motion 103. We should be united in supporting the Conservatives' motion. Talk about taking the wind out of our sails. We need leadership right now. I'm calling on all members to support both motions. This member talked about, through the Speaker, the member talked about the Conservative motion only identifying 5 religious groups, while Motion 103 talked about 1 religious group. Why aren't we supporting any discrimination against all of those religious groups and broadening it even further? I think that's important. But people like Angela are counting on us. They're looking for leadership from all of us. I hope the member will reconsider his decision to vote against the Conservative motion and vote with them and show the leadership that Canadians are counting on right now.
The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his intervention. And indeed, we want all Canadians to feel safe and live their lives in the way that they want to in our pluralistic society. It is critical that we take this opportunity and that we demonstrate leadership as a government for people in our society who are feeling the most marginalized, and that right now are members of the Muslim community from coast to coast to coast who need this attention on this issue. In my own riding of Edmonton Centre, Mr. Speaker, I am ashamed to share with this House public information about a man who approached at an LRT station 2 women in hijabs and took out a piece of rope and put it in a noose and said, "This is for the 2 of you." Fortunately, security was there. Fortunately, this man was detained. The charges will be pending. That is the kind of fear. That is the kind of racism. That is the kind of Islamophobia that Motion 103 seeks to address, and the political gamesmanship on the other side seeks to dilute.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as someone whose faith is at the very core of who I am and influences all of what I do in this place, today's motion is of great importance to me. This is the same for many Canadians. Their faith shapes them and is very important to their everyday life. Places of worship, traditionally seen as sanctuaries, are also places for peace, contemplation, and fellowship, all of which makes the heinous attacks that took place in Quebec City just a few weeks ago that much more disgusting. That is why it is important for members of this House to stand together in support of today's motion that condemns such hatred in Canada and strives to work toward collectively fighting for the freedoms enshrined in our consultation. Mr. Speaker, I neglected to mention that I'll be sharing my time with a member from South Surrey, White Rock. Mr. Speaker, the rights enshrined in our Constitution in Section 2 of our Charter clearly state that everyone has the following fundamental freedoms: freedom of conscience and religion, freedom of thought, belief, opinion, and expression, including freedom of the press and other media of communication, freedom of peaceful assembly, and finally, freedom of association. Mr. Speaker, whether it be the most recent attack on Muslims in Quebec City, the drawing of hateful images on Jewish synagogues in Ottawa, or the persecution of Christians in many regions of the world, these acts of hatred toward one another need to be stopped, and it's up to us as elected officials to stand up to this destructive climate. It has long been stated that freedom of religion is one of the most basic freedoms a society can give to its citizens. The United Nations have enshrined this freedom in their Declaration of Human Rights. Article 18 states, "Everyone has the right to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. This right includes the freedom to change his religion or belief, and freedom either alone or in community with others and in public or private to manifest his religion or belief in teaching, practice, worship, and observance." It's also important to note in context of today's debate that Article 19 goes on to state, "Everyone has the right to freedom of opinion and expression. This right includes freedom to hold opinions without interference and to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas through any media and regardless of frontiers." Mr. Speaker, I just had the opportunity to visit Egypt and Tunisia with several colleagues from this chamber over the winter break. And I was very encouraged to see the concerted efforts that the President of Egypt, Mr. El-Sisi, a devout Muslim himself, but he's making a very effective effort to bring people of different faith communities together. And it's not just words, Mr. Speaker. He's taking action to lead the way for his people. Mr. Speaker, it's particularly regrettable that the Liberal government chose not to extend the funding and strengthen the mandate of the Office of the Ambassador of Religious Freedom in Budget 2016. Canada's voice on issues of religious tolerance and increasingly intolerant world is now severely diminished. It was our party that established the Office of Religious Freedom under the leadership of Dr. Andrew Bennett in 2013. The creation of this office was very important, and it was done in an Ahmadiyya Muslim mosque, a minority sect of Islam that is persecuted around the world. Canada's commitment to religious freedom and tolerance, both at home and abroad, was advanced greatly by the previous government, particularly by the Office of Religious Freedom. The mandate of the office had three broad components. Number one, to defend religious communities and monitor religious freedom through country strategies and analyses, interventions in support of communities at risk, and strengthening the capacity to monitor and promote religious freedom through specialized training. Number two, to promote religious freedom as a key objective of Canadian foreign policy through domestic advocacy and outreach, international advocacy and outreach, and whole-of-government coordination. And number three, the Office of Religious Freedom led the way internationally to protect freedom of religion and belief, as well as to promote Canadian values of tolerance and pluralism. This office stood up for the rights of all people. This office's external advisory committee included representation from many communities, such as atheist, Muslim, Sikh, Jewish, Hindu, and Baha'i. The office's ability to work with others earned the office great esteem internationally and within diaspora communities here in Canada. Though their mandate focused primarily on situations abroad, the office clearly had an effect here at home in Canada, with many minority communities who felt that this office was a beacon of hope to those who felt marginalized and persecuted. Dr. Andrew Bennett recently appeared at the Senate Standing Committee for Human Rights, discussing some of the accomplishments that this office made during his time as ambassador. He said, quote, "Under the office's Religious Freedom Fund, which represented $4.25 million of our annual $5 million envelope, we sponsored over 20 projects that supported activities, addressed some of the root causes of religious persecution, and also help those directly persecuted in over a dozen countries. We introduced training for Canadian diplomats on religious freedom and the role of religion in international affairs, a necessary component of our work. We engaged our allies in defending religious freedom internationally through the United Nations, such as the Human Rights Council, through the Special Rapporteur on Religious Freedom, and also through Third Committee of the General Assembly, and through a unique initiative that the Office of Religious Freedom brought forward, that is the International Contact Group on Freedom of Religion or Belief, which brought together over 20 like-minded governments committed to advancing religious freedom. These were not just our traditional like-minded governments. We also reached out to other countries such as Jordan, Morocco, Tunisia, Cameroon, Senegal, and Indonesia, who demonstrated a desire to improve the status of religious freedom in the world. End of quote. Mr. Speaker, let me share another quote from our former Ambassador Bennett that I feel is at the very heart of today's motion and is powerful in combating this growing hatred in Canada for people of all kinds of faiths and traditions. He said, quote, "Freedom of religion, as indicated in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and many other documents, is often placed as a first freedom, or we might say a foundational freedom. Why is this? I would argue that it comprehends that without recognizing the metaphysical need present in each of us to contemplate, who am I? Who am I in relationship to you? Who am I in relationship to the world in which I live? And who am I in relation to God, or to a particular philosophy I choose to follow? Without recognizing that metaphysical need embedded within freedom of religion, we cannot then move on to give utterance to our beliefs, freedom of speech, gather with others to share those beliefs, freedom of assembly, or form groups of our fellow human beings who share similar beliefs so as to advance the common good." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, I truly believe that that is the end goal of every member in this House, to help advance the common good, and I look forward to taking on this endeavor with colleagues from all parties. So let me remind all members, indeed all Canadians who are watching today, of the inclusive nature of the motion before us today. Today's motion reads that the House recognize that Canadian society is not immune to the climate of hate and fear, exemplified by the recent and senseless violent acts at a Quebec City mosque, to condemn all forms of systemic racism, religious intolerance and discriminations of Muslims, Jews, Christians, Sikhs, Hindus, and other religious communities, and goes on to instruct the Standing Committee on Heritage to undertake a study on how the government could develop a whole-of-government approach to reducing or eliminating all types of discrimination in Canada, while ensuring a community-centered focus with a holistic response through evidence-based policy making. The motion goes on, Mr. Speaker, but I see my time is up. Thank you. I urge all of my colleagues to support this motion, Mr. Speaker. It's in the best interest of all Canadians, including all faith groups that are represented in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mississauga Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I've known him for many years, and I know he's an honest and a candid member of Parliament, and I want to ask him this question. He and his party, in October, voted, along with the rest of the House of Commons, to condemn all forms of Islamophobia. So I want to ask him if he can share with us now, why are they hesitant now? Why are they allergic to that word when they voted for it, or for condemning it, in October?
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his comments, and having worked with him on different committees over the years. Mr. Speaker, this member and all members in this House know that there are many techniques, I would say, that are used to get passage of certain bills and issues in this House. And while he says that we voted unanimously for the motion, that is correct technically. However, Mr. Speaker, he will admit, he will know that very few members were in the House that particular day when it happened, so I'm not here to speak on behalf of other parts of this community. However, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the term Islamophobia, today in this House alone, we've probably heard 3 different supposed definitions of Islamophobia. There is no agreement on how to define that word. But, Mr. Speaker, the big eye-opener for me was about a week ago when I attended a seminar put on by a group of Ahmadiyya Muslims here in Ottawa within the parliamentary precinct. And they pointed out to me, Mr. Speaker, that a Muslim sect in a Muslim community of Pakistan is under severe persecution. So how in the world could the term Islamophobia honestly be used with integrity to describe a situation like that where a Muslim government is persecuting its own Muslim minority within its own country? This term Islamophobia has been misleading. It's not well defined. And Mr. Speaker, it's important that we follow through with the motion that our party has put forward today because it includes all faith groups, including Muslims. As has been pointed out today and the previous day when we were debating 103, that our job is to protect the faithful. Government's job is not to protect or promote a particular faith, but to protect the faithful. That's our goal with this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the honourable member for his speech. And I know the Conservative Party, certainly under Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, took great leadership to fight hatred, divisiveness and persecution around the world. Great leadership in South Africa in ending apartheid. You know, given our role internationally and historically, does the member see, with the troubling rhetoric and the shift in humanitarian policies in the United States under the new administration, does the member acknowledge that these developments actually help embolden those hateful views here in Canada? And does he agree that the government should speak out against these discriminatory policies, given our role and our influence in being leaders in the world in fighting hate and divisiveness and persecution against groups that have faced challenges like we're seeing right now here in Canada?
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I was elected by the people of Kitchener-Conestoga to represent them. That happens to be a riding within Canada. I do not stand today to presume to tell other nations how they should direct their foreign policy. But, Mr. Speaker, if my colleague, and by the way, I want to thank my colleague and his party for agreeing to support this very important motion, this inclusive motion, which will address the issue before us today. But I want to remind him that, yes, I agree that we need to be at the forefront of this, and that is precisely why our party brought this motion forward to the House of Commons today, to include all faith groups. They're all included here. No, they're not all named, but it says other religions. It includes them all, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague from Kitchener-Conestoga. In reading this motion, it seems to me that it goes more broadly than protecting all religions, and I support a broad approach. It says reducing or eliminating all types of discrimination in Canada. Would not he consider that should there be discrimination against atheists, that they were targeted and discriminated against, would not this motion also cover that kind of hate?
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I'll thank my colleague for the question because I was hoping to have time to work that into my speech, but I ran out. Mr. Speaker, there are those who argue that atheism itself is a faith system. But, Mr. Speaker, I mentioned Dr. Andrew Bennett. He made a statement on the 14th of May, 2015, where he clearly called out against the discrimination of and the murder of an atheist blogger in Bangladesh. I am deeply troubled by the targeted killing of atheist blogger Ananta Bijoy Das in Bangladesh. Canada condemns this murder and calls on authorities to protect the rights and lives of all Bangladeshis. Mr. Speaker, I couldn't agree more. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to rise in the House to speak to this opposition motion that states that the House recognize that Canadian society is not immune to the climate of hate and fear exemplified by the recent and senseless violent acts at a Quebec City mosque. Condemn all forms of systematic racism, religious intolerance, and discrimination of Muslims, Jews, Christians, Sikhs, Hindus, and other religious communities. And to instruct the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage to undertake a study on how government could develop a whole government approach to reducing or eliminating all types of discrimination in Canada while ensuring a community-centered focus with a holistic response through evidence-based policymaking and collect data and contextualize hate and crime reports, and to conduct a needs assessment for the impacted communities, and that the committee report its findings and recommendations to the House no later than 240 calendar days from the adoption of this motion, and provide that in its report the committee should make recommendations that the government may use to better reflect the enshrined rights and freedoms in the Constitution Act, including the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Mr. Speaker, I believe that every member of Parliament on all sides of this House recognize and would agree that the attacks on people based on religious beliefs, such as the recent attack on the Muslims at the Islamic Cultural Centre in Quebec City, have absolutely no place in Canadian society or any society around the world. Places of worship are meant to be safe havens for peaceful, personal reflection and faith. They are meant to be places where individuals can practice their faith of choice without fear of harm or discrimination or repercussion. As parliamentarians, we do everything to safeguard the rights of all Canadians to this vital freedom of expression and faith. And violence against any religious group as a direct attack on the rights and the values that all Canadians enjoy and respect, and that we as parliamentarians strive to uphold. Mr. Speaker, we must protect these rights for all Canadians. And it's important to highlight this because there's a perception by many that Canada is immune or has been immune to the kinds of hate crimes and violence against religious groups that have been witnessed around the world. And we saw tragically, only a few weeks ago in Quebec City, an act of violence that has changed us forever. Now, I believe that Canada must always stand firmly behind the principles of religious freedom, be it Jewish, Muslim, Sikh, Christian, Buddhism, Hinduism, or whatever faith or non-faith you choose to follow. Violence against any religious group is an attack on the universal values that all Canadians cherish and protect. We must continue to do all that we can to safeguard expression and the practice of faith in Canada and around the world. Mr. Speaker, this issue is not new to this House. Freedom of expression and freedom of religion has been a priority for the Conservatives. Now, under our government, there were 15 different motions tabled before the House of Commons that related to religious identities and religious issues from all parties in this House. And several of these bills and motions passed unanimously over the years. In order to help and assist and support all religions and religious communities in Canada, in 2012, the Office of Religious Freedom was established by the Conservative government. And this was to monitor religious persecution, it was to protect the freedom of religion internationally, and to speak to the mandate of this office was to protect and advocate on behalf of religious minorities that were under threat, as well to oppose religious hatred and intolerance, and to promote Canadian values of pluralism and tolerance abroad. And in fact, in June of 2015, the International Contact Group on Freedom of Religion was initiated by Canada, and the inaugural meeting was chaired by the Ambassador of Religious Freedoms, Andrew Bennett, in Brussels. Now, unfortunately, in the 2016 budget, the Liberal government chose to shut down this Office of Religious Freedom, and I would encourage them to rethink this decision. As Conservatives, we have never hesitated to denounce religious discrimination in all of its forms. We have always been a party of freedom of expression, of human rights, of equality, and the freedom of religion. In fact, the precursor to the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms was the original Canadian Bill of Rights that was enshrined into Canadian law by Conservative Prime Minister John Diefenbaker in 1960. This piece of legislation cemented the definitions of freedom of speech, of expression, association, and religion into Canadian law and into Canadian society. Mr. Speaker, I could go on about the great work that has been done by all parties in this House. However, as a Member of Parliament, it is our first responsibility to represent each and every one of our constituents, regardless of race, religion, or sexual orientation. We need to ensure that all Canadians, from all ethnicities, religious beliefs, and cultures, feel welcome and included in our communities, where they can live in peace and raise their families free from the acts of hatred and discrimination. Today's motion underlines our duty as parliamentarians to develop legislation to guard against hate-motivated crime and discrimination against race and religious beliefs. As legislators, we need to ensure that our policies protect the most vulnerable and that protect those who are targeted because of their race or religion. Throughout history, and even in the world today, we have seen genocide and atrocities perpetrated upon our fellow human beings. As Canadians who value peace, freedom, and embrace tolerance, there is no place for such acts in our Canada. And we should do everything in our power to protect the innocent from these atrocities as they occur, whether it's within our own country or abroad. I encourage all members of the House from all sides to join me and my colleagues in voting in favour of this motion. And as I conclude, I just want to say this. As a Buddhist for over 20 years, remember to have reverence for all sentient beings and do no harm. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank and commend the member for her speech on this. And I want to start by saying that contrary to what you might hear in today's debate, I don't think this side of the House or even that end of the House has any monopoly on care and concern for human rights and justice for all peoples. And I want to begin by acknowledging that I actually find myself in a difficult position on this motion, because I think that as I read the motion, and if I was just to read it in itself, I would find it very easy to support. My question for the member is about the timing of this motion, and the difficulty I have in supporting it has to do with the fact that it could usurp another motion that is being considered by the House, which we also consider important. And would it be perhaps not a better thing to have us deal with one motion and then consider a broader motion at another time, because two studies would then not collide with each other? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, and I would suggest that the context of the study really is symbiotic with one another. And I think bringing the motions together and coming out with something that all Canadians can support. And that's the whole genesis of what we should be doing, is bringing everyone together and making sure that no one, regardless of who they are, race, religion, sexual orientation, is discriminated against or hate is perpetrated upon. And we see it far too much. And, you know, as parliamentarians, I believe that it's our duty to make sure that in our communities, everyone is safe. And if there is something going on, if it's in, you know, people are being anti-Muslim or anti-Jewish or it doesn't matter. We have to protect those people, and we should protect those people. And I think we're all in agreement on that.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member. I enjoyed previously spending time in the committee with her. I'm becoming very puzzled, Mr. Speaker, by both of these motions. The one by the official opposition today and the one previously by the Liberals, 103. We're already missing out some religions, and thank you for mentioning Buddhism. What troubles me is some of my colleagues are mentioning, what about Indigenous faith? They're not necessarily called a religion. And so it's becoming now so broad as to become almost senseless. Are we proposing that this committee will study this for the next 5 years in order to cover off everything that's supposed to be in there? I think it's important for us to keep in mind what Islamophobia means. It means a severe fear of the Islamic faith. And it is that level of severe fear that is driving people to do not just hateful, but very dangerous and life-endangering activities. I think that's what's spurring the need for discussion. Now, it may be when we talk about these kinds of incidents against those in the Islamic faith, in my city there's been a history of typical actions towards those of the Jewish faith, we need to be taking a look at whether or not our institutions are capable of responding appropriately and preventing these measures. But I'm worried about this becoming a partisan debate between two parties about who's got the best motion. Surely, as many have said, can't we come together and amend this motion so that we can just move forward with both and get down to the crux of this, and that is people in all of our communities who are fearful for their lives because of this hate-mongering activity.
The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, and you know that, and I thank my colleague for that comment and question, because I mean this is exactly what I was saying. If there is an issue in any of our communities, if there is hatred perpetrated upon the Islamic population, and or if there is hatred perpetrated upon the Jewish population, I think it's incumbent upon all of us to deal with those issues. And I think that, you know, we look at our First Nations, and it's absolutely correct. So I think from a holistic perspective that we have to look at our communities in context and really have measures in place where we can assist those people that are vulnerable. I know that in my community, I have 95 languages spoken. I have discrimination that have been perpetrated upon the Sikh population, and we have to have measures in place to assist those people. So it's not about one or the other. It's about all of us in the context of really dealing with the issues and the root causes of hatred and discrimination. And that's what our job is, and that's what we should be doing.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Willowdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member for Brampton North. Mr. Speaker, it's a great honour to rise again in this House to discuss the Conservative motion put before us today by the opposition. As the Member of Parliament for Willowdale, I am fortunate enough to represent one of Canada's most richly diverse ridings. Willowdale, of course, is home to Muslims and Jews, Christians and atheists, Sikhs and Hindus, and in many ways it represents a beautiful microcosm of Canada. And it stands as a proud testament to the success of Canadian pluralism. Canadians, Mr. Speaker, have placed a great deal of trust in all of us. They expect us to focus on emerging challenges and demonstrate clarity of purpose to advocate on behalf of the issues that matters most. They expect us to be vigilant in protecting our core values and never forget that we are all tasked to make an even more perfect union. They expect us, in other words, not to succumb to cynical political maneuvering, not to grandstand when many real issues are very much at stake. For that very reason, Mr. Speaker, I'm very much opposed to the Conservative opposition motion, which I will be voting against, and instead, of course, I am proud to stand staunchly with my caucus in support of the original motion 103. Today's motion, I'm afraid, abdicates the sacred responsibility we all share to take a firm stand against the very real threat of Islamophobia. The Conservative motion represents a cynical attempt to distract all of us from their own aversion to demonstrate leadership on this significant issue. This debate, of course, takes place under unique circumstances. Not only are we debating this motion in light of the more appropriate motion put forward by my colleague from Mississauga, Erin Mills, but also in the tragic aftermath of last month's shooting in Quebec City and a growing and unmistakable atmosphere, both in Canada, I might add, as well as globally, of increased bigotry and closed-mindedness. Since coming to power 16 months ago, our government has constantly and proudly advocated for Canadian diversity, tolerance, and multiculturalism. We must remember, however, that these values, which we hold dear, did not simply come into being. They were the direct result and the forceful articulation of a uniquely Canadian approach to nation building. Similarly, we cannot take these ideals for granted. It is important that we always remain vigilant in defending these core values and in condemning any attempt to weaken or discredit them. When any community in Canada is made to feel unsafe or unduly and unfairly persecuted, made, in other words, to feel un-Canadian, this represents an attack on all of us. It's times like these that we have no greater responsibility than to stand in solidarity against hate, against racism, and against discrimination. This esteemed House has done so in the past in denouncing anti-Semitism and homophobia and all other forms of discrimination. Doing so again now will not only demonstrate much-needed leadership for members of our Muslim community, but indeed with Canadians of all faiths who wish to live in a peaceful and modern society where freedom of religion is truly allowed to flourish. The motion before us today is, in its very essence, a watered-down version of a similar motion put forth earlier this week by the Liberal caucus. The Liberal motion, in turn, was the logical extension of a petition and motion tabled this past fall, which condemned all forms of Islamophobia. It is worth remembering, despite the opposition's attempts to distance themselves from this fact, that the motion was unanimously approved at the time by all parties. It is worth asking, therefore, what has changed since then? Why the opposition is now opposed to a worthy ideal they once very much supported? The answer, as it all too often does, lies with crude political calculations and blatant partisanship. Rather than standing up to hate and in defense of tolerance and diversity, the Conservative Party has decided that condemning religious bigotry does not pass their internal values test. This stance, aided and abetted by an orchestrated campaign of misinformation, innuendo, and alternative facts, may be politically expedient in some circles. But, of course, it is wrong. By playing politics with an important motion, by deliberately diluting its most important elements, by glossing over the very real threat of Islamophobia, by refusing to call out racism and bigotry for what they are, the motion before us today does us all a great disservice. This is rank political posturing at its most cynical and counterproductive. The events of January 29th at the Islamic Cultural Centre of Quebec City will forever stand as an incredibly dark chapter in our nation's history. The victims of that cowardly attack are not abstractions. They were brothers and sons, fathers and husbands. They were grocery store owners and professors, pharmacists and civil servants. They were all Muslims, shot in the back while praying in a place of worship. Events such as these do not simply happen. They are the direct result of fear, hatred, and discrimination. They are symptoms of a much larger epidemic. Islamophobia, whether we care to admit it or not, is very much real. Denouncing Islamophobia for what it is, an affront to Canadian values, does not threaten equality, but reinforces it. Admittedly, that a problem exists does not confer special status on any particular or specific group. Rather, it ensures that all Canadians receive equal access to and equal protection of an essential right. When the federal government committed $300 million to the victims of the Fort McMurray wildfires, we were not prioritizing one region of the country over the other, but rather standing in solidarity with our fellow Canadians. When our government introduced a plan to combat the growing opioid crisis, we were not diminishing other very real public health needs, but rather proposing a concrete solution to an obvious problem. The motion introduced by the Liberal Party earlier this week provided clear language and forceful leadership on an issue of vital national importance. The Conservative motion before us today weakens and waters down Motion 103 to the point of irrelevance. The Conservative motion, and pardon my language, it represents parliamentary malarkey. For that reason, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud that my caucus rather than simply curse the darkness represented by the Conservative motion, has chosen to light a candle and combat Islamophobia heads on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, today I've been listening very closely to all the conversations going on in the room, and the majority of it has been good debate. However, Mr. Speaker, I have to stand up today, right now, and say that what I heard just now was deplorable and very disconcerting to me as a member of Parliament representing my riding and the people of my riding. And believe me, their concerns are valid to me. And they were not part of some kind of organized activity to shut down a Liberal motion. This is coming from across our country with deep, deep concern, with the concern being over that term Islamophobic, which was not defined in the motion 103, and is very important to why we are choosing to say, you know what matters here is every Canadian. And we have said over and over again on this side of the House that what was done in Quebec City was deplorable. What is done to any person because of their faith should not and cannot happen in Canada, and we have laws and we have rights in this country that protect. Islamophobia would impact my children if that terminology is in reference to hate or fear of a religion. Because we taught our children, as children of a Christian home where their father is a minister, to honor the Christian faith and understand the Christian and embrace the Christian faith. However, in the midst of that, and my husband did this at all times, he stood in front of his congregation, in front of his children, and said, do not believe simply because I am standing here telling you. You check it out for yourself. You check out other faiths. Know what it is they believe. Talk to them. Debate with them. This is the right we have in Canada, to debate and to disagree. And that is what Canadians are concerned with motion 103, and why they are thrilled to hear that a more reasonable and responsible response is coming from this side of the House.
Well, member for Willowdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I obviously understand the sentiments that are animating my good friend across the aisle. However, it seems pretty clear to me that as members of Parliament, we are supposed to actually bring clarity to issues. We're supposed to try to identify those issues that demand leadership. We're supposed to identify issues that require leadership and to elevate the discussion. What we have seen over the course of the past 2 years is something truly, truly jarring. The member knows full well about the torching of a mosque in Peterborough in late 2015. She knows full well about the arson that occurred at a mosque in Hamilton in September 2016. She knows full well of the horrific incident in Quebec City. She knows full well about the Stats Canada study, which was published, which demonstrated very, very clearly that the incidence of hate crimes against Muslims has doubled over the course of 2 years. So the question before us is clear. Are we supposed to demonstrate leadership, identify the problem, have the department just simply undertake some research on an issue which is significant to Canadians, or are we going to play politics? Are we just going to engage in the type of behavior which actually obfuscates the issue rather than clarify it? Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague a question, whether he'd like us to stop playing political games on such a sensitive issue. If I were to say the official opposition would ultimately accept and support your motion, would you accept that? Would you be willing to accept that? Before giving the floor to my honourable colleague, I'd like to remind the member that you have to speak through the chair, not directly to the member opposite.
For Willowdale.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my friend for that question. Obviously, all of us as members of this House would like to see collective attention brought to this issue. So if there was consensus that there is the issue of Islamophobia, it's an issue we have to take seriously, it's an issue that we have to examine, and it's an issue that we have to take incredibly importantly in terms of the terrible distress the members of our Muslim community are concerned, then yes, I would be very much in favor of that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise against the opposition's motion that was introduced by the member from Cypress Hills Grasslands. This motion looks to gain the support of this House to require the government to recognize the increasing public climate of hate and fear across Canada, condemn all forms of religious discrimination and systemic racism, and requesting the Standing Committee on the Canadian Heritage to conduct a study. Now, Mr. Speaker, the current motion has a different motive. This came in response to Motion 103, introduced yesterday, and it reformulated that motion, essentially the same motion introduced yesterday, with one significant and notable difference. The word Islamophobia is removed from the Conservative motion. The Conservatives claim to want to have a mature debate, but fail to recognize and make the effort to learn about what Islamophobia is. They fail to actually understand what the word means to Muslims living in Canada. They fail to show leadership in the face of a growing wave of hate and irrational fear of Islam and Muslims. They continue to allow extreme views of people who perpetrate racism and discrimination against people of different faiths. And this motion holds little weight when the Conservative Party leadership, hopefuls, are joining protests of racist and xenophobic groups. Mr. Speaker, let's be clear on something. Much of this directly relates to the recent petition E411, signed by more than 69,000 Canadians asking the government to denounce Islamophobia. This petition received broad support from Canadians because people of different faiths in this country are facing systemic racism and religious discrimination every day. A few years ago, in my city of Brampton, flyers were being circulated against the Sikh community and immigrants, asking, do you really want Sikhs and immigrants to be living amongst us in Brampton? Or the swastikas that are printed on Jewish synagogues here in Ottawa and across Canada? Or the racist graffiti against Sikhs in Edmonton? Or the anti-Muslim protests at the University of Calgary? A mosque in Calgary was vandalized and left with a burnt copy of the Quran and a threatening letter. And we can never forget the tragic and horrific terrorist attack, on the mosque in St. Foy. That attack was a result of the divisive rhetoric used by leaders of government, political parties, media personalities, and other public figures. When public figures use hateful, discriminatory, and divisive language, it gives legitimacy to those who feel it's acceptable to perpetrate racism and discrimination against people of certain religious groups. This, Mr. Speaker, what we read and hear about in the news, does not even include the countless daily discriminatory and racist attacks that people face on buses, on sidewalks, at schools, and at work. Mr. Speaker, believe it or not, but as much as I have been loved and accepted by many Canadians, I too have been a victim of racism. Imagine a young girl in middle school, isolated in an elevator, and her hair set on fire as she was being called a Paki. That happened to me, Mr. Speaker. Can you imagine what kind of fear a child and the mental anguish one would go through in life when you realize that adults could perpetrate such hate towards a child. We cannot allow ourselves to let this continue, especially if the government can do more to help marginalized people because of their faith. This Conservative opposition motion should be seeking to get the Heritage Committee to study the rising tide of fear and hate against people of the Islamic faith and all other faiths. But eliminating the word Islamophobia waters down the original motion of M103. In order to have a proper understanding and study on the issue, you must name that issue. You must call it what it is, and you must have a focused study. Denouncing Islamophobia is not prohibiting respectful criticism of Islam or any other faith, as that is allowed by our Charter of Rights and Freedoms in this country. What isn't acceptable is categorizing Islam as a religion of evil and violence and painting all people of the faith with one brush. People in this country, Mr. Speaker, have called out for targeted attacks against people of the Muslim faith. 103 Motion 103 does limit the study to be done by providing all Canadians who want to practice their faith without the fear of discrimination and being marginalized by others. What the opposition motion is asking is the committee to conduct a study on racism and religious discrimination that exists in our country, but it eliminates once again the word Islamophobia, which is a very, very real issue in this country today. This motion can do more by asking for the condemnation of Islamophobia and all forms of discrimination against people of any religion. Mr. Speaker, to ask the government to condemn Islamophobia is not without precedence. In the previous session, former Liberal member Irwin Cotler received unanimous consent to his motion that called for the government to condemn anti-Semitism, stating that discrimination against Jews is an insult on our shared democratic values, and for the government to work with community stakeholders to help combat all forms of anti-Semitism. The context is similar when it comes to anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. Both are terms used to describe the action of discriminating against Jews and Muslims, respectively, on the basis of their religion. If that motion is acceptable in the previous session, then seeking the condemnation of Islamophobia and all forms of systemic racism and discrimination against other religious groups should be treated the same. I think it is important that we define what a phobia is. The definition of a phobia is an extreme or irrational fear of an aversion to something. Therefore, Islamophobia is then, by definition, an extreme and irrational fear of or an aversion to Islam. That is a very simple and clear definition of what Islamophobia is. Islam is a religion of peace, harmony, and community. Canadian Muslims are peaceful, respectful, and essential members of our community, along with other Canadians. And for those of this faith, or any other faith, or for those without faith that are not peaceful and respectful, well, we have the criminal code to deal with that. The actions of so few extremists that have made Islamophobia so prevalent in today's society has made this fear a reality in our country. Just like any hateful and violent actions committed by some from a certain community, it does not mean that everyone of that group is the same. When people have a problem with Islamophobia being listed specifically to be condemned by the government, that implies that it's okay to have an irrational fear of Islam. It's ironic that those that want that word removed call for the removal due to freedom of expression. But those people are directly trying to block that freedom of expression by removing that phrase, that word from this motion. Those are far from the truth about Islam and should not be used in categorizing a religion that is followed by over 1 million Canadians. Mr. Speaker, this Conservative motion comes after the terror attack in St. Foy, and after every party in this House has agreed that the hateful and divisive rhetoric used by people against Muslims in Canada cannot be ignored anymore. Or, if we do allow it to continue, we're allowing more Canadians to think and more people to think that it's okay to marginalize and discriminate against one group of Canadians. We cannot repeat the mistake of letting Islamophobia and systemic racism to persist. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cariboo Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I just want to acknowledge our honourable colleague for sharing what I can only imagine being a horrific incident in your youth. Bullying has no part in our schools, and racism. Man, I wish I was there. I would have been your bodyguard. That is absolutely unacceptable, and I appreciate you sharing that with her, the honourable colleague sharing that through you, Mr. Speaker. But I do want to mention, the honourable colleague mentioned our former Member of Parliament, Erin Kotler, who suggested that the word Islamophobia be removed and substituted anti-Muslim. Mr. Speaker, we see acts of racism and hate crimes throughout our country. Indeed, if you do a Google of hate crimes in Canada, it comes up attacks against our Sikhs, attacks against our First Nations, attacks against our Jewish community as well. And I'm sitting here as somebody that used what time I had during the summer to go to India, go to the Punjab, and visit the Golden Temple so I could better understand that religion. I'm offended by the comments by the government that somehow, by putting forth this motion that captures and mentions, we condemn all forms of systemic racism, religious intolerance, and discrimination of Muslims, Jews, Christians, Sikhs, Hindus, and other religious communities. That somehow we're racist. Mr. Speaker, this isn't a watered-down motion. It is simply capturing and standing up as leaders that we should all be doing. I believe our honourable colleague from the NDP mentioned it. We should be standing together. What is this motion? How is this motion going to protect one person? As a matter of fact, those in my Muslim community, my Islamic community within my community, has said that this is going to draw more unwanted attention to them. Mr. Speaker, I challenge our member opposite to review this and to withdraw the comments that this is a watered-down attempt and that is painting us as racist. Because, Mr. Speaker, I am not a racist.
The honourable member for Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, I recognize that pointing out systemic racism amongst all groups, which the original M103 does do, in fact, is noble in its intent. But the removal of the word Islamophobia, to me, that in itself shows that there's something that worth fighting for in our current climate in Canada. It shows that there is an extreme fear against calling someone Islamophobic or an act to be Islamophobic. It does not limit freedom of expression, which a lot of critics have critiqued this motion to be. I believe that's a misrepresentation. Yes, systemic racism against all faiths does occur in this country. I am a witness to that. Many in this House probably are. But the current climate in Canada calls for us to take some bold action against what is happening. So yes, we should call it like it is. That we should have no fear against the word Islamophobia. Let's use it. Let's figure out what it means. Let's figure out why this current climate and temperature is occurring in our country.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member from Brampton North for her ardent speech and very important speech. And when we talk about Bill M103 and the importance of the bill, with seeing a huge spike in hate crimes towards people of the Islamic faith and Muslims in our country, I think it's very important that we support this bill and the intent of this bill. But I also think that the Conservative motion also should be supported. I think it's important that we focus on the spike on Muslims, the attack on Muslims in particular, but we should also be supporting this bill. What I'm hoping is the member will actually show real leadership. And real leadership is actually voting for both motions and bringing people together and representing all people in our country, because we need to move forward. And it's going to take someone here in this floor from one of these parties to actually bring us together by taking the lead and saying they're going to commit to voting for both motions. I hope this member will be the member to take that lead.
The honourable member for Brampton North, very briefly, please.
Certainly, Mr. Speaker. Like I said before, I think there's no ill intent in the Conservatives' opposition motion. However, the original motion, M103, was worked on, for a long time by a member of this House. And that motion in and itself is a terrific motion. And then once again, there is nothing wrong with studying systemic racism amongst all communities and having a particular focus on Islamophobia. It is what society in Canada calls for today, and it is what we should call out and focus on.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and just to let you know, I'll be splitting my time with the member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak in support of the motion put by my colleague, the member for Cypress Hills Grassland. I must say at the start, I've been very impressed by much of the tone of today's debate, by the respect shown across party lines from all quarters of the House, and by some of the very touching personal stories that have been offered to us to persuade us of reason, reconciliation, and recognition of what we all recognize as a continuing challenge to our country, to our society, to fight hate and discrimination in all of its forms. But I'm afraid I must say, Mr. Speaker, that given the attempts by some Liberal MPs to misrepresent both the content and the motivation of this motion, I think it's worth revisiting the text. And this motion reads, Mr. Speaker, that the House recognize that Canadian society is not immune to the climate of hate and fear exemplified by the recent and senseless violent acts at a Quebec City mosque. It condemns all forms of systemic racism, religious intolerance, and discrimination of Muslims, Jews, Christians, Sikhs, Hindus, and other religious communities, and it instructs the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage to undertake a study on how the government would, 1, develop a whole-of-government approach to reducing or eliminating all types of discrimination in Canada while ensuring a community-centred focus with a holistic response through evidence-based policymaking. And, Mr. Speaker, secondly, to collect data to contextualize hate crime reports and to conduct needs assessments for impacted communities, and that the committee report its findings and recommendations to the House no later than 240 calendar days from the adoption of this motion, provided, Mr. Speaker, that in its report the committee should make recommendations that the government may use to better reflect the enshrined rights and freedoms in the Constitution Acts, including the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Now, Mr. Speaker, Conservatives are fully committed to freedom of religion, freedom of speech. We condemn in the strongest possible terms any and all acts committed against religious communities, including at places of worship. In my riding of Thornhill, Mr. Speaker, I have 2 mosques, dozens of synagogues, dozens of churches, a Buddhist temple, a Hindu temple just adjacent, and until constituency boundaries were redrawn in 2015, a Taoist temple. More than 100 mother tongues are spoken in my riding. As Canadians struggled to come to terms in the days after the tragic, hateful terror attack on the Sainte-Foy Islamic Cultural Center, I was invited to participate in a commemoration service at the largest mosque in my riding, the Jafari Community Center. Mr. Speaker, it was a terribly sad, but it was a defiant gathering. Representatives from across faith communities, from congregations across Thornhill, came together to pledge a shared commitment to the fundamental right of all Canadians in our homes, in our workplaces, the public spaces we share, and particularly in the places of worship, to enjoy, to share all of the freedoms of this wonderful country in peace and in safety. The names of the 6 murdered men in the Quebec attack were read into the record. Abdelkarim Hassan, Khaled Belkacemi, Abu Bakr Tabti, Azzedine Soufiane, Mamadou Tanu Barry, Ibrahima Barry. Mr. Speaker, those names cannot be said too often. Those names are forever inscribed in a terrible moment in our shared Canadian history. However justice may be eventually dispensed, this tragedy, I believe, Mr. Speaker, demands of all of us a renewed commitment to reject prejudice, fear, bigotry, and hate. We must mourn, we must reflect, but we must also go forward as friends and neighbours and respectful, loving fellow Canadians. Mr. Speaker, as I've said repeatedly in this House since I was first elected in 2008, I am passionately in favour of the legal protection of all Canadians from discrimination in any of its forms. I'm passionately in favour of the legal protection of all Canadians from hate crimes. And I'm proud of the laws that have evolved over the years and the reality that Canada is recognized around the world for our recognition of diversity and equality. I'm proud that the current Canadian Human Rights Act defends the principle, and I quote, that all individuals should have an opportunity equal with other individuals to make for themselves the lives that they are able and wish to have, and to have their needs accommodated, consistent with their duties and obligations as members of society, without being hindered or prevented from doing so by discriminatory practices based on race, national or ethnic origin, color, religion, age, sex, sexual orientation, marital status, family status, or disability. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party has long been the party of free speech and free expression. Conservatives do not support restrictions on legitimate freedom of speech, and we strongly support the fundamental right to freedom of expression. Mr. Speaker, we must remember that it was our Conservative government that established the Office of Religious Freedom under the leadership of Dr. Andrew Bennett in 2012. That office led the way internationally, as well as to promote Canadian values of tolerance and pluralism. Regrettably, as you know, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government chose not to extend and strengthen the mandate of the office and the Ambassador of Religious Freedom in Budget 2016. And as a result, Canada's voice on issues of religious tolerance in an increasingly intolerant world has been severely diminished. Mr. Speaker, just as I said that I believe that eternal vigilance is the price of freedom, so too is eternal vigilance essential in the fight against discrimination, hate, and fear. Many motions put before this House over the years have pledged to recognize that Canadian society is not immune to these worst tendencies of human nature, and urged efforts to reduce or ideally eliminate all forms of discrimination in Canada. Again, as the motion before us stipulates, we must condemn all forms of systemic racism, religious intolerance, and discrimination. As well, the motion directs the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage to study how the government might develop a whole-of-government approach to better address the terrible recurring societal disorders we've discussed today. Reduction or elimination of all forms of discrimination is a massive challenge, Mr. Speaker, but we can't give up. We must not stop trying. And this motion just might achieve and just might move our wonderful country closer to achieving the dream I know we all share in this House of a fully inclusive, a respectful, and a loving society. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you for my honourable colleague's speech. I want to congratulate the member for Cypress Hill Grassland and the member for Mississauga Erin Mills for doing something that I've not been able to do in 20 years, namely get a debate on the floor of the House of Commons about the religious currents that are in our society, some of which are frankly quite negative. So I'm actually kind of disappointed, though, ultimately in the debate. This is an issue involving religion, and religion, of course, creates all kinds of differences among people as well as brings them together. And it's extremely important that this chamber bring people together. And how it's done is a matter of technicalities, Mr. Speaker, whether there's simultaneously votes, such as suggested by the NDP member, but or some amendment to the motion is really not really the issue here, Mr. Speaker. The issue is that it's very important. In fact, it's more important to bring us together on this motion than it is the contents of the motions and the both motions themselves. The arguments that Islamophobia doesn't exist is just nonsense. I can give you chapter and verse in my own writing, and it's an important thing to say, very important, and it's important that we deal with it. But it's also important that we as a chamber bring together the people of Canada so that we can have a rational, coherent discussion about the impact of religion in our society.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague for his thoughtful words. I have always enjoyed working with this member on committee, on Defence Committee, and now on the Foreign Affairs Committee. But I would respectfully disagree with regards to his belief that there is a single definition to the keynote word in the Liberal Motion 103. We have heard a number of interpretations of definitions, what it means to different people, what it means to Muslims, what it means to non-Muslims. It is not a precise word in any sense of the definition of a word. You cannot find it in a dictionary. It is a confected word. It does send a powerful message, but I think it also, if adopted, would undermine and compromise the essential message against that this House, I know, believes in systemic racism, hate, discrimination, bigotry, and fear. And it is that single word, I think, that stands between some of the members on that side of the House, not all, because I know that there are many members on that side of the House that disagree with that word as well as on this side of the House. But I would hope that in the hours ahead before we vote on this motion and in the days ahead before we vote on M103, that all members will reflect on what words mean and the power of words.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments as well. As this debate continues, I am forever hopeful that maybe there is a way to square the circle, because I do think that the importance of this debate merits all of us to put forward our best foot forward and to try and find a resolution here. It seems to me that the issue that the Conservative members are having trouble with is the lack of a definition of Islamophobia. And the members wanted to be clarified. I had heard from the member from Mount Royal, who actually made, I think, a pretty good proposal. And maybe there's a space where we can find agreement. And his proposal was to add these words, which speaks to a hatred or fear of Muslim known as Islamophobia, to be added somewhere in this motion. So I wonder whether or not this could be entertained. Is there not some way that we can find a way to make this work? Because I do think that the importance of the issue trumps, pardon the word, God, I really dislike that word, shall I say, but it does. I think that it makes us, it's incumbent on us to rise above it and to find a way to make it work. Is there some way that we can make this work? To the honourable member?
The honourable member for Thornhill, very briefly, if
thank you,
possible.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question and for the efforts in crossing back and forth across the floor of the House today, as a number of fellow colleagues have, seeking for a way to find acceptance of both motions. But on issues of human rights, I always look for advice at some point or another to the former Liberal Justice Minister, to the human rights champion Irwin Cotler. And on this issue and on motion 103, I take his advice where he says he would prefer that keynote word be taken from the motion and replaced instead by anti-Muslim.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Before I begin, I want to express my deepest sympathies to the families and friends of those killed and injured in the attack at the Quebec City Islamic Centre. It cannot be overstated that this attack is an affront to the religious freedom of Canadians. Places of worship are meant to be havens for personal, peaceful reflection and faith. Violence against any religious group is an attack on the universal values that all Canadians cherish and seek to protect. It truly is a privilege to speak to this motion introduced by my colleague from Cypress Hills Grasslands. He has been a mentor to me through the incredible work he has done over the years, advancing the issues of freedom of religion and freedom of speech in Parliament. And I want to acknowledge those efforts. We truly are fortunate to live in Canada. Often we take our freedoms for granted, like the freedom of religion, the freedom of speech, and the freedom of association. These foundational democratic principles, were first enshrined in Canadian law by Conservative Prime Minister John Diefenbaker in 1960. His definition of what is a Canadian has never been better stated and has stood the test of time. And I quote, "I am a Canadian, free to speak without fear, free to worship in my own way, free to stand for what I think right, free to oppose what I believe wrong, or free to choose those who shall govern my country." These are Canada's values. As someone whose faith is integral to my life, I am grateful for and believe very strongly in the religious freedom we enjoy here in Canada. That freedom, which includes protection against discrimination based on one's faith, is a right for all Canadians, regardless of their religion. A number of weeks ago, I met an incredibly brave young Christian woman in my riding. She fled her country as a young adult because she was the very real target of attacks from those who did not approve of her choice of faith. Today, she can't be on Facebook or Instagram because she remains concerned that her family, still in her country of origin, could be targeted because of her choices. When I sat down with her and listened to her tell her story, it was impossible not to grasp the real fear that she feels as a target of attack because of her religious beliefs. This young woman came to Canada because she believes in the words and the spirit of Prime Minister Diefenbaker's declaration. Nobody should be forced to choose between their faith and their personal security. Os Guinness, in his book, The Global Public Square, Religious Freedom and the Making of a World Safe for Diversity, identifies the need to, and I quote, "restore the primacy and high priority of establishing freedom of thought, conscience, religion, and belief for people of all faiths and none, both for the sake of individual human persons and for the common good of humanity itself." Making free speech and freedom of faith a priority is paramount to our democracy and our success as a nation. These are the values that for over a decade informed the previous government's foreign policy. Unfortunately, with the abolishing of the Office of Religious Freedoms, one of the most visible vehicles for the promotion of freedom of religion, is now gone. Through this office, under the very capable leadership of Dr. Andrew Bennett, Canada worked with like-minded partners to speak out against violations of freedom of religion, denounce violence against human rights defenders, and condemn attacks on worshippers and places of worship around the world. This office led the way internationally to protect freedom of religion and belief, as well as to promote Canadian values of tolerance and pluralism. Free speech and freedom of belief are fundamental. Without them, there can be no exchanging and evaluating of ideas. If we are unwilling to challenge each other, then we leave ourselves vulnerable to having our beliefs set by others. If British society hadn't challenged the monarchy, the Bill of Rights of 1689, which is the foundational document of Canada's democracy, would not exist. Free speech is what allows us to advance as a country. When the state determines what is right and what is wrong, societies are doomed to becoming less prosperous and less free, as we have observed in Venezuela or North Korea. Free speech is also our first and ultimately our only durable defense against tyranny. It has been well documented that the monstrous regimes of the 20th century gained and held power by taking control of the press and silencing all of their critics. Free speech was stifled, competing views put down, often violently. The Soviet Union was the first state to have the objective of eliminating religion as a means of consolidating power. The state, or a central authority that derives its power from the state, cannot unilaterally decide what is right to say and what is wrong to say or think. Trying to shut down debate on a point of view that is not mainstream almost inevitably leads to unintended consequences. Over the past few years, we've seen campus clubs shut down, government not releasing certain information because it could be incendiary, or certain persons not being able to hold events in certain forums. Because a debate may be divisive is precisely why it's important to have it. It's impossible to find common ground or a way forward on an issue unless the proponents of both sides of that issue can share their points of view and the reasons behind their contentions. If that doesn't happen, the silos of thought that are so devastating to the advancement of a prosperous country become more and more entrenched. An informed citizenry is the check against an abuse of power by the state or its most powerful individuals. Freedom of religion also serves as a bulwark against totalitarianism. Pope John Paul II has been well recognized as playing a major role in ending communist rule in his native Poland and eventually all of Europe. Beyond supporting this motion, all of us here can take a role supporting religious freedom, which brings me to the International Panel of Parliamentarians for Freedom of Religion or Belief. Established in Oslo, Norway in 2014, the panel's activities have been opened up to all members of Parliament. All participating parliamentarians are committed to accomplishing the shared goals of advancing freedom of religion or belief. This is done by promoting freedom of religion or belief for all persons through their work and respective institutions, enhancing global cooperation by endeavoring to work across geographical, political, and religious lines, and undertaking efforts to jointly promote freedom of religion or belief, share information, and mobilize effective responses. The experience of one country can inform how another country views its situation. I recommend that MPs from all parties participate in this international panel. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, last week I welcomed my 7th grandchild into the world.
Hear, hear.
I consider it my responsibility as a federal legislator to work every day to help keep Canada a place where my grandchildren will be able to worship as they choose.
Hear, hear.
A place where they will be able to speak out for what they believe in, and where they are able to live without fear of being the target of hate-based attacks because of those choices. That is my priority as a member of Parliament, and it is my sincere hope that all members will support this motion.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for her comments and for her passion on this issue. I will confess that we on this side of the House find it a bit confusing that the term Islamophobia can have such extensive semantic debate in this chamber and cause such confusion to our friends opposite, when our friends opposite themselves consented unanimously to a motion that reads that this House join the more than 69,742 Canadian supporters of the House of Commons petition E411 in condemning all forms of Islamophobia. If the term was clear to the Conservatives on October 26th of last year, why is it no longer clear now?
The honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I recognize that there was a motion passed unanimously on October 26th. I recognize what that motion was, but obviously the member of the governing party who introduced this motion in December thought that it warranted even more discussion, sought to clarify what she would like to see discussed in her motion, and I believe that the motion that we've presented today provides even more clarity to that conversation, which is why I'm supporting the motion that we've introduced today. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend, the honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek, and again, congratulations on the 7th grandchild. I know you're a great mom and a great grandmother. I really do find it perplexing that there is in this House today the pretense that there is a conflict between Motion 103 and the motion put forward today by the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands. They stand side by side, focused largely on the same concerns. I think we're having a false debate, which is not going to be helpful to Canadians. I note that on Twitter today, our former Prime Minister Stephen Harper's communications director Andrew McDougall is basically pleading with Conservatives to say that M103 is not a source of concern to him. It makes sense. It's a small measure of a statement of concern in the wake of killings at a mosque. Can the honourable member not see her way clear to support both motions?
The honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her question. I think if there's anything that's become clear to me throughout last night's debate and the debate today is that there are dissenting views on whether or not these motions are conflicting with one another. Again, I believe that the motion that has been put forward by my colleague is more inclusive, it provides more clarity, and it speaks to the concerns that have been raised with me hundreds of times throughout the last number of weeks with the constituents that I'm here to represent. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks. And I'd like to ask her a question based on the confusion that it seems the member from Parkdale High Park has about the Opposition Day motion today in M103. And I want to thank his colleague, the member for Mississauga, Aaron Mills, for taking my call on this subject. What I'm confused by is the PMO talking points we hear from that side today about confusion seems to conflict with the evidentiary record of the Committee of Human Rights of this Parliament, where that member from Mississauga, Aaron Mills, the first time she used the phrase Islamophobia as a member of Parliament led to comment from the witness Hussein Rassi, who said that definition can change depending on where you are in the world. So what we're talking about, Mr. Speaker, is a reasonable debate to say, can we have some certainty here? That's what I suggested to the member from Mississauga, Erin Mills, to clarify that there is no conflict with free speech provisions. It's unfortunate the PMO would not allow her to make a slight amendment. I wonder if my colleague has any comments on the testimony heard that day, including by those members, on the issue of this definition on a global basis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek, in 30 seconds or less.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know, and I thank my colleague for his question. I can't do that question justice, but simply to point out that again today, and even last night during the debate, there have been different definitions of the word thrown out. There's been suggestions that we can figure that along the way as we go, which does not do a service to all Canadians.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills. I want to remind the honourable member that she has approximately 4 minutes and she'll be able to resume after question period when debate continues.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank all colleagues in this House for the great amount of passion and support that they've shown for this very important issue. When I tabled Motion 103, I approached everybody. I approached grassroots organizations. I approached civil society and Canadians at large to see how they felt about an important issue that affects all Canadians: systemic racism and religious discrimination, including Islamophobia. And the amount of support that I have received from this House and from Canadians at large has been overwhelming. As is part of my collaborative nature, Mr. Speaker, I went to across the way and I tried to seek support from those members who sit across from us in opposition. And I received tremendous support from members from the NDP caucus, and it was amazing to see. I approached members from the Conservative caucus, and I felt division amongst them, and it astounded me. I couldn't understand why they were so divided on this issue. Where one member was proposing that Islamophobia be removed to be replaced by anti-Muslim discrimination, another member proposed that the whole reference to e-petition 411, which was signed by 69,000 Canadians, that reference be removed. There were other members who hadn't even read the text of the motion and were still opposed to it based on I don't know what. Mr. Speaker, I really tried to build consensus in this House to really raise awareness on this very important issue, to really shed light on the over 1 million Canadians who suffer from Islamophobia, who are victimized on a daily basis. And it astounds me today, but I'm very flattered that this opposition has used one of their very precious opposition days to continue the debate on this very important issue. And I believe that my time is up, and I'll be continuing my speech after question period.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills, will have 7.5 minutes to conclude her speech following question period. Statements by members. Déclaration de député.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, on the North Shore, the fisheries and forestry provide jobs for thousands of Quebecers. Thousands of families live off the sea and the forest. But it's seasonal work. You can't fish in February and you can't plant in March. So people who work a good part of the year and have to rely on EI, they have to rely on EI in the off-season. The black hole is the period where you aren't getting any employment income or EI benefits, and it's 14 weeks long. 14 weeks without a decent income, that's shameful. Now people have to leave the region or go into debt or rely on the generosity of the community. and yet they do essential work for Quebec's economy. With the 14-week black hole, Ottawa is undermining the population base in the regions, causing an exodus and poverty. It's disgusting. You can be sure the Bloc will always be there for the unemployed in our regions that have been abandoned by this heartless government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, a member for Vimy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call to the attention of members of the House all the work that has been done at various levels of government and that has led to a decision that will help a great many people in my riding of Vimy. On January 16th, $18.2 million in federal funding was announced for Phase 1 of the construction of 124 social housing units at the Val-Martin Social Housing Project. This sizable investment in Quebec shows that we respect and follow through on Canadians' priorities. Thank you to everyone who took part, both provincially and federally, in the long process of negotiating, planning, and implementing this massive investment in reconstruction. This is a huge leap forward for the most vulnerable in Vimy, helping them find affordable housing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is known globally for its natural wonders, and people from all over the world come to experience our national parks. In my riding, millions of visitors come to Banff National Park every year. And Banff is Canada's first national park and the crown jewel of the parks system. And with free admission this year for Canada's 150th, more visitors than ever are expected to come see the beauty of Banff National Park. Unfortunately, however, there are many Parks Canada employees who work in Banff who aren't being paid their proper salary, or even being paid at all, due to the issues with the Phoenix pay system. Those employees help to make Banff National Park the top tourism destination that it is, but many of them are being forced to leave to take other jobs so they can finally receive a paycheck. First, the government forced the implementation of the Phoenix system despite warnings that it wasn't ready to go, and now they're dragging their feet while thousands of employees are struggling to make ends meet. So I stand today to acknowledge the hard work of these employees and to demand that the government come up with a fix immediately for this pay fiasco.
Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the impressive youth that attended Surrey Newton Constituency Youth Council meeting this past Saturday. Over 60 young people of different ages, cultural backgrounds, educational pursuits, and political beliefs gathered to launch this initiative. Their ambitions include discussing public policy issues and advancing them through organizing events that will help to better integrate and involve youth within the local community, and most importantly, working together to make a positive impact for the residents of Surrey Newton. Their enthusiasm is contagious and their many ideas are exciting. This is just the first gathering of this group, and I'm very much looking forward to continuing to work with them over the coming months and days. Thank you, all the members of Surrey Newton Constituency Youth Council.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, February 16th marks the 6th annual gathering of men who belong to the Moosehide Campaign. The Moosehide Campaign is a grassroots movement of Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal men who are standing up against violence towards women and children. It was started by Paul Lacerte and his daughter Raven in response to Canada's missing and murdered Indigenous women. Today, there are 300 men on Vancouver Island fasting to demonstrate humility, sacrifice, and their determination to effect change. The cycle of violence against women must stop. I am proud to wear the Moosehide pin in support of the campaign, and I invite all members to do the same. Wearing this Moosehide signifies your commitment to honor, respect, and protect women and children in your life, and to work together with other men to end violence against women and children. It is critical that we engage men and boys in our strategies to end gender-based violence. The Moosehide Campaign is exactly the kind of leadership we need.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
On Monday, Manitobans remember our founding father, Louis Riel. Born in Winnipeg in 1844, he studied for the priesthood and law in Montreal. In 1868, he returned to the prairies and, like his father, became a Métis leader. He fought for all Manitobans. He was the head of our provisional government, which negotiated the Manitoba Act, which established the province of Manitoba. He was elected 3 times to this House, but was unable to take his seat. He believed and fought for bilingualism and multiculturalism. He is a hero to the Métis and all Manitobans. He is a father of Confederation. Manitobans will remember him as a hero on Monday, and in 1885, on the way to the gallows, he said, "I have nothing but my heart, and I have given it long ago to my country."
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, in a few short days, it will be 4 months that has passed since the government agreed to bring Yazidi sex slave survivors to Canada, and yet today, the government has brought 0, none, not one, government-sponsored Yazidi refugee to Canada. The international community is watching what Canada does on this issue. NGOs are waiting for the government to engage on them. And, Mr. Speaker, I have a feeling that the government's inability to prioritize genocide victims as refugees to Canada or to do anything to help them is going to become the shame of our country. Every single one of us should be ashamed for the fact that there has been no action taken to date on this file, Mr. Speaker. And I implore the government, partisan politics aside, to stand up and actually do something. As the members opposite left on this matter.
Shameful.
Mr. Speaker, we need to act now.
The member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to inform the House about the long-awaited motion picture premiere of Bitter Harvest on February 28th at the Canadian War Museum. This film was inspired by one of the most harrowing genocides of the 20th century, the Holodomor, or genocide by famine, planned and executed by Soviet dictator Stalin against the Ukrainian people in 1932-33. Bitter Harvest is the compelling story of dignity, rebellion, and the power of love in the midst of horrific evil as seen through the eyes of a young couple caught up in the midst of Stalin's genocidal policies. It features such talented Hollywood actors as Terence Stamp and Canada's own Barry Pepper, and is directed and co-written by Canadians George Mendeluk and Richard Baczynski Hoover. The principal producer of this epic, Ian Ignatowicz, is a constituent and successful entrepreneur as well as generous philanthropist. I encourage all members of the House to attend the premiere of Bitter Harvest on February 28th, and I congratulate Ian, without whom this motion picture would not have been possible.
The member for Newmarket Aurora.
Tonight, an event of epic proportions will take place at 8 p.m. at the Canadian Tire Centre, home of the Ottawa Senators. There is a buzz all across the National Capital Region. For the first time in years, the Conservative and Liberal hockey teams will face off for hockey supremacy. 2 teams will compete, but only one will lift a trophy after the match.
Go this, here.
Now, I am not one to make predictions, Mr. Speaker, and I won't attempt to do so today. And I hear the Conservative team has some strong right-wingers. But our team has the ability to move from left to right, to left, to right. Which, Mr. Speaker, will come in very handy tonight. Tonight's game is in support of the Terry Fox Foundation.
Yes.
Admission is free and donations will be accepted at the game. I urge every member of the House, especially those in the Ottawa area, to attend and to encourage their constituents to come out and to support a great cause and to see hopefully a good game, Mr. Speaker. Let's go!
I must say I'm not sure about it determining hockey supremacy. The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, statistics from Canadian police forces show that one life is saved every year for every 17 installed defibrillators in police cruisers. Thus, placing defibrillators in the trunks of all 5,600 RCMP cruisers would save 320 lives per year. This was true when I raised this matter in the Commons most recently, 3 months ago. In the interim, 80 Canadians have died, whose lives could have been saved. It was also true a year ago when I first raised this issue in the House. Since then, 320 Canadians have unnecessarily died. Since the present minister in charge of the RCMP took office in October 2015, 420 Canadians have died. Of course, introducing defibrillators to RCMP cruisers could not have been done with a snap of the fingers. But with the passage of time, that excuse is no longer available to the minister, and the blood of most of these Canadians, enough to fill every seat in this room, is on the minister's hands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, member for St. Boniface Saint-Vital. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow the streets, restaurants, and residents of St. Boniface and Winnipeg will be celebrating the Festival du Voyageur. This festival brings us back to the days of the voyageurs and the fur trade at Fort Gibraltar, where the Assiniboine and Red Rivers meet.
In addition to amazing fiddling and jigging, there's also a winter fashion show, a new wood sculpting competition, and an incredible international snow sculpting symposium.
And on February 20th, we celebrate Louis Riel Day. His vision is particularly relevant today. It's about being inclusive of all cultures.
Cultures and all religions.
From February 17th to 26th, come to the heart of the continent for Festival du Voyageur.
Hey ho! Hey ho!
The honourable member for Longueuil-Charlemagne.
My community is remembering the love and light of Mrs. Sheila Garrity, who passed away last Saturday. Sheila was a close family friend, as her husband John and my father both served in the Greenfield Park Fire Department together. Like all department families, we grew up together. Sheila always had a smile on her face and greeted everyone with positivity and warmth. She loved her husband John and daughters Summer and Chelsea immensely and enjoyed spending time in her garden. While fighting cancer for the past few years, she maintained a positive outlook and continued to participate in community activities. John, Chelsea, and Summer, you're in our thoughts and in our hearts, and I'm sure Sheila is watching us from that big garden in the sky. Sheila, you will be missed. Merci.
The member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, Canada lost a brilliant storyteller. Stuart McLean had a lengthy career in radio. But it was as the creator, the author, and the performer of the Vinyl Cafe that Canadians from all walks of life came to hear his greatest works and meet the characters who quickly became part of our families. Dave, Morley, the kids, the neighbors. Years ago, around Christmas time, my wife Michelle and I discovered the story, Dave Cooks the Turkey. It has become a Christmas tradition in our household, as important as any other festive preparations, to listen to the fictional account of Dave forgetting to buy the family Christmas turkey. And those who know Stuart's work know and only can imagine the hilarity that follows. Today, we share our deepest sympathies with Stuart's family, colleagues, and friends. May they be comforted in the knowledge that Stuart's stories that drew us together all these years will continue to bring joy for years to come.
The honourable member for Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, today Indigenous and non-Indigenous people are pledging to help end violence against women and children. For the last 6 years, the Moose Hide campaign has organized an annual gathering in Victoria. Many across BC and Canada are showing their commitments to the movement by fasting in solidarity with those in Victoria and wearing a square of moose hide. The campaign began when a father and daughter were moose hunting near the Highway of Tears and were inspired to make squares out of the hide. This would become a symbol of involvement in the movement to end violence towards women and children. I encourage all men to take action and speak out against violence against women and children, and that is not tolerated in our communities. I hope everyone joins in this effort to stand up in the equalities and ensures women and children live free from violence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Outremont. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We learned of the passing of Stuart McLean. He was my friend and nothing less than a Canadian treasure, a beautiful soul whose stories became part of our lives. We listened to the story of Dave cooking the turkey while driving on through the snow on Christmas Day, laughing hysterically and then welling up, touched by the humanity and love that he always captured, but that was Stuart. And he also knew how to make us cherish the moments of joy and laughter in our daily lives. To Amy and to all of his family and loved ones, our sincere condolences. And I'd like to end by reading something that Amy posted last night. We'll have a tribute for him this summer via canoe as the sun goes down when the loons call, when he was happiest of all. I'll just leave it there. He used to love to call for them, and every once in a while, they called back. Thank you, Stuart.
Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, today is National Agricultural Day, a day to celebrate farming in Canada. Agriculture has played a critical role in our country since its founding 150 years ago. For many of us, it has been our living and our lifestyle. And we have much to be proud of. We are the 5th largest agricultural exporter in the world. We are the single largest exporter of major commodities, including wheat, canola, and lentils. Our meat industry is world class. We're leading the way environmentally, constantly implementing new technologies in order to farm smarter and greener. And Canadians depend on agriculture not only for their food, but for jobs across Canada. Our agriculture industry employs more than 2.1 million people, accounting for 6.7% of the country's GDP. Canadian consumers should be very proud of the hard work farmers and ranchers do for them every day. They are here year after year, providing safe and affordable food for Canadian families. Agriculture in Canada has a bright and promising future.
Honourable member for Spadina-Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, no 3 words could stop spring cleaning or quiet a car full of 9-year-olds quite like Dave and Morley. Stuart McLean was one of Canada's great storytellers, and he passed away yesterday. You didn't need to be near a radio to hear this news. The story spread across this country in the most proper way to define this man, person to person to person. When Stuart McLean started his story, you were never quite sure if you were going to burst out laughing or shed a tear. He made the characters of Dave and Morley, of Stephanie and Sam, of course, Arthur the dog, so real you felt like they lived around your corner. Stuart gave voice to this country. He shared our music with us. He shared my hometown with yours and yours with mine. As a former colleague, as one of my former constituents, as a neighbor, I've lost a friend. But our country has lost a gentle soul, and his family has lost so much more. The Vinyl Cafe may be dark today, but Stuart McLean's stories will be told forevermore in Canada. And to quote Stuart, so long for now.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, millions of Canadians depend on NAFTA to put food on the table and pay their bills. They get worried when they read reports about tweaks or renegotiations. Yesterday, Canada's ambassador to the U.S. said the Prime Minister has about 6 things within NAFTA that he wants to change. Can the Prime Minister please share with Canadians exactly what those 6 things are?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to just say again that this past Monday, was an extremely important day for Canada, for the United States. We reiterated the importance of our trading relationship. We reiterated the importance of that relationship for jobs on both sides of the border. For 2.5 million Canadians who rely on jobs that are exporting to the United States, and for 9 million Americans who rely on jobs through exports to Canada. So we will continue to make sure that we protect those jobs. We will continue in our discussions to ensure that we work to improve lives here in Canada, and we will, when NAFTA comes up, talk about that.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the U.S. is dramatically cutting taxes and red tape with the explicit goal of taking jobs away from countries like ours. Yesterday, the head of the Business Council of Canada, John Manley, sounded the alarm. In a letter to the Prime Minister, he said that tax hikes are a threat to Canada's economy and that the Prime Minister needs to change course so that we can compete. This is about people's livelihoods. So will the Prime Minister listen to this good advice, or will he keep on with his tax and spend agenda?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, in Canada, we have a competitive business environment. In Canada, we have a competitive tax situation in comparison with the current United States tax situation or with OECD countries. We will continue to focus on how we ensure that the Canadian economy is competitive, providing good jobs for middle-class Canadians and a good future for our country.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, all we have to do is look at Kathleen Wynne's Ontario to see what will happen if the Prime Minister doesn't change course soon
and abandon the carbon tax. After more than a decade of Liberal rule, only a quarter of Ontario companies are confident about their province's economy. Half of them say that energy and electricity costs are crippling their business. Will the Prime Minister continue to spread Kathleen Wynne's failed model to the rest of Canada, or start to listen to people that know how to create jobs and abandon the carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unlike the party opposite, we understand that the environment and the economy go together. But I will actually quote some job creators. We can look at the CEO of Imperial Oil. The most effective policies in our minds will be those that place an economy-wide, uniform and predictable price on carbon. You can go to Teck Resources. We believe that carbon pricing can be one of the most effective ways to incentivize emission reductions, ensure sustainable resource development, continue to support jobs, economic growth, and produce the commodities the world needs.
Order. Most members are able to listen to question period. Most members in all parties are able to listen to question period and things I don't like without reacting. And I urge all members to do the same, like most of the rest of us. The Honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, I asked an important question yesterday, and of course I didn't get a good answer from the government. The House Speaker Paul Ryan in the U.S. said that he had spoken with the Prime Minister about improving access to the dairy market. Did the Minister put supply management on the table? And can we get away from the talking points and finally get a real answer for Canadians, please?
Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's question. As my honourable colleague is well aware, we have consulted the dairy farmers across this country. We have put a program in place worth $350 million, $250 million, so the farmers can modernize, and $100 million to make sure that the processors modernize. This government has and will continue to support and protect supply management. Thank you, Mr.
L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean.
Does the minister put on the yes or no?
Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Speaker, about all I can do is tell my honourable colleague what this government has done and what this government will continue to do. We have put supply management. We are the party that put supply management in place. We are the party that will protect and take care of supply management. We are the party that put a transition fund in place to make sure that the supply management sector in the dairy industry is modernized. We put money in place to make sure that the processing sector is modernized. This government and this party will take care of supply management. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Mr. Speaker, every day there are more stories about refugees trying to cross the border into Canada from the U.S. These individuals are desperate, fleeing a country that is no longer safe for refugees. They know that the world has changed since the election of Donald Trump, and they're willing to risk their lives for a more secure future here in Canada. In these circumstances, why does the Liberal government insist that it's business as usual?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Proven to be a compassionate government when it comes to welcoming those fleeing war and persecution. We have a system in place that is one of the most compassionate refugee systems in the world. The U.S. executive order has had no impact on domestic asylum policy. Each and every eligible asylum claimant has access to a fair hearing, and each case is assessed on its merits.
Honourable Member for Outremont.
Except that there's a safe third country rule that says that if they're coming from the United States, they're coming from a safe country, and they can't be treated as pure refugees as they normally would. That's the problem. Why doesn't the government see it? Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, with President Trump's executive order, the number of people seeking refuge here is only increasing, notably because of a system of smugglers around the border at Montérégie. So what concrete steps will this government take to help these people and to support the communities where they end up? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, we expect people on we expect that on both sides of the border, travelers will be treated respectfully and according to the law. Canada Border Services agents and Customs and Border Protection agents in the U.S. regularly communicate about this subject, and the Minister of Public Safety will personally be addressing this issue with his American counterpart, Mr. Kelly, in a few days. The Honourable Member for Outremont
has written a letter to Elections Canada asking for an investigation into the Liberal Party accepting donations that would violate elections law. Once again, there are ethical questions swirling around a governing party that promised to be the most ethical government in Canada has ever seen. My question for the Liberal government is simply, under the law, what is the maximum donation that they can legally accept?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada has strict rules when it comes to fundraising and political fundraising. In fact, it is because of these rules that parties report all contributions they receive to Elections Canada. All parties in this House have received over contributions this year, as was the case in previous years. And as such, all parties in this House have repaid their over contributions. I look forward to bringing forward legislation to continuously improve, to make more open and more transparent our fundraising. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Actually, the problem is that the Liberals have not, and they have broken the law, Mr. Speaker. C'est une question d'éthique.
This is a question of ethics. Canadians rejected a Liberal government with their Liberal sponsorship scandal, and then they rejected a Conservative government with their Senate scandal. Do the Liberals really believe that if they continue to deny the proof that Canadians will finally end up trusting them? That seems unlikely, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister, Honourable Government House Leader.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Many, many times, the Prime Minister will answer any questions that the Commissioner has. The Prime Minister has taken unprecedented levels of consultations and engagements with Canadians. This government is both approachable and reachable, and that's why we will continue to respond to the very real challenges that Canadians are facing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
The Liberals say their carbon taxes are revenue neutral. Look at BC, they say. Today, the Fraser Institute released proof that over the next 5 years, BC's carbon tax will collect $865 million more from British Columbian taxpayers than they will get back in tax relief. That's $728 per family of four. The Federal Finance Department has data tables showing exactly how much people will have to pay by income, indicating the impact on the poor and middle class. Will the government release those data tables now?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will once again explain why pricing pollution makes sense, because it's pricing what you don't want, which is pollution, and it's fostering what you do want, which is innovation and cleaner technology.
Order. I realize everyone wants to take part in question period, but not everybody can, and everybody has to wait their turn until they have a chance to do so. So I ask members to try to be patient, whether that turn comes today or another time, but to wait their turn and not interrupt and not speak when they haven't got the floor. The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
We understand that putting a price on pollution will actually drive innovation, will grow our economy, and as the former Governor of the Bank of Canada said, now Governor of the Bank of England said, there is a $30 trillion opportunity, and we're going to take advantage of that in clean technologies.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
They're not talking about putting a price on poverty. They're talking about putting a price on the poorest Canadians. They're the ones who will disproportionately pay the most because they spend a disproportionate amount of their income on the things that will be taxed, all to fund things like $150,000 Teslas here in Ontario, which I guess this government believes is affordable and in reach to the middle class and those wishing to join it. When will this government put an end to the process of taxing those with the least to give to those with the most?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm always happy to stand and explain why it's important that we take serious action on climate change, not only because it's the right thing to do for the future of our children, but also because it's going to make us more competitive, not less. We have created a scheme where we give money, we put a price on pollution, it's revenue neutral, it goes back to the provinces, and it's up to them to determine the best way to move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I encourage member for Banff, Ardrey, and others to listen quietly during question period and wait their turn, as I was saying. The honourable member for Parry Sound Muskoka has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, here's the reality. Times are so tough for small businesses that Dave Purdon, a Gravenhurst butcher in my riding, was recently forced to sell off frozen meat at cut-rate prices just so he could pay his hydro bill. The Wynne Liberals are literally turning the lights out on small businesses while their Liberal friends here in Ottawa are upping payroll taxes and dumping a carbon tax to boot. It is clear the Liberals have no regard for our small businesses, Mr. Speaker. When will they wake up and stop hurting our greatest job creators?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we know that having a competitive and effective business community is critically important. We know that the most important thing for businesses, large and small, is an economy that's successful. What we've done is help middle-class Canadians so that they can buy things that they need and want. What we've done is help those most vulnerable so that they can buy things for their family. And importantly, we're making investments in our economy so that we can actually grow the economy in future, which will help small, medium, and large-sized businesses to be better and to help our economy.
For Chatham, Kent, Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my riding at Chatham, Kent, Leamington, greenhouse growers met Sunday to discuss their survival under the new Ontario Cap-and-Trade program. One owner said his electrical bill rose from $19,000 in December to over $40,000 in January. This new tax is forcing small family businesses to either shut down or leave town. Greenhouse growers are now talking about moving their operations to the United States. How can the Prime Minister justify imposing a carbon tax and follow down the same disastrous path of his mentor, Kathleen Wynne?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr.
Order.
Speaker, once again, I want to explain how carbon pricing works. We are putting a price on what we don't want, which is pollution, and putting a price on what we do want, which is good jobs and the economy of the future. We're going to take advantage of these opportunities. We're going to create a cleaner future because that's the smart thing to do, and it also is the right thing to do.
Order. The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Close to $1 billion in infrastructure funds will lapse this year. The Liberal election platform stated, "We will make sure that no money intended for infrastructure investment in communities is allowed to lapse." The Liberals promised that any lapsed money would go directly to communities through the gas tax fund. However, only 4% of the $800 million is going into that fund. Will the Liberals commit to flow the entire $800 million in lapsed funding to communities, or is it just another broken Liberal promise?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Are delivering more infrastructure for Canadian communities to grow the economy and create jobs for the middle class. Since taking office, our government has approved more than 1,200 projects with combined investment of more than $14 billion. The member opposite very well knows that money committed to specific projects continues to be available for those projects. They may not happen in this year, they happen in the next year. We are delivering on commitments, Mr. Speaker, and will continue to do so.
Excellent.
The honourable member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, new data confirm what the parliamentary budget officer said and what we've been saying in the House for several months already. The minister is late in distributing infrastructure funds, and this is creating a huge risk for our country's economic growth. The Liberals had promised to move all of the lapsed funding to the gas tax fund to help all municipalities fund local projects across Canada. Can the minister tell us today if it's his intention to respect the Liberal promise and to move that money to the gas tax fund, or will he break yet another Liberal promise?
Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, the member very well knows that once we approve the project, then money is attached to that particular project, and our project proponents are reimbursed when we receive the invoices from them. We do transfer money to the gas tax. That is surplus money. We have done that this year. $30 million was transferred through the gas tax to the municipalities. And let me tell the honourable member that we are actually supporting the project in all municipalities that are currently funded through infrastructure dollars. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Essex.
Today, the Prime Minister told Europeans what he has yet to admit to Canadians, that concerns about trade deals like CETA are valid. He said, quote, "Some people are worried that the current system only benefits society's narrow elite, and their concern is valid." Does the Prime Minister realize that not everyone will benefit from CETA? Does he realize that it's estimated to cost 23,000 jobs in Canada alone? Canadians deserve to know what specifically will this government do to address job losses in Canada and increase inequality that will be generated by this deal.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for the question. As the Prime Minister said in his address to the European Parliament, CETA is a modern, forward-looking agreement that reflects a truly progressive agenda, which means societies have the ability to promote the public good. As well, CETA will create jobs, it will increase our shared prosperity, and it will help to grow the middle class. We have put the interests of workers and consumers at the centre of our trade discussions so that Canadian companies from all regions of all sizes may have unprecedented access to 500 million people in the European Union. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Berthier-Masconaget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very, very proud to rise today in this House to mark the first edition of Canada's Agriculture Day. However, the Liberals have reasons to be a bit uncomfortable about this. More than 17,000 tons of cheese will be soon arriving from Europe. There's been inadequate compensation for dairy industries, and there are signs of trouble ahead for the supply management system. This is a very special day for our farmers. Will the minister repeat the same talking points like a broken record, or will he finally announce a good plan for dairy farmers? Thank you.
Well, Minister of Agriculture.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, and I
thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable colleague for her question. I think she's fully aware that CETA will benefit the agricultural sector by $1.5 billion a year. I think she's also aware that this government put a transition plan in place for the dairy sector of $350 million, $250 million, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that the dairy farmers, and I know what it's like to be a dairy farmer, are modern, have transition funds, and also that the processing sector has $100 million to make sure they have their transition funds, to make sure they...
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve answers. The Prime Minister isn't fooling anyone. It's not like he can just whip out his Challenger and land it wherever he wants to. There's planning, scheduling, and security assessments that need to be done. The Conflict of Interest Act is clear. The Prime Minister claims that he's read it, and if that's true, then he knows that it's illegal for him to accept travel on private aircraft. So, will the Prime Minister confirm that he was advised by his officials in the Prime Minister's office or the Privy Council office that he would be breaking the law by taking this trip?
Great question.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, what is also clear is that the Prime Minister has stated time and time again that he will respond to any questions that the Commissioner has. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are embarrassing. Day after day, the Prime Minister refuses to stand in this House and answer the questions that Canadians have. Instead, the House Leader makes a mockery of this House by responding to our questions by saying the Prime Minister will respond to our questions. So where's the answer? Canadians deserve better. They deserve an answer. I will ask the Prime Minister again. Did anyone at PMO or PCO advise him that it would be illegal to travel on a private aircraft for his island vacation? Yes or no?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister, this government is committed to responding to the very real challenges that Canadians are facing. Unprecedented levels of consultation and engagement with Canadians, listening to Canadians so that we can put measures into place to respond to the challenges that they are facing. This government will continue to work hard for middle-class Canadians and those working hard to join it. This government will continue to respond to the very real challenges they are facing, and the member knows very well that the Prime Minister will respond to any questions that the Commissioner has. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, order. Order. For Sarnia-Lambton.
Partisan Liberal PMO Director of Appointments is running to be the Liberal candidate to replace John McCallum, who the Liberals just appointed to China. All diplomatic appointments would have gone through Ms. Eng and the PMO for approval. Given that Ms. Eng would have been directly involved in the appointment of John McCallum as an ambassador to China, and given she's now a candidate for a Liberal nomination in John McCallum's seat, can the Prime Minister tell us what discussions Mary Eng had with him about convincing John McCallum to resign his seat?
Order. 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 It's not Wednesday, it's Thursday. Order. The Honourable Government House Leader. Order.
Mr. Speaker, the member shall be reminded that every exempt staff hired knows very full well the responsibilities they must respect both during their hiring and following their hiring. I have no reason to doubt that the rules have been respected. While the member opposite is concerned about whatever she may choose to do, this government is committed in responding to the very real challenges that Canadians are facing. This government will continue to work hard for Canadians so that we can help make investments to create the conditions for growth so that Canadians can succeed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, it's not me that needs to be reminded about the rules. The timing of this situation is more than a little suspicious. John McCallum resigns for an appointment, and days later, the Prime Minister's Director of Appointments announces she's running in a seat. Given the Prime Minister's long list of broken promises and ethical failures, how can we be assured that the Prime Minister's office did not intervene to give Mary Eng the inside track?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'll take this opportunity to talk about the new government-wide appointments process that is more open, transparent, and merit-based that this government introduced. Our approach will result in the recommendations of highly qualified candidates who achieve gender parity and truly reflect Canada's diversity. And we're proud on this side of the House of Canada's diversity. The new selection process reflects the fundamental role that many Canadians play in our democracy as they serve on commissions, boards, crown corporations, agencies, and tribunals across the country. All opportunities to serve are transparently disclosed.
Order. The member for York, Simcoe, and others need to show more respect for this place. The
Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the government released information and data on its consultation on national security, and it's without surprise that we've learned that the majority of Canadians are still waiting for changes to Bill C-51 promised during the last election campaign. Canadians are right to be concerned when it comes to protecting their privacy, the breach that's caused by C-51.
Consultations are over, and the government no longer has an excuse to delay. Will they do what they should have done 15 months ago and repeal C-51?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are absolutely committed to making sure that our national security framework keeps Canadians safe and puts safeguards in place to protect rights and freedoms. And I'm a little bit confused by the question because right now the committee is looking at the security intelligence framework. We're awaiting its report, and I would think that the member who sits on the committee would want us to listen to that report, consider its recommendations, and incorporate them into our action.
The member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Soo.
Mr. Speaker, almost a year ago, I stood with this government and celebrated the introduction of Bill C-16, which would extend the same rights and protections enjoyed by other Canadians to those in the trans community. But now this government bill stands stalled in the Senate. It's been over 6 years since this legislation was first passed in this House, but still transgender Canadians are told to wait even longer, to go on waiting for their rights. What are the Liberals doing to get Bill C-16 passed into law? Has the minister communicated the urgency of this bill to senators, or are they going to let the trans rights die in the Senate for a third time?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I would like to thank the honourable member across the way for his tireless efforts in terms of getting us to this place where I was proud, based on his work and many before him, to introduce Bill C-16. I am following this piece of legislation. I think it's incumbent upon all parliamentarians to do what they can to ensure its expedited passage so we can ensure that individuals, all Canadians in this country, are free to be themselves. It's imperative that we move this bill forward.
Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, between 2012 and 2015, hate crimes against Muslims in Canada doubled. reaffirming the need for this House to take a stand against Islamophobia. In my own city of Hamilton, there was an arson attack on a mosque last September. While some members of this House would like to believe that by not naming it, the problem ceases to exist, we know that that is not true. So, can the Minister of Canadian Heritage tell us why it is important to stand up against Islamophobia and call it by its name?
Bravo.
No, Minister.
I would like to thank the member from Hamilton East Stony Creek for his important question. Mr. Speaker, words matter. Let's talk about Islamophobia and the troubling rise in hate crimes against the Muslim community across the country. It is real, it can be defined, and it has no place in Canada. Neighbors, friends, co-workers of the Muslim faith endure systemic racism and religious discrimination here in Canada. Islamophobia exists, Monsieur le Président.
Islamophobia exists. We need to recognize it. That is the first step in countering the climate of hate and fear directed towards that community.
Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, stationed in Kuwait, Canada currently has 1 refueling aircraft, 2 surveillance aircraft, and over 300 aircrew. Canadians have conducted over 3,000 sorties over top of ISIS territory. In 2014, a Jordanian pilot was captured and burnt to death by ISIS. Even though Canadian aircrews are contributing to airstrikes against ISIS on a daily basis, the Liberals are cancelling their danger pay. Will the Defence Minister show some leadership, do what's right for our troops and their families, and reverse this cold-hearted decision?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank the member opposite for his question. Mr. Speaker, we are always concerned about the well-being of our troops. During the first trip to Kuwait last year, the Minister of Defence became aware of these inequalities and called upon the Chief of the Defence Staff to examine the file. An interdepartmental team looked at it. Specific rules are in place. We will advance this file and work with the pertinent organizations based on the recommendations put forth.
Ms. Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the deadline that the Liberals agreed to for bringing Yazidi refugees to Canada expires next week, and in 4 months the Liberals have done nothing. 0 government-sponsored refugees have arrived from the Yazidi community, and I worry that this is just another Liberal broken promise, but this is a broken promise that will cost lives. Canadians won't let them get away with betraying a promise to victims of genocide and failing to protect the most vulnerable. After 4 months, Mr. Speaker, the same time that the government brought 25,000 refugees, how many government-sponsored refugees from the Yazidi community will the government be bringing to Canada next week?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, our government has proven time and time again that we will welcome those fleeing war and persecution. We're proud of the fact that members of this House voted and expressed the support to resettle victims and survivors of Daesh into Canada. We are fully committed to meet that goal. We have an operation that is already underway, and I'll be providing details in the near future.
Member for Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the government put the blame on everybody else for court cases not being heard. It's either the provinces, it's the courts, or even the criminals who will be facing prison time if they're convicted of their crime. Well, Mr. Speaker, isn't it time that the government face the fact that they are not making the required judicial appointments? So I asked the minister, is it possible for her to approach the Prime Minister and tell him that judicial appointments should be a priority to make the criminal justice system work?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I'm happy to stand up in this House, Mr. Speaker, to mention the 39 Superior Court justices that I have appointed, as well as 22 deputy judges across the country, and to confirm or reiterate that we have introduced a new appointments process and will continue to be diligent in the appointment of judges under this new process that will ensure the diversity of Canada is reflected in the judges that sit on our superior courts.
Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Justice boasts about reconstituted judicial advisory committees, yet months after they were announced, nearly half of the spots are vacant, with not a single person being appointed in New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Manitoba, and Saskatchewan. How is the Minister going to fill 60 judicial vacancies when she can't even fill the committees responsible for vetting judicial applicants? When is the Minister going to stop dithering and start doing her job?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take incredibly serious my job to appoint judges in this country to ensure that the complement of judges that sit on the superior courts reflect the diversity of our country and are responsive to the individual diversity that exists across it. That is why we introduced a new judicial appointments process, including judicial advisory committees, with which we are in the process of ensuring the full complement to enable the judicial advisory committees to go through the application process so we can expedite the appointment of additional judges.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Social Development recently announced the creation of an advisory committee on homelessness in order to renew the homelessness partnering strategy. The committee is made up of 8 to 10 people, but the last time I looked, there were 13 provinces and territories with very different realities. In Quebec, for example, we're favouring a generalised community-based approach tailored to our needs. How will the Minister ensure, then, that Quebec's concerns will be heard on this committee?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Homelessness is a reality in Canada for far too many Canadians, and we recognize this is a challenge for Canadian communities right across the country. The critical issue here is to make sure that we get good advice from across the country, including the provinces and communities identified by the member opposite, and compose an expert panel to give us that advice so we can move forward with a new national housing strategy. This government hasn't waited for that strategy. We have already invested an extra $111 million in homelessness services, doubling the amount that was there previously, and we will move forward to make sure people in this country get the housing they need, and the representatives of that committee will help us.
James Nunavik, EU.
Mr. Speaker, today, along with other Indigenous MPs, I called on this government to rename the building that houses the Prime Minister's office. Langevin is one of the architects of the Indian residential school system. An apology, Mr. Speaker, means nothing if action doesn't remedy the injustice. Every day as I walk by that place, I am reminded of the man who dreamed up the school where I was sent purposely to sever the connection to my family, to my people. Will this government commit today in this House to changing the name of this building?
The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for his question. There is no relationship more important to our government than the one with the Indigenous peoples. Our government is fully committed to implementing the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action. This includes developing a reconciliation framework for Canadian heritage and commemoration. Any decision will be made in full partnership with Indigenous peoples.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, today is National Agriculture Day in Canada, and we're proud on this side of the House of the accomplishments of the previous Conservative government. When it comes to free trade agreements signed across the globe, this is a jewel in our economy. Mr. Speaker, will the government commit to defending all sectors of Canadian agriculture and not sacrificing some in order to enable it to sign future free trade agreements?
Minister of Agriculture.
Merci, Mr. President. I thank my honourable colleague for the question and just remind him that we have just signed CETA and how important that provides $1.5 billion of export for our agricultural sector. He's also fully aware that we put a $350 million transition fund in place for the dairy industry, which I know he supports. $250 million to make sure our dairy farmers have transition funds, $100 million to make sure our processors have the transition fund. This government has and will continue to support our farmers across this country.
The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Grains Commission has built up a surplus of $100 million by charging farmers excessive user fees. The Commission is supposed to be a cost recovery operation and not making a profit off the backs of farmers. Has the Agriculture Minister instructed the Chief Commissioner to reduce these fees and to immediately return the surplus to grain farmers?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
I thank my honourable colleague for the question, and of course he's fully aware who set the fees to provide this amount of money in the fund, and it was his government that set the fees. I have met with the commissioners, and this issue will be dealt with fairly, and to make sure the grain farmers in this country are treated fairly.
Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, prairie grain farmers have some of the longest hauls in the world to get their product to market. So when the cost of transport increases, farmers immediately feel the pinch. The carbon tax could be renamed the farm tax for the overwhelmingly negative impact it will have on our producers. Does the minister understand the impact this new tax will have on agriculture? Has he met a prairie farmer that supports this new tax?
No. Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're very pleased that we worked with the provinces and territories so that we could bring in a carbon pricing plan that works for Canadians. We are working with provinces and territories. Our government is committed to returning all the revenues to the provinces and territories, and it's up to them to determine how to address the situation in their provinces. They can make it revenue neutral, return the revenues to farmers, to different groups. But we believe it is very important that we move forward, that we tackle climate change, that we position ourselves for the future clean economy.
The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, today is Canada's Agriculture Day, and there is no better day to emphasize how much our government supports our world-class Canadian farmers, ranchers, and growers from coast to coast to coast. Our government support for our farmers helps them with market development, research, advocacy, and puts more money in the pockets of farmers. Can the Minister of Agriculture tell us about his recent announcement in Winnipeg at the Crop Connect conference?
Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Speaker, I appreciate my honourable colleague's question and help. And on Canada's Agriculture Day and every day, this government is extremely proud to support our farmers across this country. Canadian farmers produce the best products in the world, and our government is committed to helping them develop new markets, both home and abroad. Not only did we pass SETA this week, but yesterday at the Crop Connect, I was proud to announce more than $2 million in funding for the crop sector, which will put more money in the pockets of farmers, create new jobs, and help grow the middle class.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in January in Sherbrooke, the Prime Minister said to the people of Lake Megantic, "What I committed to do with the Minister of Transport is to expedite the process as much as possible to help you." Yesterday, a month later, in the House, the Minister of Transport said, and I quote, "We know it's important to expedite the study process, and we're working as a team to figure out how to do that." Mr. Speaker, we don't need a study to expedite the situation. With all of the resources available at Transport Canada, can the Minister tell us why he still hasn't figured out a way to go faster? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. He quoted me well. This is work that we are doing in conjunction with the province of Quebec, with the company that has conducted the study, ACON, and with the city of Lake Megantic, the Mayor Cloutier. So this is work that we have undertaken. We want to do it responsibly. We fully understand the situation. Lake Megantic, I went there 3 times myself. We want to expedite the process, and we are doing everything that possible to do so.
Rivière.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to international aid, the Liberals are lagging far behind the top in the class. The government repeats that it's too ambitious, even over a 10-year period, to devote 0.7% of our GDP to international aid. However, all stakeholders expect the federal government to increase the budget for aid so that Canada is credible in accomplishing the Sustainable Development Objectives. Can the Minister show some ambition and ensure that Budget 2017 will include investments for international aid? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his interest in international development. As you know, my mandate is to focus aid on the most vulnerable people, fragile states. We have undertaken a big consultation in 65 countries, including 15,000 people, and we are going to have a policy that will put forth Canada's strengths where we can make a real difference. We'll ensure that Canadians' money is put into place to used as a lever to seek out other partnerships. We're going to be innovative. We're going to show significant leadership on these issues.
Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Having the 5th busiest VIA station in Canada, the constituents of my riding of Kingston the Islands value the passenger service Via Rail provides in the Windsor-Quebec City corridor and want to make sure that it is properly maintained. Can the Minister of Transport please explain to the government what the government is doing to help Please explain what the government is doing in helping Via Rail's corridor infrastructure remain safe and secure while improving the passenger experience by making it more accessible and efficient for everyday Canadians.
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
I want to thank the hard-working member from Kingston and the Islands for his excellent question. We in this government are committed to improving passenger rail service to make it safe, secure, efficient, and reliable. And that's why we're investing in infrastructure for Via Rail, like $1.6 million for Kingston Station, where my honourable colleague comes from, $2.5 million for the train stations in Sarnia and London, $15 million for the maintenance centres in Toronto and Montreal. And anybody who goes to the Ottawa train station, where I take the train every week, will see that there's...
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
The Liberals believe it's more fun to spend someone else's money than their own. I was shocked to learn in an email from the Minister of International Development that as part of refocusing international assistance, the Liberals consulted with very few Canadians. They hosted more than 300 consultations in 65 countries, but they only met with Canadians on 9 occasions in 5 locations across our country. Now, why is the Minister of International Development prioritizing the views of non-Canadians on how to spend our international aid money when it's Canadians who are paying the bill?
The Honourable Minister of International Development.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We consulted 15,000 people, and for the most part, they were Canadians. 9 roundtables that I participated in here in Canada. I had assistance from my parliamentary secretary. Several other people from the department also participated in these roundtables. All of our partner organizations contributed and came forth with briefs. We listened to Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to say that women and children will be at the heart of our new policy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-L'Île. Mr. Speaker, motion M103 is an attempt to lead us to believe that a climate of hate and fear has taken root in Quebec society. Claiming that is verbal overkill. Following the terrible attack in Quebec City, what we saw instead was solidarity, forgiveness, and love, not hate and fear. Can the Minister of Heritage tell us where, in her view, there is a climate of hate and fear that has taken root? The Honourable Minister. On several occasions we have said, Mr. Speaker, that diversity is our strength. Members opposite refuse to admit that Islamophobia is a real issue. We are denouncing these campaigns of fear and misinformation. We denounce policies that are wedge policies, divisive ones. Mr. Speaker, we took a very strong position on this issue. We are going to continue to fight against all types of systemic racism and discrimination, including Islamophobia. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, for 10 years now, Quebecers have been debating secularism and integration. How can we ensure social peace in an ever-changing society, taking into account the diversity of non-believers, believers in Quebec today? This is legitimate. It's even healthy for a society to have this kind of debate. It's called reflecting, holding dialogue, seeking out solutions, looking to improve people's quality of life. It's called challenging oneself. It's healthy for people to do that. Now, could the Minister tell us how...
Honorable Ministre du Patrimoine Canadien.
Merci, je suis d'accord avec...
Thank you. I agree with my colleague that it's important to have those difficult discussions in our society. The problem with Islamophobia is, in fact, it exists. And it's not by refusing to name it that it doesn't exist. And this is the first thing we have to do in fighting something, is to identify it, to name it. I'm happy to see that my colleague, the member for Mississauga Arundel, has taken the lead on this issue. And if colleagues support the motion, we'll have an opportunity to study it.
Député de Montcalm.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for leave of the House to adopt the following motion, which is seconded by the Honourable Member for Dunberry River Black Creek, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East, and the Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. The motion is as follows: that the House recognise the abuse, hate, and lack of participation for British immigrants, and presents its apologies to former immigrants from the British colonies who are still alive, and descendants of 100,000 British immigrants who were deported between 1969 and 1948 from Great Britain to Canada, who were torn from their families in order to serve as cheap labour on arriving in Canada. The Honourable Member, does the Honourable Member have leave of the House to move the motion? The House has heard. No? Is there unanimous consent? Agreed. The House has heard the statement. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried.
Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George has a point of order.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members of Parliament are elected. There's 338 members of Parliament that are elected to be the voices of our constituents. We're giving SO31s to make, on a quarterly basis, to make announcements or to pay tribute to fallen members of our community, but also for causes that we champion. Mr. Speaker, earlier today, our honourable colleague from Calgary Nose Hill stood up to talk about another a plight where there are Yazidi women that are being raped and tortured, murdered, imprisoned. And she rose to speak about this. She has been a tireless champion on this. And Mr. Speaker, throughout her speech, as she was again bringing the awareness to the fact that this government in action has not brought one Yazidi woman here over the course of the 4 months. Mr. Speaker, I witnessed shameful behaviour by the members of Eglinton Lawrence and Spadina Fort York that not only laughed but also shouted insults across the way to our honourable colleague, Calgary Nose Hill. Mr. Speaker, I think we all can agree. I think we can all agree that given the debate that is going on today in this House, that tolerance is so important. Mr. Speaker, I think it's very important that I call on you, through you, Mr. Speaker, that the members from Eglinton Lawrence and Spadina Fort York, I implore you to ask them to withdraw their comments and apologize.
Thank you, member for Prince George, Caribou Prince George, for his comments. I see the honourable member for Spadina Fort York is rising in response.
I will acknowledge that during the SO31 from the member opposite, I did respond, but it was in exasperation and in frustration. My seatmate just yesterday, this week, spoke about landing a Yazidi refugee in his riding, and I was simply bringing it to the attention of the members opposite. Perhaps.
I think we're on to debate now. Wait. Sorry. Yeah. Order. Unfortunately, we've got into debate, but I would encourage all members, when a member is speaking, whether it is in statements by members or at other times during the House, to show the appropriate respect to each other. The honourable member for Eglinton Lawrence is rising to respond to the point of order.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and all I would say was that I was listening attentively to my colleague across the way and made no comment at all whatsoever during her SO31. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope I believe no. Okay.
The Honourable Minister for Canadian Heritage.
To the Conservative motion, my honourable colleague from Cypress Hill Grasslands did not accept the motion because he said he had not seen it. As my honourable colleague has had a generous amount of time to reflect, I would like to seek once again unanimous consent for the following motion: that the motion be amended by deleting the words "the House." I recognize that Canadian society is not immune to the climate of hate and fear, exemplified by the recent and senseless...
I apologize. That appears there's no unanimous consent. Is unanimous consent? No. I thank the Honourable Minister for the point. We'll go on to the Thursday question. The Honourable Member for Leeds... Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd has a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of International Development gave me an answer that contradicts an email I received on February 6th at 11:50 a.m. entitled Semaine du Développement International, International Development Week. It is in French and English. I'm seeking the consent of the House to table this email I received that contradicts the Minister's...
There's no consent. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes. The usual Thursday question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Would the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader please inform us of the business of the House for the rest of this week and for next?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague from across the way for the question. This afternoon we will continue to debate the Conservative opposition motion. Tomorrow we will commence debate on Bill C-18 concerning Rouge Park. My hope is to finish third reading debate on Friday. If debate is not completed, we will call it again on Tuesday morning with Bill C-23 pre-clearance as a backup. We would continue with C-23 debate on Wednesday and Friday as well. I remind the House that we adopted a motion to have Monday sitting hours next Tuesday, February the 21st. Finally, Mr. Speaker, next Thursday, February the 23rd, shall be an allotted day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the Chief Opposition Whip and the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader for their posing and response to the Thursday question. And now we'll go to orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, business of supply. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate on an opposition motion standing in the name of Mr. Henderson on racism and systemic racism and religious discrimination.
Last took up debate on the question. The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills, had 7.5 minutes remaining in her time. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Here.
Mr. Speaker, I forgot to mention that I will be splitting my time with the member for Louis Airlift earlier. Mr. Speaker, quoting, using my full name, she, the terrorist sympathizer, the terror inducer, the disgusting human being. This little girl with very little intelligence, no personality, no strength in character, with no brave bone in her body, that idiot, that scumbag, the guys out there are not going to debate you. You are going to see what the uncivilized Canadians out there take exception to it. I'm not going to help them shoot you. I'm going to be there to film you on the ground crying. Yeah, I'll be there writing my story with a big fat smile on my face. Ha 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 ha. The member got shot by a Canadian patriot. Mr. Speaker, this was said in a chilling YouTube video that was shared widely. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. I have received more than 50,000 responses in which many of them were direct hate, direct discrimination, and direct threats. I have asked my staff to lock the office behind me as I now fear for their safety. I have asked them not to answer all phone calls as they don't hear, so that they don't hear the insults, threats, and unbelievable amount of hate shouted at them and myself. Nonetheless, I am flattered to see that the Conservatives have decided to use one of their very limited opposition days to bring a full day of debate on this issue. When looking at this opposition motion, I agree with 98% of it. And do you know why, Mr. Speaker? Because I wrote it. I am appalled by the cynical, divisive tactics on the Conservative side to try to start a fake frenzy around the word Islamophobia instead of tackling the issue at hand, united with all other parliamentarians. I would like to correct the record. I spoke to Professor Irwin Cotler, and he supports M103 wholeheartedly. He had not even seen the Conservative motion until today. Mr. Speaker, Islamophobia is real. My family, friends, neighbors, fellow MPs, and Canadians across the country have faced Islamophobia. These are real stories, and real people are affected by it, not just an imaginary stat. I am sickened that the party opposite have decided to deny comforting all these Canadians who feel vulnerable and attacked by taking the word Islamophobia out of this motion. Let me read you some of the messages I have received. No need to debate her. Simply remind her that she is merely a woman and she needs to sit the blank down and shut the blank up. She has to comply according to Sharia. Kill her and be done with it. I agree. She is here to kill us. She is sick and she needs to be deported. Real Canadians will rise up and get rid of the nasty, blank, muzzy stench in Ottawa. They should all go the blank back to your blank hole where you belong. We will burn down your mosques, Draperhead Muslim. Why did Canadians let her in? Ship her back. Why don't you get out of my country? You're a disgusting piece of trash, and you are definitely not wanted here by the majority of actual Canadians. Blank off Pakistani, Talibani, you blank yourself and go back to your blank hole of a country where you blank come from, ugly. If I want to call a Muslim piece of blank terrorist, I will. Go back to your blank hole country where you came from, blank hole. So the little N-word, blank, is whining about go home, you're Muslim. You're not home, blanking stupid sand. You're a cultural Marxist inclusivity, blank trying to ruin Canada. Blank you gently with a chainsaw, you camel-humping terrorist incubator, blank. Shoot this blank. Mr. Speaker, although the hate was overwhelming, the messages of hope and support were coming in thousands. Please allow me to read you a couple of those. These hateful comments just prove how much Islamophobia there is and why M103 is needed. So grateful to all those who have shown support and who want to end the hate. Thank you for bringing forward a motion that defends all religions and races. This is the Canada I am so proud to call home. We are all immigrants. Some, like me, immigrated many generations ago, and it is important to know that our government will stand up for what is a truly Canadian value. This is exactly what we need to defend our citizens, permanent residents, and refugees from Islamophobia and all religious and racial discrimination. With all that said, Mr. Speaker, I will not be voting for this watered-down version of M103 in this House. I will be working tirelessly to communicate what M103 is about, what it is to stand against all forms of systemic racism and religious discrimination, including Islamophobia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for being brave enough to read some of those passages of horrific hate speech that I think every member of this House of Commons, regardless of what side of the House, condemns wholeheartedly, and in fact, in some cases, they would appear to violate criminal code provisions on hate speech. Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciated that member taking my call to discuss her motion, to discuss the e-petition. And while I'm concerned that this issue has been politicized, perhaps the wider debate is a good one. It's good for us to have these debates in a country where debates can take place like this in our Commons. where free speech is embraced, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that member, and I got the sense during our conversation she saw some of my points that I was making. In her first reference to this issue at committee, when a witness talked about how this definition of Islamophobia can be taken in some countries to mean one thing and with regimes to mean another, is it not fair to say that there might be some concern about the term? And that does not then mean people are xenophobic or racist. It means we should have a talk about the term in the context of the debate today.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member across the way for his question. And when I spoke to the member, I was, in reflection of the words that we shared, I was disappointed that he wanted to ignore and denounce the signature of over 69,000 Canadians that signed a petition to condemn Islamophobia and asked our government to take action on it. Can you please answer that?
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for her speech, which seems to bring to light certain aspects that some members have difficulty seeing and are perhaps blinded by or hung up on certain terms, whereas it is evident in her speech that Islamophobia does exist in Canada. Could she comment on the fact that all the messages she received, my question is whether the messages she received that she spoke of reinforce her willingness to explore this question in the House or in a parliamentary committee, that we study this question, especially to find solutions.
Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his question. When I was receiving all of these messages, and this took a span of a number of weeks, it only strengthened my resolve. It helped me to understand, and the irony of it, that while M103 sought to tackle issues of systemic racism and religious discrimination, including Islamophobia, that the motion itself was highlighted by all of these hateful comments against the Muslim community, against myself, the personal attacks and the threats. It really strengthens my resolve, and I had hoped that we as parliamentarians could acknowledge an issue as it exists today and to work on it together as a whole of government, that we would not use an issue that is so troubling, that is so existing here in Canada to play divisive politics, that we would not be fundraising off of the fear of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too want to commend the member for her courage and her advocacy for the things in which she believes, and also deplore the comments that she's read out. But, you know, I think there's a very specific question that it would be worth this member answering. Why does she insist on characterizing the ask for clarity as a watering down? It is not a watering down to amend a motion to provide a definition. It is not a watering down for Canadians with legitimate concerns about knowing what we mean when we use this word, to ask the member to provide a clear definition, not just verbally, but in the context of a motion. I think the motion we have actually has clarity to it. The member could amend her motion to have more clarity. But why the opposition to clarity, and why the constant characterization of that ask for clarity as somehow a watering down?
Honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. This has been a great debate on issues that the Muslim community really tackles on a daily basis and has tackled for a number of years. But it's not just about the Muslim community, it's about all Canadians, and I was very happy to see that in October of last year, this House unanimously condemned Islamophobia. Since then, nothing has shifted to what Islamophobia means, And I find it very interesting that the members across the way are now using the definition of Islamophobia to now be an issue as to why they cannot stand up for the Muslim community, recognize an issue as it is today, and stand and do the right thing.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Honorable Secretary of Parliament.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any prouder to speak after one of my colleagues in this House, the member for Mississauga. I commend her courage. She is an inspiration for me, and I think for a lot of people across this country. Monsieur le Président, c'est à contre-cœur et à regret que je prends la...
Mr. Speaker, it is with a heavy heart that I rise to speak today. 2 weeks ago, January 29th, my community was the target of one of the worst hate crimes, one of the worst terrorist attacks in the history of our country. This was an attack that targeted our Muslim community in their most sacred place, their mosque. I felt a great deal of anger and deep sadness. Sadness whose eyes was reflected in the eyes of the people around me, regardless of their origin, regardless of their political stripes. But after having seen the worst that man can do when he lets hate take control and destroy, I also saw what was best, all the good that they are capable of when they look for the humanity that unites them rather than what divides them. I saw it at the vigil where thousands of people united in solidarity with the victims and the Muslim community. I saw it in the hundreds of messages of love and sympathy that we received, and I was proud of people in Quebec. There were people who have class, people who are open, who have a great deal of heart, men and women of goodwill that I saw from coast to coast to coast and that I heard. I have hope. I have hope that ignorance will be rectified with knowledge, that instead of hate, we will have fraternity, that people will wake up. I hope that we'll be able to change and turn the political page on the politics of fear and division.
Mr. Speaker, in light of this debate about M103 and of all the hate that my colleague has received, that the road ahead will be long and that sadly the destination remains uncertain. If you'll allow me, I'd like to rewind the tape a little bit. Because whatever specifically caused January the 29th, 2017, whatever motivated this lost soul to act, it is to some extent irrelevant and immaterial. Because we've had a problem with Islamophobia in this country long before that. Because Canada is not immune to what we've observed in recent years around the Western world. Because although I do believe that we are an open and tolerant people, we too have these demons within our societies, and we must address them. When a mosque gets burned in Peterborough, when a pig's head is thrown at the mosque's doorstep in my riding, when women wearing the hijab in Toronto get assaulted, when we see hate crimes diminish in Canada for all religions, but double for Muslims, we have a problem which we must address. It is called Islamophobia. And the first thing that we have to do is to acknowledge it, because you can't change what you don't acknowledge. And I believe that what we must do first is to ask ourselves, how did we get here? How did we let these demons grow and this ignorance, this fear, and too often this hatred take hold in the heart of some? You see, when I was a kid, there were no Muslims where I grew up. There was my friend Rafik. There was my soccer coach, Mr. Bogus. There was my best friend's father, Amar. But they were just that, friends, neighbors, members of our community. Some I got along with, others I did not, just like anybody else. But over the years, for some amongst us, they became Muslims through the lens of the prejudices that we have been fed. And boy, have we been fed. On social media, by some politicians, and by some in the media who've preyed on that fear with a passion, who have provided simple answers to very complex questions, who have failed to say that Muslims are by far the first victims of terrorism, who have failed to say that those who commit senseless acts of terror in the name of Islam make a perversion of their faith and by no way, shape, or form represent Muslims, just like the shooter in Quebec City does not represent Quebecers or Canadians.
If it is true that a very small minority tries to use the religion of Islam for political means in order to attempt to create a clash of civilizations and to hold hostage 1.6 billion peaceful Muslims throughout the world, it is true that by echoing their rhetoric of fear and division, we may lose what is best about Canada, our openness and our inclusiveness.
Mr. Speaker, and it calls for all men and women of goodwill to speak up and to condemn Islamophobia and all forms of racism and religious discrimination. This is what M103 is about. It is not about free speech and does not even come close to restricting free speech. 2 weeks ago, I said in this House that if words have consequences, so do silences. Well, here is a good opportunity to speak up, to correct the record, as some have done in this House across all party lines. But beyond that, I call on all my members' higher selves to tone the rhetoric down and to start writing a new chapter in our collective history.
Hear, hear.
Et quant à la motion qui est devant nous aujourd'hui,
When it comes to the motion before us today, presented by the opposition, I will be honest. I agree with every word. When my mother was ill when I was young, my adoptive father was Jewish. I have Muslim friends. I am a Christian. Over the last year, I discovered ministers and MPs who are Sikh that I appreciate a great deal. We have to fight religious discrimination wherever we find it. We have to fight discrimination, period. But I am profoundly disappointed because I clearly see what's hiding behind this motion. And I think that we can do better. I think we can do more than politics and cynicism. I was raised in Quebec, born in Toronto. I carry with me linguistic and cultural duality that characterizes Canada, but I also grew up in an apartment block in Sainte-Foy with Romanian families, Haitian families, African families, Brazilian families, Arab families, Bosnian families, and Quebecer families that I had the chance to see every day. I carry with me inclusiveness and openness that characterizes us all. We have to fight for that. I will conclude by saying this, Mr. Speaker. If there's one thing that has changed within me since January 29th, 2017, it is that from now on, I don't care about following trends as long as I'm heading in the right direction, and I hope the same for all of my colleagues. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I want to say I've appreciated the opportunity we've had today to debate this topic and really appreciate what we heard from the individual who's presented this motion and the anger and abuse that she has faced. I can also say with my private member's bill, I'm aware of what that feels like to some extent, and perhaps that's a direction we need to go in dealing with some of the opportunities individuals have to express statements like that should not be allowed, as it's, in my view, criminal. But I've heard over and over again that freedom of religion and freedom of speech and expression are not on trial here. I just want to ask the member who just spoke very eloquently if he heard or didn't, the member from Brampton North, with what she spoke today, she said, denouncing Islamophobia is not prohibiting respectful criticism of Islam or any other faith that is allowed by our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. What is not acceptable is categorizing Islam as a religion of evil and violence and painting all people of the faith with one brush. Now, whether you agree with that statement or not, there was a debate similar to our Monk Intelligent 2 debate. Is Islam a religion of peace? 2 Muslims spoke for. Ayasana Hira Ali, who was a Muslim, and Douglas Murray, who's an atheist, spoke against. And that was...
Sorry, we're running out of time. We only have the 5 minutes for questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think in Canada, freedom of speech is enshrined in our Charter. I will always stand for freedom of speech and to have these debates. However, with freedom of speech comes a responsibility to make sure that our speech is responsible, that we are not fostering fear and ignorance and hatred in the hearts of others. And I think when we talk about freedom of speech, we too often forget about the responsibility that should come with it all the time. So I'd say that these debates should be allowed, for sure, responsibly.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, I'll ask the member across the way, given the systemic racism and discrimination against Indigenous people completely under the control of the federal government for the last 150 years, does the member agree in solidarity to work in every way that he can in the spirit of this motion and last night's motion to stand up and resolve the discrimination against murdered and missing Indigenous women, to get out of courts and not fight victims of the 60s scoop, to stand up for truth and reconciliation with Indigenous people in every way possible?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Pour répondre à la question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To answer my colleague's excellent question, before becoming a politician, I was a humanist, and I think we have a responsibility towards all oppressed peoples, especially the First Nations. That's part of what we wish to do, which is to reestablish a relationship with First Nations and to fight the discrimination that they face as well, definitively.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Multiculturalism.
I wanted to thank my colleague for his statements and ask him a bit about something that exists in both the opposition motion and M103, which is the climate of hate and fear. If you could comment on policies that we've seen in the past, two-tiered citizenship, barbaric cultural practices hotlines, niqab bans, and if you could comment even on the rally yesterday where further fear and disinformation was spread in Toronto, in which 2 members of the Conservative Party leadership race attended, how that fuels the climate of fear and hatred that we are trying to address with these motions.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I think there are some politicians, but others as well outside of politics, who have definitely fueled that fear and that anger, qui ont soufflé sur les braises de l'intolérance trop long.
Who blew on the embers of intolerance for far too long. I prefer not to point anyone out because I think there's a time that everybody needs to look at their own conscience, to look at their own actions, their own words, their own silences, their own policies, to determine how they position themselves and how this could have contributed to this climate, how it could have insinuated itself into our lives over the last few years.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to rise in the House today. I want to say that I'll be sharing my time with the member from Flamborough-Glanbrook. The tragic violent acts at the Quebec Mosque were deplorable, and we must do everything we can to ensure that all Canadians are free to pray and worship in safety. Much of my discussion on this motion here today will be with regard to freedom of religion and what that means to both myself and to Canadians across the country. I believe that freedom of religion is one of the fundamental pillars of both our democracy and of our society. Canada is a country of diversity, but more than that, Canada is a country of acceptance. Our guaranteed rights and freedoms apply to and protect each and every Canadian, regardless of age, gender, culture, or faith. I am very proud to stand in the House today and defend the right to freedom of religion for every Canadian. Let me read the words from our Charter, which we are all likely familiar with. fundamental freedoms. Everyone has the following fundamental freedoms: freedom of conscience and religion, freedom of thought, belief, opinion, and expression, including freedom of the press and other media of communication, freedom of peaceful assembly, and freedom of association. I remain firmly committed to ensuring that freedom of religion and freedom of speech for all individuals granted under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms continues to be protected and upheld in our country. And I will continue to defend the rights of Canadians of all religious backgrounds, and I will continue to do everything in my power to ensure Canadians all feel safe and welcome in our country. The diversity of religion and thought in our country is impressive. According to the 2011 Statistics Canada results, just over 2/3 of Canadians self-identified as Christian. Approximately 22 million Canadians were in this category. Muslim, Hindu, Sikh, and Buddhist Canadians made up the second largest group, counting approximately 2.4 million Canadians, or 7.2%. The largest of these religions was the individuals identifying as Muslim, representing just over 1 million Canadians and 3.2% of the nation's population. 1% of Canadians identified themselves as Jewish, while almost 65,000 Canadians affiliated themselves with traditional Aboriginal spirituality. And nearly 7.9 million Canadians had no religious affiliation at all. Tous les Canadiens.
All Canadians, regardless of their religion, are protected by the Charter and deserve to feel safe in our country. Immigrants and refugees from all over the world have contributed a great deal to Canada in order for us to have the country we know today. Their contributions to our country are innumerable, and immigrants and refugees have greatly contributed to the success and prosperity of Canada. Our immigration policy is a strong point of Canada's history that we should continue to encourage as a country.
Said, we must also not abandon our heritage and our history. The Fathers of Confederation named this nation the Dominion of Canada, based on Psalm 72. God shall have dominion from sea to sea and from the rivers to the ends of the earth. It should be okay to talk about our spiritual heritage. And let us not forget that those who were here first have deep-held spiritual roots and practices. Canada is better for our diversity, but we must not take it for granted. Nous sommes incroyables.
We are unbelievably lucky to have the freedoms and protections we have here in Canada. Religious-based violence is visible worldwide, and even though we are not untouched by it, Canadians have demonstrated that we resist it. Systematic persecution of the Baha'i in Iran to the persecution of Christians, Hindus, Buddhists, and Muslim Shiites by ISIS, the persecution of the Christian minority in Egypt. Our world is full of violence and hatred. However, Canada can live in relative peace and growing prosperity thanks to our cultural and religious mosaic.
It was a shame to lose the Office of Religious Freedom that was brought in under our previous government, because in addition to the great work they were doing around the world, they would have been helpful here at home as well. Currently, we are seeing several gaps in our ability to preserve the freedom of religion and freedom of speech under the Charter. First of all, there is growing intolerance that I find disturbing. Even here in the House of Commons, I have witnessed members standing up and expressing religious sentiments in their SO31s or in their speeches, and I have witnessed the reaction from other members of angry tones, disrespect, or insulting body language. I've seen this when Christians have spoken out, I've seen it when Jews have spoken out, and I've seen it when Muslims have spoken up. My friends, this should not be so. If we're really promoting freedom, then we must lead by example in welcoming all expressions of faith or lack thereof equally in this House. I wish I could say that in my riding of Sarnia-Lambton everything is perfect. There was a super show of solidarity in response to the Quebec shootings, and over 200 members across all faiths in my community gathered at our mosque. I condemn the attack at the mosque in Quebec City, and am horrified to think that innocent Canadians were killed in their place of worship. Still, in my own writing, I do receive emails that indicate to me that fear, mistrust, and disharmony still exist in many areas. Now, what about the relationship of freedom of religion and freedom of speech in Canadian law? Certainly, we can see the definition of where free speech becomes hate speech. Our law defines that hate propaganda means any writing, sign, or visible representation that advocates or promotes genocide, or the communication of which by any person would constitute an offence under Section 319. Section 319 says an accused is not guilty of hate speech if he establishes that the statements communicated were true, if in good faith the person expressed or attempted to establish by an argument an opinion on a religious subject or an opinion based on a belief in a religious text, if the statements were relevant to any subject of public interest, the discussion of which was for the public benefit, and if on reasonable grounds he believed them to be true, or if in good faith he intended to point out for the purpose of removal matters producing or tending to produce feelings of hatred towards an identifiable group in Canada. And so from this, we must be clear with Canadians that they are free to publicly disagree with any faith and that this does not constitute hate speech. This should go a long way to alleviating some of the concerns that have been expressed. And acts of harassment, vandalism, violence, or hate crimes are already clearly illegal.
Religions that promote discrimination that enter into conflict with our charter cannot be authorized to practice these opinions in Canada. We fought long and hard for women's equality. The days when women could not enter clubs or had to use a separate entrance have disappeared. Such discrimination cannot be tolerated in Canada. We saw earlier in this Parliament a motion concerning the BDS movement, which was authorized on Canadian territory in order to encourage discrimination against the State of Israel, a Jewish state. This movement goes against our freedoms as defined in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms because it has repercussions on our Jewish Canadian friends and because it fosters discrimination. During my time in the business world, I traveled in many different countries worldwide, and it was quite clear that when I was in those countries, I had to obey their laws. The same principle is true in Canada, but I believe that we should do more to make sure our laws are respected.
Have also expressed a desire to have a standing committee undertake a study on how the government could approach systems surrounding systemic racism and religious discrimination. Although I do believe a study should be conducted, I believe Canadians of every faith face racism and discrimination, and as such, a proposed study should not single out a specific group. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I think we as Canadians need to have more love and a lot less hate. A great writer once wrote that perfect love casts out fear. And if we had more love for one another and more value for our differences, we could be an example to the world of a place where everyone of any faith, or none at all, can live in peace and harmony. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for her speech. But, Mr. Speaker, I fail to understand why the Conservatives are so afraid to call out Islamophobia for what it really is. Let me quote a tweet that was targeted towards my Muslim colleague, and I quote, it says, "You are not home. Muslims will never get a foothold in Canada, and we will fight back, and there will be bloodshed." Mr. Speaker, this exists in our communities, and we need to take action now. When is it going to be enough for the Conservatives to call Islamophobia for what it is and stop playing politics of fear and divisions that the Canadians rejected in the last election.
Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her question. And I'm extremely sorry that she's experiencing these kind of hate tweets and posts, because when I was running my campaign, I also received a huge amount of hate tweets and hate Facebooks, to the point that I had to shut down both my Facebook and my Twitter account because I was being attacked for being a Christian. And so my point, Mr. Speaker, is that hate crimes and these attacks are happening across different faiths. I talked in my speech about the BDS movement and their attack on Jewish people, and so that is why we brought our motion today, because I think that we have to up the love and down the hate in our country. And if we're going to study, we should be studying across all the faiths that are represented. The member from the NDP talked about the discrimination that exists against Aboriginals and the things that they believe. And so I think that we need to broaden out the discussion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
Number 4, Honourable Député Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague for her speech, but I still don't understand the Conservative argument. It seems to be based on falsehoods, a falsehood campaign that seeks to make Canadians believe that adopting a motion that talks about systemic racism and asks a committee to examine the question will somehow violate freedom of expression. I don't understand how you can make a link between the two. We're simply asking a committee to examine an issue. So could my colleague shed light on why some members of her party and some of the candidates for the leadership of her party are feeding into this? That if we were to adopt a motion like M103.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wish to thank my colleague for his question.
Conservative Party leadership race. I want to be clear with everybody that Conservative Party leadership candidates are able to distinguish themselves and take up policy views that are not necessarily those of the Conservative Party. And so I can't speak on their behalf. I can only speak on my own behalf. And I feel very strongly that we have to have equality and freedom of religion in our country. And I think that I don't want to see us focus more effort or give more rights in one place than another, especially when it's clear to me that there are systemic racism and religious discrimination issues happening across the face. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to, there was an attempt by the government to put forward an amendment in which all members of this House would be happy to get behind, emphasizing, and I just want to highlight the one part of it, where it would be to subsection B by adding after the words all types of discriminations, the following, including Islamophobia. Now, Islamophobia is something that is so sensitive, and it is an issue in which this House is trying to send a very strong message on, along with the many other aspects that have been talked about today and yesterday. My question to the member is, why does she believe that the Conservative Party is having so much resistance to that particular word?
Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary of the House Leader. Basically, when it comes to the definition, we heard earlier the member from Fort Saskatchewan talking about how we need to have clarity because the definition of Islamophobia is different across the world. And I myself am not sure what people are meaning by that. So if I think of myself, I'm afraid that if ISIS jihadists came over, they might cut my head off and rape me. Is that Islamophobia? I don't know. I also traveled extensively to countries that were predominantly Muslim, and I get concerned about the erosion of the rights of equality of women that we've established in our country over time. And so that's why, for me, it's important to have clarity of definition. And the member who brought the M103 did not provide a definition, was asked to provide it, and was unable to provide it. And so I think we've seen evidence that there are more extreme and less extreme definitions, and we need to be clear about it before we can discuss it further.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor for me to rise today to speak regarding a principle that I value greatly, and I think most people in the world value greatly, and that's religious freedom. And the only dark part of today, Mr. Speaker, is that one of our members has received so much hate over social media. That I sincerely regret. I work with that particular member on the Subcommittee for International Human Rights, and nobody should have to endure that. Mr. Speaker, arguably, religious freedom is one of the most important freedoms, for from it cascades the freedom of assembly, of conscience, of worship, of speech. The member from Cypress Hills Grasslands deserves our sincerest thanks for his tireless work with respect to human rights and religious freedom for moving this motion that we're debating today. His motion asks the House of Commons to agree on 3 points, Mr. Speaker. First, that we recognize Canadian society is not immune to a climate of hate and fear that leads to violence. Second, that we condemn all forms of systematic racism, religious intolerance, and discrimination. And third, that the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage undertake a study on how the government can reduce or eliminate all types of discrimination in Canada and table their recommendations in the House. This motion is succinct, inclusive, comprehensive, and timely in the light of recent events. On January 29th, Canadians were shocked to learn of the hateful shooting in Quebec City Mosque that targeted Muslims who gathered there to pray. Killing someone when they're in the submissive position of prayer adds to the heinousness of this act of terror. The lives of 6 men were taken that day, leaving their families without husbands and fathers and without brothers and uncles. A total of 15 children were left fatherless. Many of the other victims are still suffering today and struggling with their wounds. From what has been reported, all of this pain and suffering comes because of the hatred within one man for one particular community of faith, in this case Muslims, and was allowed to fester and grow to the point of violence. This murderous act was an affront to the values we hold dear as Canadians. Hatred and violence against anyone, be they Muslim, Christian, Jew, Baha'i, Sikh, Hindu, Zoroastrian, Buddhist, or any other, is reprehensible and unacceptable. Prime Minister John Diefenbaker perfectly articulated the freedoms we cherish and provided those freedoms with legal protection in a signature piece called the Canadian Bill of Rights. Speaker, the words enshrined within the Bill of Rights have stood the test of time, and for the purposes of today's debate, it's appropriate to read some of Diefenbaker's text into record. In Canada, there have existed and shall continue to exist without discrimination by reason of race, national origin, colour or religion or sex, the following human rights and fundamental freedoms, namely, the right of the individual to life, liberty, security of the person, and enjoyment of property, and the right not to be deprived thereof except by due process of law, the right of the individual to equality before the law and the protection of the law, freedom of religion, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly and association, and freedom of the press. Speaker, while these freedoms have been enduring, we must continue to be vigilant to protect them. I have served on the Subcommittee for International Human Rights for more than a decade. During those years, I have heard troubling testimony of grave human rights abuses, be they acts of genocide, terror, sexual slavery, rape as a weapon of war, or torture, just to name some. More often than not, these actions are perpetrated deliberately and systematically against minority, religious, and ethnic groups. While we have been blessed in Canada, where hateful violence often does not take these extreme forms, we need to recognize that we are not immune to this type of hate, and of course that's evidence, what I mentioned before, Mr. Speaker, the travesty in Quebec City. I don't need to look any further than my city of Hamilton for further examples of acts that threaten our religious freedom. It's unacceptable that Jewish students at McMaster University would feel threatened on campus. It's reprehensible that swastikas were painted onto a garage and doors in Dundas. The Jewish community should not have to feel the need to have police cruisers providing security at synagogues during high holidays in Hamilton. In the riding I represented, Flamborough-Glanbrook, in the wake of terrorist attacks of September 11th, a Hindu temple was mistaken for a mosque and was firebombed. Fortunately, this attack at the Hindu Samaj temple led to the creation of several dialogue groups and organizations to increase peace and understanding amongst our diverse religious and ethnic communities. Yet, recently, a mosque in downtown Hamilton had a fire purposely set at its door that fortunately did not consume the building. Still, this crime shows us that there's so much work that needs to be done. In fact, people from across the country from a variety of faith backgrounds have reported discrimination of some kind within the last year. This is a disturbing trend that must be stopped, Mr. Speaker. I've had the opportunity on several occasions now to visit Yad Vashem, the Holocaust Museum in Israel. If you were to go there, you would enter the building that shows the timeline of anti-Semitism, how it grew, how it became socially acceptable, how that paved the way to allow the Nazis to take over Germany, and coming up with what they called the final solution. Visiting this museum serves as a reminder to me that hate must be rooted out before it can be allowed to grow. It should serve as a reminder to us as legislators that we must enact policies, and even the fashion of our dialogue in this chamber should be such that breeds tolerance, acceptance, and respect for rights of all people. Speaker, the previous Conservative government created the Office of Religious Freedom. The office existed so that Canada could have a dedicated voice on issues of religious freedom, a voice that stood out in an increasingly intolerant world. Sadly, one of the first changes of the Liberal government made on Foreign Affairs file was to eliminate the Office of Religious Freedom, thus diminishing the voice of principle we once offered. I attended with the Right Honourable Stephen Harper when he made the announcement about the opening of the Office of Religious Freedom in a mosque in Toronto. He did so with the support of many faith groups across the country. In contrast, the Liberals closed the office coldly in the form of a budget cut in last year's budget. Perhaps when considering a whole-of-government approach on these issues, the political and ideological decision could be reviewed. Speaker, with the overwhelming amount of Canadians ascribing to some religion, it is important that this government, although desirous of maintaining a secular nature of governance, understand that those they govern are religious and desire an understanding of religious life from their representatives. I had the honour to serve as the chair of the All-Party Interfaith Friendship Group for 5 years, Mr. Speaker. This group, made up of Muslims, Sikhs, Jews, Christians, Hindus, Baha'is, Zoroastrians, and others, were always ready to provide parliamentarians with education regarding their respective communities. As I reflect on their advice to us as members, the following themes emerge. First, all Canadians expect to live in communities free of hatred, persecution, prejudice, or violence in any form against anyone for any reason. Next, Canada prides itself on being a nation where peoples of any faith can and do live peaceably beside peoples of other faiths. And Canadians desire legitimate and dignified debate with respect to peace, order, and good government that should include transparent and open discussion about the meaning of significant and important words. It is my hope that this debate continues. These themes will provide a framework for the discussion of how the government can continue the work of eliminating racism, religious intolerance, and discrimination. Mr. Speaker, to conclude my remarks, let me once again quote Prime Minister Diefenbaker. He said, "I'm a Canadian, free to speak without fear, free to worship in my own way, free to stand for what I think is right, free to oppose what I believe is wrong, and free to choose those who shall govern my country. This heritage of freedom I pledge to uphold for myself and all mankind." I encourage members from all parties to support this motion. In so doing, the House will give fresh life and meaning to these words. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend opposite for his comments today. We've heard a lot of debate today about the term Islamophobia, and obviously that is the significant difference between the motion debated yesterday, M103, and today's Opposition Day motion. For a person like me on this side of the House, I don't think Islamophobia is difficult to grasp. It's not respectful questions about or criticisms of a faith. It is hatred and abuse that targets somebody because of their faith. My question to the member opposite is as follows. If 6 women had died on January 29th, I think we would all call that event misogyny. If 6 Jews had died in a synagogue on January 29th, we would all clearly have called that anti-Semitism. When 6 Muslims die in a place of worship because they are worshipping, we believe that should be called Islamophobia. I would like to hear the member's comments as to why his opposition motion does not include that term.
The Honourable Member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. Mr. Speaker, I have a couple of items that I'd like to put into the record. One is from a well-known journalist, Raheel Reza, who's a member of the Canadian Muslim community, who published an op-ed just recently Her words are, if M103 is passed, it will silence positive criticism and widen the gulf between Muslim and non-Muslim Canadians. This is unacceptable. This is a voice from the Muslim community. Why we would call anti-Semitism, Mr. Speaker, is because that term has been around since 1879. It has endured academic rigor. It has endured history. It is recognized by the United Nations. It has been strengthened by the EUMC in 2005 and by a voluntary group of parliamentarians here in this Parliament called the Canadian Parliamentary Coalition to Combat Anti-Semitism in a report in 2010. When the term Islamophobia stands up to that level of rigor, Mr. Speaker, then I am convinced that the Canadian public will accept that word as meaning hatred towards Muslims, and we condemn all hatred towards Muslims and any other group, and I'm convinced that they'll be comfortable with it. But until then, Mr. Speaker, this is the concern that we have.
Questions and comments? Monsieur commentaire on la députée de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech, but once again he's repeated something that's being fed by some of his Conservative colleagues. Motion 103, the notion that M103 would curtail freedom of speech. I don't understand how he can come to that conclusion, how he can come to the conclusion that adopting a motion that requires or asks a committee to study systemic racism, including Islamophobia, not only Islamophobia, I don't see how that can restrict the freedom of speech of Canadians. I don't follow his reasoning, and I hope that my colleague can enlighten me.
Flamborough Glanbrook.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the question. I'm going to thank my colleague for the question. I'm going to take it that he wasn't inferring or putting words in my mouth or any of my colleagues' mouths in regards to the words I said. I had just quoted a Muslim journalist, Canadian Muslim journalist, who mentioned that she had concerns regarding the word Islamophobia. I wasn't talking about any Conservative, any member from the Liberal bench, any member from the NDP. I was talking about somebody from that community. That's the concern about the lack of specificity. I should also let the House know, Mr. Speaker, that I did have a direct meeting with the member for motion M103, and I did talk with her saying that I would be glad to be a champion of that motion within my caucus if she changed the term Islamophobia that even some of the Muslim community have a problem with and changed it to hatred towards Muslims. That's very clear. We stand against it, Mr. Speaker. We will always stand against it and make sure we protect our Muslim community. That would have been the best course. That would have been the best way to unify this chamber, and unfortunately, she wouldn't accept that amendment.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the Member of Parliament from Sherbrooke. So we have to combat all forms of racism and religious discrimination in order to build more inclusive communities. Canada's better when we do. And fighting against these discriminations is a means to advance the interests of peace in society, the way to promote solidarity in our society and communities. And I want to talk more than anything about people that are working in our communities to build that solidarity. Against the backdrop of 150 years of race-based discrimination against Indigenous people, I had the great honour in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith of spending the first 4 days of 2017 with the Masters of Business Administration students from across the country. So Vancouver Island University hosted the MBA Games. 500 students from business schools across the whole country came together and challenged each other in all kinds of ways. But I'm so glad that the organizing committee of Vancouver Island's MBA Games chose Indigenous reconciliation as their theme. And in particular, they chose the Moosehide campaign, #Moosehide campaign, as their charitable cause. All week long, students from across the country made videos, sang songs about ending violence against women. They spoke about the imperative for Indigenous reconciliation, for true nation-to-nation relationship. And they raised $300,000 for the Moosehide campaign, a fantastic charity based on Vancouver Island, where I'm elected. It was one of those great moments of knowing these smart, effective future leaders of our country, now from coast to coast, are informed, are engaged, are committed to this cause. That's what's going to change our country. That's what's going to bring real reconciliation, much more than a debate in this House. You can read about it in the Globe and Mail business section, carried this story January 6th of this year. And I'll end with my thanks to the organizing committee of the NBA Games. When I talk now with Indigenous women's organizations, with the Native Women's Association of Canada, frontline people that are doing hard work and have been pulling hard for an end to the tragedy of murdered and missing Indigenous women for 10 or 12 or 15 years, for some families for decades. When I tell them that the MBA students from across the country are pulling in the same direction and are doing their work of education, of fundraising, that they're all pulling in the same direction, even if they aren't exactly side by side, I just see the visible relief. We all feel the relief of knowing we've got this future group of leaders that are cultivating real solutions. Thank you, Vancouver Island University. You're fantastic. And keeping with my cause and commitment to end racism and intolerance in Canada, I participated in last night's Liberal debate, and here I am participating in today's Conservative debate. I'm not sure why, given the motions are virtually identical, we needed to spend a whole day in the House today debating this. I'm hearing from a lot of other issues from Canadians that they need to have Parliament's action on. But I'm going to vote yes to both of them, and I'll just say that right up front. Condemning racism and intolerance is about fighting hate and violence perpetrated against a specific community. And Canada has already seen an increase in targeted attacks towards Muslims. Last month's tragic and horrific attack in Sainte-Foy, Quebec, where Muslims were killed on their knees at prayer. I never thought we'd ever see a story like that in Canada, and it has certainly raised everybody's awareness about racial intolerance and violence, murdering people because of their race. We need to stand together. We need to combat all forms of discrimination, including Islamophobia. And so I'm going to support the Conservative motion that's on the floor today to condemn racial and religious discrimination. But I have to say the conversion on the Conservative side is kind of breathtaking. I'm going to read you two quotes from people that were my Member of Parliament. In 1986, my Member of Parliament, Bob Ringma, who was Reform Alliance Conservative, his quote was that he would fire or move to the back of the shop employees who were gay or ethnics if the presence of that individual offended a bigoted customer or hurt business. My MP, 1996, not so long ago. In the year 2000, my Member of Parliament, Reid Ellie, Conservative Reform Alliance Member of Parliament, in the House of Commons, April 10th, year 2000, said, quote, "The feminist movement started a strident campaign to bring women into the 20th century. They burned their bras, demanded protection from unwanted pregnancy, spurned chastity, and scorned the pro-life people. A gradual blurring of the sexes occurred that gave young men growing up in many female-dominated single-parent homes an identity crisis. This led to a rise in militant homosexuality, a coming out of the closet of gay men and women who also demanded equality. The things that had been considered improper went looking for a desperate legitimacy." End quote. So you can see why I wanted to become a Member of Parliament. We could not be represented by people that so proudly and publicly espouse that kind of misogyny, homophobia, racism in every way. Then, in 2013, we had had a very difficult chapter in my community where, in the name of free speech, letters to the editor were published in our local newspaper that were so horrifyingly racist against Indigenous people, just at a time that our community was really doing some healing work and bringing cultures and communities together. The publisher chose to print letters to the editor, but refused to publish letters to the editor, which challenged those negative and racist opinions expressed in the paper. In 2013, it culminated in a particularly terrible letter that drew a protest of 300 people outside the newspaper publisher's office. That included, among those 300, the Assembly of First Nations Chief Sean Atleo, Doug White, who was Sonoma First Nations chief, and also the mayor of Nanaimo, John Rattan, who had never been to a protest in his life. That's what brought him out, to stand up against that racism against Indigenous people. But the very next year, the federal Conservatives acclaimed that same man as their candidate. Now, in 2014, they were very happy to have people in their stable who were very comfortable expressing racist thoughts. So I don't know whether to be relieved by the motion on the floor today, whether to see it as a true conversion, or I hope it's not just taking pot shots at the Liberals. Not that they need any defending, but this is too important to play politics with. I'll end by saying, like many members of Parliament, I've had a lot of mail about the Liberal members' motion M103. I've tried to write to each of these people assuring them that the motion, which I intend to support, does not condemn free speech. It asks for parliamentary study of an important and urgent issue, and that if it was a stifling of free speech, that I would not be voting for it. I do want to thank the Liberal Member of Parliament from Mississauga, Erin Mills. The letters of hate and attack that she read in the House this afternoon are horrifying, and as a House we must find a way to root that out, to make it unacceptable for anybody to want to press send on an email or say or publicly post in social media the kind of hateful, sexist, racist things that were said about you. I was horrified to hear those words, and through you, Mr. Speaker, I extend my condolences to the member and to her family and her staff. This must be very hard to read. We must, this committee study that is going to happen, because we're going to vote in favor of this surely, it can be a great opportunity to provide context and recommendations on the state of systemic racism. I hope it also gives parliamentarians some new tools by which to talk with our communities, to reassure them that when newcomers enter our country, we are still going to fund social programs. We are still going to prioritize looking after working people and all Canadians, that this is not an either-or about choosing immigrants and refugees or looking after long-standing Canadians. We need to do all these things together well. We must stand together against this global tide of hate. We must do what we can in this Parliament to change the tone, and I hope we can work together to that end.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and appreciate many of the thoughts that the member has expressed. But I do have a question in regards to the whole issue of Islamophobia as an issue in which I believe a vast majority of Canadians are very sympathetic to. I listened to many of the speeches here this afternoon, and I can't help but think that what the Conservative Party has done is watered down a very important message, an important message that I think would do wonders in terms of just talking about tolerance. You know, in the 90s, I used to talk about the best way to combat racism is through education, Mr. Speaker. And I think that we are watering down a member's initial intent through a motion that was introduced just yesterday by taking out the word Islamophobia. It is a well-established phobia that exists. And I'm wondering if she could provide her thoughts on whether or not the Conservatives should have at least allowed an amendment that would have incorporated that word.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, if I've got the math right, that side of the House is going to vote in support of M103. Probably most New Democrats will also, and M103 will then be the direction given to a committee to study an issue to bring some recommendations back. And if any of you on the other side agree with me that we should support the Conservative motion, then we will have also a study at committee that talks about ending racism. There's no loss in this. Let's get on with the work. Let's vote in favor of both of them and get down to work as Canadians are asking us to show leadership and stamp racism out in every form.
Questions and comments? Consent commentaire. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleague from Vancouver Island, also from Nanaimo Ladysmith, thank you for your speech. You don't have to go back very far to find quite outrageous things said by former parliamentarians. I would have liked to have seen this House in the wake of the tragedies in Quebec City and the murders. We were quite united. We were clear as parliamentarians that we were denouncing the murderous acts against Muslims for the sole reason that they were praying in a mosque. We should be united around this, and I appreciate that the NDP position is to vote for both motions. I agree, for the record, the motions side by side do not create any conflicts one with the other. They can both be passed. I see nothing wrong with motion 103, and the background context that poisons this debate is what's going on social media, what's going on at rallies such as the one this weekend in Toronto. There is a poster that on the utility poles around Ottawa this morning that calls out what they allege is Christian phobia and says that 103 will bring Sharia law. So the backdrop to our reasoned debate here as parliamentarians is an unreasonable campaign of disinformation that's unfortunately reaching people across Canada who honestly believe now that the completely reasonable motion 103 is going to threaten religious freedoms or bring Sharia law. And that's the problem with our debate here. We're not engaging with the real problem, an anonymous plague of false and disinformation.
Honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
I appreciate the member's reminder of the larger context here, and we have recently witnessed a very high-profile American election where a sexist, racist president got chosen with not all of the popular vote, fewer votes than his opponent, but nevertheless in a broken electoral system in the U.S. That's who's now going to be setting the tone in the media for the next 4 years. And we're seeing some of the same echoes in the Conservative leadership campaign. So I absolutely share my fellow members' concern that the tone at the top is very important, that we need to speak out and condemn racism and sexism where we see it. And I certainly hope that Conservatives on this side of the House will choose a leader that reflects approach to a tolerant and diverse country and is not swept up in some of the fanning of the flames that we've seen recently to great harm.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to be able to speak to this Conservative motion, who choose to use one of their few opposition days to discuss a very important subject, which is racism and systemic discrimination. Unfortunately, the Conservatives did not include systemic discrimination towards Muslims specifically in their motion. They deliberately decided to withdraw it. Compared to M103, which we debated last night in this House, and we won't debate the reason for which the Conservatives decided to use one of their opposition days for this subject. They seem to be trying to short-circuit the initiative of one of our colleagues on the other side who has very good intentions. Unfortunately, the Conservatives seem to be playing with words and playing politics with this issue. It's a shame. This is a sensitive subject. It is an extremely important one. It is a phenomenon which is quite real, which we have observed in the past, and very recently. In the motion itself, there is reference to the attack against the mosque in Quebec, which colleagues in this place observed recently. After that attack, we had a moment of silence to commemorate the deaths of the victims of that attack. It is in that context that we are discussing this extremely important and sensitive subject, which is very real. As I was saying, this is a debate that we're having in the context of motion M103, which is almost identical. The only distinguishing feature, it's the only important distinguishing feature, is that M103 included a certain form of discrimination, Islamophobia. It's the only important difference. And the motion of our Liberal colleague includes Islamophobia. I get the impression, after listening to the Conservative speeches, that they think that the motion M103 is just on Islamophobia, and that she used a unique qualifier to describe a single form of discrimination against only one religion. But if we read M103 carefully, it talks about discrimination, systemic discrimination that is religiously based, including Islamophobia. I find it therefore surprising that the Conservatives would oppose the inclusion of a certain precisely designated form of intolerance that they could have included. I get the impression that I'm talking about two things today, but in fact, both motions are almost identical. And so I'm not going to distinguish too much between them during my speech. This motion, this change in the Conservative motion compared to the Liberal motion, seems to be fed by a campaign of misinformation, a campaign of fear that has been noticed throughout Canada, which is fed with false information. We lead people to believe, and my colleague from the Green Party already mentioned it, we're leading people to believe that we are going to interfere with people's freedom of expression because we decided to include Islamophobia in a motion to instruct a parliamentary committee to study the matter of racism and systemic discrimination in order to find solutions. There's a logic there that I simply have not yet understood. How could we come to that conclusion after reading the motion? It's rather distorted logic that one's freedom of expression is going to be limited because we are asking a committee to study an important matter, which is discrimination and racism, including Islamophobia. Evidently, there's something that's not working here, and that is the unfortunate context that we are debating this motion and this campaign of misinformation that is being fed by certain groups in Canada. I also want to mention that after having put the debate into context, the debate we are having today, the very real matter that I'm aware of, even in my own community of Sherbrooke, which is systemic discrimination and a certain form of racism. It's important to use real words, the real words, and to say that it exists. In Sherbrooke, I have heard from people of different religious communities but especially from the Muslim community, which has described certain situations where they have felt discriminated against, whether it be when it comes to employment, which is what is raised the most often, that I hear about the most often, but other circumstances where there are situations of discrimination that are difficult to prove, but which seems to be based on religion. There are also concrete examples. A man who came to see me, he is of the Muslim community, and he had been looking for a job for quite some time. I'm sure there are other colleagues here who will be able to understand what I'm describing, and perhaps who have heard the same thing. He said he'd been looking for a job for years, and he had all the training that was required. If I recall correctly, he was an engineer. He came from Morocco or another country close by, and he had an Arabic-sounding name, and he had been trained as an engineer. He came here to Quebec, took all of his training to be updated, because professional associations don't let just anybody into their associations. He did everything he had to in order to integrate into the Order of Engineers, and had been looking for a job for years without any success, until one day, after several years, he finally found something in Montreal. Unfortunately, he had to leave Sherbrooke, and that's a situation that I know well. It's one that's raised on a regular basis. People in Sherbrooke, immigrants to Sherbrooke, who have to leave because there is a lack of job opportunities. He told me that after he had found that job, he did a test in order to find out if it was because of his name that he couldn't find a job. He took the same resume, he changed his name on it, and he sent it to the same businesses which had not granted him an interview. And not long after, he got callbacks. And he was offered a job, or at least an interview. That's a situation that I hear about on a regular basis. And that's why the subject that we are discussing today is extremely important. And that's why I wanted to mention in my speech that this is a very real situation that I have personally witnessed and that some of my colleagues have also witnessed. And that is why we absolutely must pass this motion, as well as M103. Both of them can certainly be passed. And I think it would be very constructive for a House of Commons committee be able to study the matter and to perhaps develop some solutions, because our work here is not simply to criticize situations, it is to find solutions. And that is what the committee will be called upon to do. I'm very encouraged by the positive signals I have heard from both sides of the House. From the Conservatives, of course, tried to play politics a bit with this issue by playing with words, but at least this is an initiative that's headed in the right direction, which is to examine the issue and to focus our efforts in order to develop solutions. That's what the committee will do, develop solutions and actions that will help to make a country in our own image, and that will meet our aspirations, a fairer Canada, a more egalitarian Canada, where everybody has an opportunity regardless of where they come from. No matter what family they come from, they'll have the same opportunity as others. I see that my time has expired, but I would like to thank you, and I will be happy to answer the questions of my colleagues. I call upon all of my colleagues to support these initiatives in order to discuss this matter.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his remarks and appreciate hearing his thoughts on our motion as well as some of the larger context. Now, just looking at the text of the motion we proposed, it says very clearly that we condemn all forms of systematic racism, religious intolerance, and discrimination of Muslims, Jews, Christians, Sikhs, Hindus, and other religious communities. And members have talked about the importance of calling out discrimination by name, and I think that our motion very clearly does that. And there's no ambiguity in our motion. I think that's one of the clear differences and one of those things that's particularly important. Also, the timeline allows us to move forward earlier and more quickly with the committee study. Our motion directs a committee study. It doesn't just suggest a committee study, it directs a committee study. Would the member agree that those are particular strengths of this motion and speak to the value of proceeding with this motion, and also the fact that even if members want to vote in favor of a different motion, that doesn't mean that they shouldn't vote for this motion on its merits?
La députée de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his question. Indeed, the Conservative motion has a great deal of merit, and that's why we are going to support it. As I said, it does not prevent all of our colleagues from supporting a similar motion, and it will not prevent the work of the same committee, because even though both motions are being debated in parallel to each other, they give the same instruction to the same committee. One does not prevent the other. And, yes, I wish to answer my colleague that this is a motion that is well written, and that's why we are supporting it. And we invite our colleagues to do the same, because it is an extremely important subject. It is a very real situation, and we have to deal with it as parliamentarians to find solutions.
Commentaire. The Honourable Member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for what I thought was a very good speech. The Honourable Member mentioned in his speech that this Opposition Day motion has actually played with words and has been playing politics, and I would agree with him in that summary or description of what's gone on today. The Conservatives have taken a very valuable opportunity, an op-ed day motion, and have essentially duplicated a motion that we have presented on this side of the House, save and except for the fact that the word Islamophobia is used. And that's really the distinguishing difference. And I think everyone in this chamber has agreed that Islamophobia does exist. But the point that I would ask to the Honourable Member is this, that if we are actually going to address this, it seems to me that there's a fear of addressing this word. And so do we not combat that fear by using the word? And do we not rise to that challenge by voting for this motion? Because, in fact, in order to approach and directly confront what's happening here, we have to be able to confront what is out there, which is Islamophobia, that it exists, and is not the right response to that, to vote against this motion in an effort to really directly approach Islamophobia head-on and voting only for the motion that we have put forward here in an effort to not play politics, to not allow that to happen, but to show that Canadians the values that we have, and this is an important value that we have to stand up for.
La députée de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for the point that she has raised. I'm not afraid to talk about Islamophobia, unlike some of her colleagues who seem to be afraid to do so. She mentioned the word Islamophobia. It means that we can better understand what we are talking about, and we will clearly indicate what we mean by Islamophobia. For me, it's evident. It is fear of a religious community. We don't need to go too far in the dictionary to understand the meaning of that word. It is fear of Islam. It's quite a simple description, a simple definition. If we mention it in this place, if we pass motions that mention the word, it will certainly show that we are really concerned about this issue. I don't think that voting for just one or the other is going to improve the situation. I think that's playing the same political game of saying that I'm the one who managed to move the subject forward, whereas both motions are moving in the right direction and will address an important subject.
Avant de la reprise de débat.
Before resuming debate, and according to Standing Order 38, I will indicate that we will mention the issues that will be raised during the adjournment debate. Railway transportation. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable, Rail Transportation. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Grasswood, the Environment. And Honourable Member for Courtenay-Alberni, also on the Environment. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to say that I will share my time with my colleague for Edmonton Manning during this period of debate on the motion of my colleague Cypress Hills Grasslands. Mr. Speaker, I think it is important for those who have just joined us to recall what is the object of the motion we are discussing today in the House. Allow me to read the motion because I think it is very complete. It is a motion that well reflects what we think as a society of what we have to do, of what we should not do when it comes to hateful gestures. The motion is as follows.
That the House recognize that Canadian society is not immune to the climate of hate and fear exemplified by the recent and senseless violent acts at a Quebec City mosque, condemn all forms of systemic racism, religious intolerance, and discrimination of Muslims, Jews, Christians, Sikhs, Hindus, and other religious communities, and instruct the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage to undertake a study on how the government could, and for those who are not used to the works of the House, the Standing Committee is made up of parliamentarians from every party who are there to debate the topics that we often don't have time to discuss here in the House. So we would be asking that Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage to undertake a study on how the government could develop a whole-of-government approach to reducing or eliminating all types of discrimination in Canada while ensuring a community-centered focus with a holistic response through evidence-based policy making, collect data to contextualize hate crime reports and to conduct needs assessments for impacted communities, and that the committee report its findings and recommendations after that study to the House, to all members of Parliament, no later than 240 calendar days from the adoption of this motion, provided that in its report the committee should make recommendations that the government may use to better reflect the enshrined rights and freedoms in the Constitution Acts, including the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Mr. Speaker, despite all the speeches we heard today, having heard the motion and after having listened to various speeches, I'd like to make one observation that seems very relevant to me. I don't understand the attitude of some of my colleagues who refuse to rise beyond this debate and talk only about a certain word and discuss the motion before us one after the other according to their own values. The opposition is tabling a motion that could garner unanimous consent because it does address all our values. Today, or when we vote on this motion, we will state our opinion of this motion, not another one that will be debated in this House. That's what I find unfortunate. This could give rise to unanimity, but for all kinds of reasons, some parliamentarians will decide to vote against the motion. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to look at this motion, come out for what it is, not for what it doesn't include. As I mentioned, we will have an opportunity soon to express our view on another motion, and every member of the House will have the same opportunity to express their yay or nay on that motion. I denounce all hate crimes against Muslims, for the record. That's unacceptable. At the same time, I'd like to reiterate my great sadness following the tragic events in Quebec City. There's no worse crime than hate crimes against people who are completely innocent. My thoughts are with the families of the people who lost their lives or who were injured during the attack on the Centre Islamique de Québec. This is a real offense against religious freedom of Canadians. Places of worship are supposed to be havens of peace so that people can reflect privately and express their faith. Regardless of the religion, race, or origin, Canadians should be able to express their convictions freely or change their convictions or practices without worrying about any coercion or violence whatsoever. Mr. Speaker, that's what I think, and I believe that all my colleagues agree with that. Allow me to say, however, that sometimes, and that seems to be the case today, the example does not come from the top. What's going on today is very concerning to me. When we want to have consensus, when we want to set aside differences and speak with one voice, we have to look at what unites us contrary to what separates us, as we seem to be doing today. The example I have comes from my community of Thetford Mines. This is Robert Lebel, who's allowed me to cite his name. He managed to do something I thought was impossible to achieve when I first heard about it. This priest, Mr. Lebel, who's also a singer, created a space for unity and peace in my riding called Versant la Noël. What is this? It was created in 1998 after 2 years of reflection in order to reach a certain number of people so that this priest could implement his project. It developed over the years, and that dream became a reality in 2008 when an ecumenical and interfaith pavilion was built. This pavilion became and remains a space for unity and peace with interfaith activities. What makes this place so exceptional, Mr. Speaker? The architecture of this edifice is eloquent, and it speaks to the desire to create universal fraternity in 2 ways. First of all, it has symbols of the 3 major Abrahamic religions: the cross for Christians, the star for Judaism, and the crescent for Muslim faith. When you get to Versant la Noël and you see this building with the 3 symbols, you can't help but be impressed and amazed. We never thought that these 3 symbols could cohabit on the same building, but that is the case in my riding. Secondly, there are symbols specific to all the Christian denominations: Anglican, Protestant, Catholic, Orthodox. There are church bells, cupolas, and so on. So all types of religion and faith are represented. I sincerely believe that I should organize a mission to Versant la Noël, and more so, I think that the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage, which will certainly look at one of these motions, because one of them will be adopted for sure, but it should hold at least one meeting in this harbor of peace and harmony for all religions. When you've spent a few hours with Robert Lebel in this building, in this really special place, you see things differently. You see other people differently. Let me give you a few examples of activities that are held there, because that's what we're talking about here today. An inclusive Canada, a Canada that allows everyone to express themselves without fear. And when you manage to do that, when you manage to bring all these people together and exchange among themselves, you can come up with something good. Not just talk about hate crimes. At Versant la Noël, there's training with various Christian denominations. For over 10 years, the Centre has consolidated interfaith relations, especially with Muslim immigrant families that celebrate the holiday of sacrifice or Ramadan or international meetings. People come from all over. I addressed 60 members who came together for training last July. This will take place again this summer and bring together Muslims from Quebec, Ontario, France, Morocco, and Algeria in July. Mr. Speaker, I'll let Robert Lebel have the last words. I asked him whether Versant la Noël could change our perceptions of each other, and he said, yes, indeed, the positive effect can be seen here year after year. The support for our centre through various political and religious authorities has continue to help us year after year, contrary to fear and hate. We were able to make friends with Muslims by better understanding their spirituality and culture. This is a place for conviviality, for friendship, and even common prayer, as surprising as that may seem. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleague to listen to these words of Robert Lebel and support this motion today, because this is a motion that could unite us and has nothing at all that could push us apart.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Ancaster, Lennox and Addington. Not Ancaster, pardon me, Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
No problem, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much for this time. The member across the way likes to talk about, the fear of what this will do to free speech. And I would say to that member that what this motion does, what you're talking about is actually fear-mongering against what free speech is all about. There is nothing in this motion that has any impact whatsoever on the ability for individuals to speak freely. Canada's government has always had a history of shining a light on those groups that are targeted by discrimination. And this motion that the member is putting, that is introduced to the House on the other side of the floor, is trying to take away that ability to shine that light on a group that is targeted right now and that was targeted in Quebec. And we need to ensure that we shine that light and that we don't allow your motion to take away from the ability to shine a light on that. So I would encourage the member on the other side to recognize that this group is being targeted today, and that the motion that you're trying to introduce is trying to take away from that. Thank you.
Honourable member for Mégantic-Cléran. Mr. Speaker, I think that the government member should have listened to my speech more attentively. I didn't talk about freedom of speech or fear. I talked about a specific example in a community which managed to come together, work together, and take concrete action so that we avoid ending up with hate crimes. I'm sorry that they're still using talking points. I think the member was talking about the motion we're not discussing today rather than the motion we are discussing. He certainly didn't listen to the speech I made about unity and fraternity, where various religions can be side by side, and what we can do when we put our heart into achieving a dream. Nothing to do with my colleague's question.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Alors, la députée Louis Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really was interested in my colleague's experience and the words of the priest in his community who brought together people in one space who often have the same desire to want to get to know others. Now, following my colleague's question, I'd like to hear the member for Richmond, or rather Mégantic-Cléran. I'd like to have him explain why that colleague is saying we are putting aside Islam, whereas we're saying here condemn all forms of systemic racism, religious intolerance, and discrimination of Muslims, Jews, Christians, Sikhs, Hindus, and other religious communities. How could the previous colleague have such a short-sighted view? The honourable member for Mégantic-Cléran. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, I must say that I share the opinion of my colleague who just said I don't understand the question that was just put to me, because first of all, it had nothing to do with the speech I made. The comment was inappropriate, and I got the impression that he was targeting a motion that I don't know and that simply doesn't exist. The motion before us is something that you simply cannot not support except for political reasons. There is nothing in this motion that is not positive for parliamentarians. There's nothing negative against any religion whatsoever. So if they want to be open and set aside partisanship, Mr. Speaker, the choice to be made today is to vote in favor of this motion before us, not the one that we'll have to vote on another day, perhaps.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I came to Canada from an area of the world where religion is much at the forefront than it is in our society here. It is an area where wars have been fought for centuries in the name of religion. That gives me a different perspective on the issue of religious freedom and its importance than someone who was born in this country. In Canada, when we talk about religious freedom, we are talking about an abstract. And in this House, we are in the agreement that such freedom is a good thing. With this motion, we have an opportunity to show leadership, to admit that our society, as enlightened as it is not yet perfect. In many areas of the world, the idea of religious freedom is literally a matter of life and death. There are countries where changing from faith to another carries with it a death sentence. What we are discussing today is not an academic exercise. It's not about different political visions. It is about how our society is different in that we do not allow our differences to divide us. We Canadians are indeed fortunate to live in a country in which democratic freedoms, including freedom of religion, are taken for granted. We do not face the realities of other countries where religious minorities are regularly persecuted. Many of the Syrian refugees who have come to Canada in the past year have come here to escape religious persecution. When we talk about religion freedom, we are talking about one of, or perhaps the most fundamental of our rights. It is an area where we have shown leadership to the world, where we continue to lead, hopefully by example. Canada is known as a place where you are not persecuted for believing differently. I, like others in this House, came here from a different country. I became Canadian because I know the ideals Canadians held, and I wanted to share in those values. This isn't a country where being a member of a minority or believing in a religion not shared by the majority inevitably leads to persecution. However, there are times when we fall short of our ideals of respect and tolerance for others. As many of our minority group members could tell you so many stories. We do get some things right. The rule of law is equally applied to all. The state does not just talk about freedoms and minority rights, but actively seeks to provide protection. We really do believe in freedom of religion, no matter how difficult that may be at times. It is not just polite political posturing. There are different places in the world where governments give lip service to human rights and religious freedoms while doing nothing to protect their minorities. That is not the Canadian way. As Canadians, we are aware that sometimes we fall short, and today's motion is an effort to live up to our own standards. We know we all have to do a better job at understanding our neighbors, because understanding dispels any uneasiness. People are less likely to be afraid of someone they have shared a meal with, no matter how different they may outwardly appear. That fear and unease is perhaps understandable at first. We humans have a tendency to be suspicious, even hostile, to those we don't know. We need to break down some barriers and get to know each other a little better. After all, religious discrimination is not directed solely at only one group. I'm sure my Sikh and Hindu colleagues in this House can tell of how they have been at times met with suspicion. As members of the Jewish and Muslim communities can tell tales of discrimination suffered by their members in all parts of this country. But how widespread is religious discrimination in Canada? Can we as parliamentarians do more than just lead by example? That is what we are talking about today at the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage to find out. Allowing a person to believe that what they want and to practice the belief is the cornerstone of our society. Here in Canada, we treat others with respect. That is the Canadian way. Furthermore, just treatment is enshrined in our laws. We recognize that hate for others is destructive and tears down all society, not just a person who hates. We believe in freedom of religion. That doesn't mean we believe we should all join one religion so there is no disagreement. It does not mean we need to be able to have a civilized discussion on matters of religion. Respect for each other means we don't allow our conversation to degenerate into hate speech and violence. While there are always those who have a fear of others, that's not true for the majority of us. We have seen that only in the past month with the tragic shooting at the Quebec City Mosque. While we don't know yet what motivated the shooter, the outpouring of support for the Muslim community from across the country was an example of Canada at its best. There were visuals in all areas of the country, prayers and offerings of support for Muslims and mosques, a reminder to the Muslim community that they are not alone. While the shooter may have desired to divide us by his actions, they only brought us closer together. Conservatives are fully committed to freedom of religion and freedom of speech. The two go hand in hand. That is not always comfortable as it means. Sometimes we criticize the actions of theology of a particular group, which can possibly cause offense. But free speech is not the same thing as promoting hatred, and we would do well to remember that. Being a member of a minority group does not make immune to criticism. Some seem to think that religious intolerance is on the rise in Canada. I would respectfully disagree, but that is only an opinion. Allowing the Heritage Committee to conduct this study will allow us to work with facts, not speculation. Supporting this motion is the right thing to do. I hope all members in this Parliament unanimously support this motion. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will ask my honourable colleague a very simple question. Why does he oppose the word Islamophobia?
Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you very much. That's a question that obviously I oppose anything that I don't understand. And up to date, I don't understand what Islamophobia means. Therefore, as a politician, to be more detailed, to understand things, to absorb things, because we represent the people, and while we do so, we have to be able to reflect on that understanding before we support or not support anything that comes across our way.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Edmonton Manning. I know he cares a lot about this issue. When we talk about Islamophobia in the word, it's a phobia towards people with Islam. We don't need a dictionary to tell us exactly what that word means. The Conservatives, in your motion, you identified 5 religions, and you want to work on focusing that in ending discrimination against those 5 religions. The Liberal bench is focused on 1 religion. I think we should be supporting both motions, Mr. Speaker. I think that it's going to take some strong members on the Conservative bench and on the Liberal bench to rise up and show solidarity that we need to combat this and put these words aside and do it for the best interests of all people. There's a woman in my community, Angela Brown, who just had a swastika painted on her car. And Mr. Speaker, for her, I hope that we will come together and help support local governments who don't have the tools that we have to fight systemic racism and isolated incidents and the spike in racism that we're seeing here in our country.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
As I agree on the unity all the way, because we're here to be united against any hate or any discrimination against any others, and that's in our Charter of Rights and Freedom. I would say that this is the responsibility of the government, of the Liberal government now, because they initiate the first motion, and it's their responsibility to start fixing issues and to start come around, not to stick to their position and leave others to deal with it and leave others to solve their problems for them. So when the Liberal government come across in a decent way to agree on issues that is going to work for every Canadian, then we'll definitely be happy to be all united here, unanimously supporting that position.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. Our member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Hate crimes are declining in Canada, but they've actually doubled against the Muslim community, right? What do you have against, or sorry, what does the member have against shining a light on the hate crimes and the rise of hate crimes towards Muslims? And no, it isn't at all. All you're trying to do is take away from a motion that is actually.
I just want to remind the member that he is to address the questions to the chair and the comments. So I would say, please get to your questions so that we can have somebody answer it. Thank you.
The question was, what do you have against shining a light?
Sorry, I want to remind the members on the official opposition to please allow this person to speak, this member to speak.
What do you have against shining a light on Islamophobia? What do you have against?
Excuse me, I will remind you that you are to address the questions and the comments to the chair.
I apologize. Sorry, Madam Speaker, what does the member have against shining a light on Islamophobia, and what does the member have against the Muslim community that he would want to take away from a perfectly good motion that was already presented to this House? Thank you.
Our member for Edmonton Manning.
Madam Speaker, I respectfully decline to answer a question when someone's telling me, as coming from the Middle East, as I understand more than you do, the Islamic culture and religion. I can teach you a lesson in that, to tell me that I have something against Islam.
I will remind the member for Edmonton Manning to address the order. I will remind the member for Edmonton Manning to address the questions and comments to the chair, and I would suggest that that the member wraps it up soon.
Thank you very much. I refuse completely, and I reject this type of tone coming from the other side. That's not the way to talk to people, and I don't need, the last thing I need in life for someone of that side to teach me about Islam, to teach me about the Middle East where I came from. So therefore, respectfully, I reject answering this question.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate, l'honorable député de Pierrefonds-Delorme.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Delorme. Order, please.
Une seconde, à l'ordre. Apparemment qu'il n'y a pas de traduction en ce moment. Il n'y a pas de traduction. Alors, est-ce que c'est mieux?
There's no translation. Please go on. Madam Speaker, a point of order. I believe that members imputed statements and intents to a colleague on this side of the House, and I would ask that colleague to withdraw his comments, which are very inappropriate here in the House.
For Hastings, Lennox, Addington, Wood. Point of order.
I've been listening to the debate all day, and I suspect that if the member was fair, he would recognize that there was all sorts of comments throughout the day. And if we were to say that the member has a point of order here, one would be able to say that there has been a point of order.
A point of order has been raised here, so I'm just wondering now if the member for Hastings, Lennox, and Addington has anything to say at this point.
Madam Speaker, I will withdraw the comment. Thank you.
reprise le débat.
Resuming debate.
Honorable député de Pierrefonds Delors.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds Delors.
Question ourselves, how did we get here? Right here to this debate today. In my riding of Pierrefonds Delors, Mr. Samer Majoub from the Canadian Muslim Forum and I sat around, had a coffee, and we were discussing the concerns we had about rising Islamophobia. And we looked for what could we do to shine a light and speak up against it. And he came up together with his group with this petition. And I'll read the wording, it's important. Islam is a religion of 1.5 billion people worldwide. Since its founding more than 1,400 years ago, Muslims have contributed and continue to contribute to the positive development of human civilization. It encompasses all areas of human endeavors, including arts, culture, science, medicine, literature, and more. Recently, an infinitesimally small number of extremist individuals have conducted terrorist activities while claiming to speak for the religion of Islam. Their actions have been used as a pretext for a notable rise of anti-Muslim sentiment in Canada. And these violent individuals do not reflect in any way the values or teachings of the religion of Islam. In fact, they misrepresent the religion. We categorically reject all their activities. They in no way represent the religion, the beliefs, or the desires of Muslims to coexist in peace with peoples around the world. Now, we, the undersigned citizens and residents of Canada, call upon the House of Commons to join us in recognizing that individuals, extremists, do not represent the religion of Islam, and in condemning all forms of Islamophobia. That's what happened. Now, at the time, this petition received the most signatures ever of an electronic petition in the history of Canada. In fact, it doubled the previous one. So, based on this petition, the fine leader from the NDP party put forward a motion for unanimous consent. He asked the House, very clearly, he said, he asked that the House join the more than 69,742 Canadian supporters of the House of Commons petition E411 in condemning all forms of Islamophobia. That was what he asked the House to do. He asked for unanimous consent. He asked the House, do I have unanimous consent that we condemn all forms of Islamophobia? Madam Speaker, can you imagine what happened? The House said, yes, we condemn all forms of Islamophobia. The members on this side of the House said it. The members on the other side of the House said it. The opposition said it. The government said it. It was unanimous. So, what came of that? Well, the member from Mississauga, Erin Mills, said, let me put forward a motion to study how we could work on this problem. And when she decided to do it, I will read her wording. That the House take note of the House of Commons petition E411 and the issues raised by it, and request that the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage undertake a study only, on how the government could develop a whole-of-government approach to reducing, and this is really important, or eliminating. And at this point, Madam Speaker, she didn't want to restrict it to Islamophobia. She said systemic racism and religious discrimination, including Islamophobia, but not limited to Islamophobia. A petition, a motion with unanimous consent, and a study. The only thing she's guilty of is expanding it. So today we debate another motion brought forward because the word Islamophobia was in the motion from the member from Erin Mills. Today that word has to come out because politics has been played. Because that just can't be. I did not hear one member speak up in the 4 months since they all agreed to condemn Islamophobia that this word was terrible. The fine gentleman, member from Edmonton Manning, 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago said, and I quote, "I oppose anything I don't understand." I'm speechless. I can't. I don't know how you approve this. I apologize. I do not understand, Madam Speaker, how a member could approve a motion for unanimous consent and 4 months later get up and says he doesn't understand the word. I am shocked. I have to put it down to one thing, Madam Speaker. Politics. Cheap politics. Shameful politics. Shameful, cheap politics. Islamophobia, I looked it up, very simple. Hatred or fear of Muslims. Arachnophobia is an irrational fear of spiders. Now, if I'm afraid of spiders, Madam Speaker, I'm at least not afraid to say the word arachnophobia. And I am a little afraid of spiders, but I can still say the word. It's not that scary. They seem to have a problem saying the word. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comme il est 17h15.
It being 5:15, in accordance with the order adopted earlier today, all questions to dispose of the motion are deemed to have been put. The question is deemed to have been put, and all votes are deferred to Tuesday at the end of oral questions.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn has a point of order.
Thank you, Madame. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, I am seeking unanimous consent at 5 p.m., at 5:30 p.m.
Est-ce qu'on a...
Is there unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:30 p.m.?
Wait. Therefore, the clock is to be seen at 5:30. Another point of order?
Madam Speaker, I speak French and I didn't understand a word. So I can't.
At all.
Unlike members on the other side, I need to understand what I'm voting on.
Order. Alors, moi, je parle français. Et
I do speak French, and I did understand. I did understand the member. So I encourage you to put on the headphones so you can hear the interpreter.
We'll now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Affaires émanant des députés. Considération de la motion.
Private members' business, consideration of motion M102 on behalf of Mr. Massé, Avignon-la-Métis, Matane-Matapédia on formaldehyde emissions. Mr. Massé, Avignon-la-Métis, Matane-Matapédia. Seconded. States that in the opinion of this House, the government should A, adopt regulations on formaldehyde emissions for composite wood products intended for indoor use that are sold, provided, or supplied for sale in Canada.
These regulations are similar to U.S. Environmental Protection Agency regulations enforcing the formaldehyde emission standards in the U.S. Toxic Substances Control Act, Title 5, in order to protect the health of Canadians who use these products. Resuming debate, reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Avignon-la-Métis, Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know that it's quite a challenge to pronounce the name of my riding, and I'm very proud of representing it. I hope that the debate we'll have today, this afternoon, will make it possible to engage in objective dialogue, perhaps a little less lively than what we experienced in recent minutes and the past hour. Madam Speaker, I'm very happy here today to rise in the House and present Motion 102, a subject that I consider very important. It is a motion that deals with a very important topic to ensure that we can adopt Canadian regulations governing formaldehyde emissions. Formaldehyde is a toxic substance that comes from wood-based composites for indoor use, and that causes health problems that are significant. Madam Speaker, I have 4 boys, and the health of my children is paramount to me, as is the health of my entire family. I confess that sometimes I tend to talk a lot about things that affect the health of my children. I try to ensure that they wash fruits properly, that they wash vegetables properly, as I do myself, to wash their hands. I close the Wi-Fi transmitter every night before they go to bed. And all that is designed to protect them. I want to make sure that their environment protects them and is safe, so we have a home. And over the years, I have made renovations to our property. I've installed a floating floor, a new kitchen, new cupboards. And I learned during the election campaign by visiting a composite panel, wood-based composite panel manufacturing plant, that some foreign manufacturers were using formaldehyde-based resins. So I was very surprised because formaldehyde had been taken out of composite wood-based products in Canada, and I believe that we had Canadian regulations that made it possible to restrict and completely eliminate, perhaps, the use of formaldehyde resins.
And to my great surprise, I realized we did not have very concrete measures in Canada to eliminate formaldehyde emissions. I did some research to try to figure out where we were at in terms of protection, to determine what we had available on formaldehyde emissions, and I found an article. And with that article, after Hurricane Katrina in 2005, there were serious consequences. People in Louisiana were affected. They were housed in mobile homes, and over the weeks that followed that relocation to those mobile homes, the people who lived in those residences were becoming sick. They had health problems, they had respiratory problems, and through various analyses, they concluded that those mobile homes were made of composite products that contained formaldehyde. Afterwards, there was a whole host of legal measures to try to obtain compensation from manufacturers that produced those materials, people who had built those mobile homes, and in 2012, that was resolved. In 2015, there was an episode of 60 Minutes, an American program, that dealt with this particular issue. And it indicated that foreign producers of composite wood panels were selling them to the United States. A lot of materials produced made of composites that contain formaldehyde, including floating wood floors. The 60 Minutes episode dealt with that and concluded that there were no measures that controlled formaldehyde emissions, and that Americans were becoming ill after being exposed to formaldehyde emissions. Of course, Americans reacted negatively, and after that episode aired, the government in the U.S. implemented strict regulations to eliminate formaldehyde from composite wood products. We are here before the House today to ensure that Canada, which does not have any concrete measures to limit formaldehyde emissions, can adopt similar regulations, which is why I tabled M102. And we can discuss the various elements that this motion contains. As I was saying, the objective of M102 is to adopt Canadian regulations when it comes to formaldehyde emissions for composite wood products intended for indoor use that are sold, provided, or supplied for sale in Canada, And this regulation will have to harmonize with that of the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, which enforces formaldehyde emission standards in the U.S. Toxic Substances Control Act Title VI in order to protect it through a certification process which establishes limits on formaldehyde contained in composite wood products. American regulation, and it's important to mention this, which was tabled last year, will come into force in December 2017. This is an important consideration in our debate. And so I will remind you that this is coming into force in December 2017, in the coming months. Formaldehyde is a colorless gas that pollutes air through two different ways. It can be emitted through gaseous emissions, through construction materials or household products, or through combustion of those products. The effects of formaldehyde on health are known, are studied, have been studied for many years, and are well documented by Health Canada. Elevated concentrations of formaldehyde can irritate eyes, nose, the throat, cause respiratory problems, and can worsen asthma symptoms among children and infants, and even cause cancer. That's why this gas was declared to be toxic in the Canadian Environmental Protection Act of 1999. Formaldehyde is in a large number of construction materials made of composite wood panels. Composite panels are consumer products made of recycled wood residue, and they are more and more present in Canadians' daily lives. These panels have many uses, including making furniture, offices, shelving, kitchen cabinets, floors, and toys. Formaldehyde comes mainly, as I already mentioned, from the resin that is used as an adhesive in the manufacturing of these panels. As you may already know, Health Canada established guidelines, general guidelines, on interior air quality for homes. It sets out maximum levels for two types of exposure to formaldehyde. First of all, short-term exposure and long-term exposure. These guidelines also provide information about the known effects on health of interior air contaminants, the sources of interior air contaminants, recommended exposure limits, as well as recommendations to reduce exposure to pollutants. Although there are formaldehyde emission standards about composite panels and plywood panels, standard CAN/CSA-10160, this is a voluntary standard. That means that it is not enforced, and it is not required to respect it, which is unlike the case when we develop a regulation or a law in order to protect Canadians from the harmful effects of formaldehyde emissions that come from composite panels and plywood panels. We need to do this, and that is why the motion being debated today provides an answer to problems that have not yet been resolved and will only get worse unless regulation is introduced. If this regulation is not passed, the situation that I just explained could get worse when American regulations come into force at the end of 2017. Once again, this motion intends to protect not only the health of Canadians who buy and use these products, but will also make sure that Canadian consumers have access to construction materials that are of exemplary quality. This Canadian regulation must harmonize with that of the American regulations, and I will explain why. The United States published on December 12, 2016, final national regulations regarding formaldehyde emissions for composite wood products in order to protect Canadian citizens who buy them. Once again, the effects of this toxic gas on health are well known and studied. Any wood composite manufacturer, be they American or foreign, will have until December 12, 2017 to meet the requirements of the certification program and the new environmental requirements. With this regulation, the United States have clearly indicated to composite wood panel manufacturers that the health of Americans is their priority. As most Canadian manufacturers have already invested in their operations to prepare for the coming into force of the new American standards, they will continue to export to the United States and will have no problems with their operations. However, some foreign manufacturers of composite panels who have not made the required investments into their operations to meet the new American standards will probably try to quickly sell off their products in countries that don't have environmental standards as high as those of the United States, such as Canada. If that's the case, using these composite panels coming from manufacturers whose formaldehyde emissions are very high compared to those of American products could have serious effects on the health of Canadians who buy and use these products. Having a similar certification process in Canada to that of the United States would ensure that consumers in Canada would have more protection. It would guarantee that the products they use meet the highest standards in terms of protecting against formaldehyde emissions. As I said, I am the father of 4 young boys, and I am very, very serious about their health. I care a great deal about it. Over the last years, while doing renovations, I bought composite panels without knowing that they could contain formaldehyde. I learned that Canada didn't have any real measures to protect the health of Canadians from the harmful effects of formaldehyde on the air inside homes, and that's why I decided to act by moving this motion. It is my responsibility as the father of my children to ensure that I can protect their health. Without passing measures in Canada to protect the health of Canadians from the effects of formaldehyde, it's clear that foreign manufacturers of composite panels that don't meet American standards could target the Canadian market to liquidate their products. In a situation where buyers of composite panels in Canada ignore the risks for their health, it's important to rectify the situation and pass regulation that harmonizes with that of the United States. We need to protect the health of Canadians by using American standards, and that way Canadian regulation will ensure that products that are imported meet new Canadian standards, will provide adequate labeling, and ensure that products are tested, and finally, will implement a certification process managed by third parties that are accredited. The composite panel manufacturing sector has 13 plants in Canada in 6 provinces. 70% of production is exported to the United States. This sector employs 12,000 workers and generates $3.41 billion for the Canadian economy. I'm very proud to have in my riding a plant that adopted the highest standards in order to meet those new standards and protect Canadians and the people in my region. I would like to highlight the leadership of our Canadian manufacturers of composite panels that made the required investments in order to meet the highest standards to limit the exposure of Canadians to formaldehyde emissions. And it is with pleasure that, once again, I move this motion to allow all Canadians to protect their safety. Thank you.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you. I would like to congratulate my colleague for tabling this motion, which is quite relevant and useful, and that will improve the health of Canadians. It is incumbent upon the federal government to protect the health of Canadians. Health Canada had put out some updates to its guidelines in June. These guidelines are relatively strict. For example, for long-term exposure, there's a limit of 40 particles per million, whereas in the United States, it's 110. The guidelines are better in Canada. However, as he highlighted, these are not mandatory measures. And so I congratulate my colleague for having gone beyond those guidelines. And I would ask if the government will go forward and implement those standards to make them mandatory. The Honourable Member for Davignon, Lamitis-Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague on the other side of the House for having raised this question. Of course, this is my objective. What I want is for us to be able to pass Canadian regulations that will limit formaldehyde emissions in order to protect the health of Canadians. As you know, currently we have an hour of debate on this motion, and eventually this motion will be voted on. What I hope is to obtain the support of my colleagues in the House, as well as on the opposition side, be they Conservatives or the NDP. That is my objective. And I hope that, altogether, we can agree on it. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to highlight the excellent work that my colleague has done in terms of preparing this motion. I know that many times he met people representing industry because these are not files that we normally deal with, talking about American standards and Canadian regulations. This is a product that is available in our ridings, especially when there are processing and manufacturing plants. This is extremely important to us when they are present in our ridings. I have a question for my colleague, and I ask it in all cordiality. In the motion, there is mention of norms similar to those passed in the U.S. Would it be possible to harmonize rather than to produce similar standards? It was in his speech, but I would like to hear the answer. Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamitis-Matane, Matapédia. Bravo, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his kind words. I had the opportunity over 16 years of working with the federal government to work on regulation in different departments, whether it be the Department of Health or Justice or other departments, and worked on developing regulations. When I looked into this matter, I made sure that I had full knowledge of formaldehyde emissions. Obviously, working to build a motion that was coherent, that was solid, to make sure that we could collect the support of a large number of MPs in this House. The objective is clear. It's to make sure that we protect the health of all Canadians and to highlight the work that industry has already done in order to meet the new standards. I would like to thank my colleague. Of course, this is all terminology, but I think we understand the meaning of the motion. And so I will leave it there. Thank you.
Reprise au débat, the Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's an honour to rise in the House today to speak to Motion 102. I want to commend our honourable colleague for the incredible work in putting together this motion. I have to admit that it is an issue that came up within my riding. We have organizations that have already started taking steps previously to adopt these regulations, or at least the processes in place. And this motion 102, is a great start to recognizing this. Madam Speaker, again, I rise in the House to speak to motion 102. It is worded as such that in the opinion of the House, the government should adopt regulations on formaldehyde emissions for composite wood products intended for indoor use that are sold, provided, or supplied for sale in Canada, and ensure that these regulations are similar to U.S. Environmental Protection Agency regulations enforcing the formaldehyde emission standards in the U.S. Toxic Substances Control Act in order to protect the health of Canadians who use these products. And as my honourable colleague mentioned just previously in a question, Madam Speaker, there is a concern that we have, and it's brought up as well as with industry. It is the word similar, and we recognize that this is a common sense motion, Madam Speaker. We would like to see, and this again as we move forward, an amendment, language to say align with or in alignment with, and I would actually offer, if I can, I received word from one of our industry, one of our major manufacturers of composite wood and plywood within my riding and within Canada, indeed one of the leading forestry producers in Canada, that suggested that these regulations should be patterned off of the U.S. formaldehyde emissions requirements, more specifically patterned off of California's very strict rules. And I believe our honourable colleague has actually moved with this. Madam Speaker, our previous Conservative government has always taken a stance on controlling toxic substances that pose risk to human health. For example, it was a priority to pass the Canada Consumer Bottle Safety Act, which banned the use of bisphenol A in baby bottles. Madam Speaker, on December 12, 2016, Americans Environmental Protection Agency published new regulations to reduce exposure to formaldehyde emissions from certain wood products domestically produced or imported into the United States. The EPA adopted California Air Resources Board regulations for composite wood products to ensure a consistent regulatory framework across the U.S. Madam Speaker, formaldehyde is used as an adhesive in a wide range of wood products such as furniture, flooring, cabinets, bookcases, and building materials, including plywood and wood panels, as our honourable colleague so aptly mentioned. Composite wood products are made with pre-consumer recycled wood residuals, which utilize 95% of the whole tree, and also a significant majority of wood fiber is locally sourced. That's important, Madam Speaker, especially in my riding of Cariboo Prince George, where we are dependent on forestry. Exposure to formaldehyde can cause adverse health effects, including eye, nose, and throat irritation, other respiratory symptoms, and even cancer. Formaldehyde in Canada is classified as a toxic substance under the Canadian Environmental Protections Act of 1999, CEPA, and it is regulated. If the Government of Canada decides to adopt EPA regulations, the use of formaldehyde in wood products would be subject to stricter regulation on finished wood products like plywood, cabinet doors, and countertops. Madam Speaker, it's important to note that Canadian exporters of composite wood products, they already adhere to the American and Californian standards voluntarily through the CSA group to export into the American market. If Canada did not adopt this regulatory change, or if we refuse to adopt Motion 102, composite wood products entering Canada would be subject to less stringent formaldehyde regulations than Canadian exports to the United States. Madam Speaker, this is also about jobs. It's not just a health issue, it's about a competitive advantage. It's also about jobs here in Canada, as well as products that could be flooding into our market from foreign countries, such as an example would be composite wood products from China. So I will reiterate once again, for the record, Madam Speaker, this is a common sense motion. When we see so many divisive topics that come through the House, where the House can oftentimes be divided, this is one that is hopefully going to be supported by all members on all sides, because it is a very common sense motion. I want to reiterate, I want to bring it back to Canadian jobs, Madam Speaker, because again, we need to always be mindful that it protects jobs within Canada, also promotes jobs and job growth. The composite panel industry supports Canadian jobs. As a matter of fact, nearly 12,000 people across Canada are employed in this industry, many of them in rural communities like those in my riding at Cariboo Prince George. In fact, West Fraser Production Plant in Quesnel is a significant job creator and is a member of the composite panel industry, and indeed one of the largest producers of this in Canada. If Motion 102 doesn't pass, these jobs and jobs in my riding could be negatively impacted, Madam Speaker. And as you know, I am one of the fiercest proponents of getting a new softwood lumber agreement done as quickly as possible. With increasing protectionist rhetoric coming from our friends across the border, we need to do everything in our power to ensure that our Canadian producers enjoy the same advantages that those that are in competition with them. If Motion 102 doesn't pass, Madam Speaker, these jobs and jobs in my riding, as I said, would be negatively impacted. Aligning Canada's regulatory framework with the United States on wood products containing formaldehyde will indeed prevent the dumping of non-compliant EPA products into the Canadian marketplace. This will ensure Canada's wood product manufacturers maintain a competitive advantage both domestically as well as internationally. Madam Speaker, in an ever-changing, uncertain global economic environment, we need to seize every opportunity to ensure that our forestry products and forestry producers remain competitive. Here is a statistic for the House, Madam Speaker. Over 140 communities in my province of British Columbia are forestry dependent. Roughly 65,000 jobs depend on the forestry industry for their livelihoods and to put food on the table for their families. Madam Speaker, we currently do not have a softwood lumber agreement in place. This has been mentioned time and again, and I will continue to defend our forestry workers. It is expected that tariffs will soon be levied on our Canadian producers who ship between Canada and the U.S. Prior to the Harper government coming to power, disputes on the softwood lumber have been simmering for more than 20 years. It reached a peak in May 2002 when the United States imposed duties of 27% on Canadian softwood, where it was argued that Canada unfairly subsidized producers of spruce, pine, and fir lumber. The trade war took a toll on Canadian jobs, Madam Speaker. While we like to tout our record in litigation, thousands upon thousands in the industry lost their jobs, including nearly 15,000 forestry workers in my home province of British Columbia. There is a quote that was thrown around this chamber quite frequently, and it is this: the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Instead of negotiating a new softwood lumber agreement right out of the gate, we have seen inaction on this file, and the Liberal government has chose to put it on the back burner and instead put false promises as well as false deadlines forward. And Speaker, that's where we stand today, with no deal and our high-quality, well-paying forestry jobs at risk. One certainty we do have is knowing from experience of the last 4 trade wars is that this one will not end well. Regardless of where we move with our softwood lumber agreement, there will be losers. Canadians need results from this government that include protection of almost 400,000 jobs from a new softwood lumber agreement. From conversations I've had with them, Canadians are rightly worried because it's clear that there is no plan to protect the high-paying jobs that are created in Canada as a result of NAFTA, including 550,000 auto sector jobs, 211,000 aerospace jobs, and our oil and gas, mining, and forestry jobs. Madam Speaker, we need the Liberal government to start recognizing the importance of our rural economies as the backbone of national economy. And Madam Speaker, the Conservative Party stands for our hardworking families employed in the resources sector. Oftentimes, it is these individuals working 12 to 14-hour days, doing backbreaking labor-intensive jobs in all kind of unpredictable weather. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, they work hard to put food on the table, and we stand with them. Making a small common-sense change to tweak legislations that is already voluntarily is a good move, and that's why we will be supporting Motion 102. Thank you.
Reprise au débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for l'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to discuss a motion M102 by my colleague for Avignon-la-Métis, Matane, Matapédia, which reads as follows. I can read the motion because it's worthwhile. That in the opinion of the House, the government should A, adopt regulations on formaldehyde emissions for composite wood products intended for indoor use that are sold, provided, or supplied for sale in Canada, and B, ensure that these regulations are similar to U.S. Environmental Protection Agency regulations informing the formaldehyde emissions standards in the U.S. Toxic Substance Control Act Title VI in order to protect the health of Canadians who use these products. So, Madam Speaker, my colleagues have mentioned the problem that we have with the existing guidelines. They are not compulsory. So Canadians need to be further protected. So what is formaldehyde for the common mortal? It's not a word one uses every day, but might be useful at Scrabble. Formaldehyde is a colorless gas emitted by household cleaning products as well as wood products. for instance, in composite wood panels. It's a gas that can be emitted and that can have toxic effects. It can lead to burning in the eyes and throat and nose. It can lead to respiratory problems, and in high concentrations, it can bring about some cancers. So it is a toxic product that should not be neglected. The problem we've been having for many years, Madam Speaker, both under a Conservative government and more recently with a Liberal government, is that they're going toward voluntary guidelines. So guidelines are issued, they advise the companies manufacturing this and ask them to respect certain standards, but these are not compulsory guidelines. So I congratulate my colleague for having brought forth this motion, because it specifies that we should have compulsory standards. So we already have rules that businesses respect, but we don't have any compulsory rules. As I said, although there are standards for formaldehyde for plywood, it is applied only voluntarily. Therefore, it's not applied or compulsory or applied, contrary to what happens in other countries such as the United States, where a great deal of thought has been given to this recently, and that left to a strengthening of the rules. As early as 2007, California adopted regulations to reduce the public's exposure to formaldehyde. The rules established 2 phases for these emissions for flooring and stratified composites. The first referred to 210 particles per billion as early as January 2009, and the second phase came into force in January 2011, where the maximum concentration was 110 particles per billion of formaldehyde. Therefore, there was a great increase in the work done in the U.S., and there have been other concerns among our neighbors to the south. They saw products made outside the U.S. coming into their country, started to invade the market at very low prices, and they contained a lot of formaldehyde, far more than the recommended standards. And that's why all products to be sold or manufactured and offered to American consumers have until December 2017 to comply with the formaldehyde standards in these composite products and panels. So the regulations in the U.S. have improved year after year. So one can wonder whether we have similar regulations here. If we did, would it have a negative impact on Canadian industry, on companies that manufacture these wood panels? The answer is no. In order to continue to export to the U.S., Canadian manufacturers have already made substantial investments in their facilities in order to respect or even surpass the U.S. environmental standards. So our companies are already prepared to respect these compulsory standards, even though right now they are optional. They're voluntary. So our manufacturers are ready. And as other colleagues mentioned, we'd be penalized if we didn't have firm regulations here that are compulsory, because other manufacturers in other countries could export their products here. And they could contain formaldehyde and they could sell it even though the standard is much higher than what's recommended here and what might be acceptable for people's health. The recommendations we have here in Canada are more severe than those in the United States. As I mentioned in a question, the recommendations in Canada for long-term exposure are 40 particles per billion, whereas in the US it's 110 particles per billion. So that's being recommended by Health Canada to ensure the welfare of all Canadians. So when the motion says that there should be an approach similar to that of the U.S., I'd say I'm in total agreement with my colleague. We should even surpass the recommendations in the U.S. because Health Canada recommends 40 particles per billion and not 110 like in the U.S. So we could have a supplementary effort in our guidelines. It's good news that my colleague has tabled this motion. It's also surprising because in June 2015 there was an update in the directives about indoor air quality and formaldehyde. About a year ago, the Liberal government issued an update, issued strict guidelines that comply with Health Canada's recommendations about public health, but they did it on a voluntary basis, and unfortunately, that's something that often happens from both Conservative and Liberal governments. So I congratulate my colleague for his approach here. I think that this goes beyond what the government did in 2015, which is a bit disappointing. It's a step in the right direction, and I hope that the next guidelines, the next amendments by the Liberal government will imitate this approach and have regulations that are compulsory, not just guidelines that are voluntary, that companies may or may not comply with depending on their goodwill. The goodwill of their board of directors or their executives. Once again, I think this is a very good motion. I'm very pleased to support it when time comes to vote on it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Point of order. The honourable member for Pierrefonds.
Earlier in the debate, I made a comment towards the member from Calgary Forest Lawn that I feel is inappropriate, and I would like to retract that and apologize.
Thank you. Reprise de débat. Resuming
debate. The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Tonight I'm pleased to rise in the House to elaborate on the importance of Motion M102. Motion M102 deals with formaldehyde emissions from composite wood products intended for indoor use that are sold, provided, or supplied for sale in Canada. And I was pleased earlier to hear from across the aisle that both parties are supporting this particular motion. It is of utmost importance, and I'd like to take a moment to applaud my colleague for his great work on this. So thank you. Formaldehyde is a colorless gas that is emitted mainly from household products and building materials. Formaldehyde is an irritant, and exposure to high concentrations of formaldehyde has been known to cause burning sensation in the eyes, the nose, the throat. It causes respiratory problems and also can lead to cancer. Composite wood products have been known to contribute to formaldehyde levels through off-gassing. Composite panels are created by binding wood particles together using adhesives that may contain formaldehyde. These panels are often used to manufacture commonly used indoor products such as furniture, desks, shelving, cabinets, flooring, and even toys. Health Canada has established residential indoor air quality guidelines that summarize the health risks of specific indoor pollutants. They also provide information on known health effects of indoor air contaminants, recommended exposure limits, and recommendations to reduce exposure to pollutants. Although there is a formaldehyde emission standard for composite and hardwood plywood panels here in Canada, it is voluntary. Since there is no enforcement or compulsory standard here, as in the case for statutory regulation and/or regulations, Canadians are not immune to the harmful effects of formaldehyde emissions from sources such as composite and hardwood plywood panels. As noted earlier, on December 12, 2016, the U.S. government announced a final rule on formaldehyde emission standards for composite wood products to protect against the harmful effects of this colorless gas. Since these regulations came into force, all U.S. and foreign manufacturers of composite wood products wishing to sell or make these products available to American consumers have until December 12, 2017 to comply with the certification program and new U.S. environmental standards. To continue exporting to the U.S., Canadian manufacturers have made significant investments in their facilities to meet and many times exceed U.S. environmental standards, which are very tough, particularly with regard to formaldehyde emissions. Most Canadian composite panel manufacturers have already invested in their operations to meet these U.S. standards and will continue to be able to export to the U.S. after the December 12, 2017 date. Some foreign composite panel manufacturers that have not made the necessary investments in their operations to meet the new American environmental standards will be looking to liquidate their products in countries with less stringent environmental standards, such as Canada. In that case, the use of composite panels in these countries with very high formaldehyde emissions could have significant effects on the health of Canadians who buy these manufactured products. Furthermore, such a scenario would put Canadian manufacturers at a competitive disadvantage compared to foreign manufacturers and could have significant economic impacts for Canadian manufacturers. In Canada, 13 factories in 6 provinces produce composite panels. In total, Canadian composite panel factories employ 11,500 workers, pay close to $724 million in wages, and have about $3.14 billion impact on the Canadian economy. A little over 70% of Canada's production of raw panels and products made with raw panels are exported to the U.S. right now. In my riding in Sault Ste. Marie, we are home to the successful Canadian factory that produces composite panels. Aruco North America manufactures a wide range of sustainable forest product solutions across this country, including Sault Ste. Marie. They have produced the most comprehensive selection of composite panels, premium plywood, millwork lumber, and FSC certified wood pulp. Overall, Aruco North America employs more than 13,500 people at 30 international production facilities, has sales staff in more than 80 countries, products sold on 5 continents to 3,500 customers via 220 ports worldwide, including engineered panels such as MDF made at Aruco, Sault Ste. Marie, as well as lumber and pulp. Aruco North America purchased its Sault Ste. Marie factory from Flakeboard in September 2012 as a wholly owned subsidiary. Over 20 years ago, in 1996, the first panel rolled off the world's then largest continuous MDF press at the GP Flakeboard in Sault Ste. Marie. At that time, they employed 87 people. Today, Aruco Sault Ste. Marie employs over 120 people, and the success of this operation is due to the ownership being heavily invested in producing quality products and having a highly skilled local workforce which takes great pride in their work. The health of Canadians and the product sustainability is paramount at Aruco and many other of these Canadian companies. For example, they offer environmentally preferred product choices to support their customers' sustainable building and fabricating initiatives. With over 20 years in Sault Ste. Marie, Aruco has become one of the most efficient and productive manufacturers in North America. Aruco has shown leadership in continuing to become more efficient and environmentally friendly, and doing so with exemplary record in health and safety issues. Aruco employs responsible best practices in the manufacture of every product, relying on wood grown in the company's own certified, sustained, managed plantation forest, imported products, and post-industrial reclaimed fiber as raw materials in the domestic. All of Aruco's products are certified and compliant with the FSC chain of custody standards, verifying that they can trace the wood fiber used in production back to responsible sources. Aruco North American composite panel mills are certified to the Composite Panel CPA Eco-Certified Composite ECC standard, indicating the mill's implementation of a number of performance criteria, including the CPA Carbon Calculator tool to assess product life cycles and carbon footprints. All Aruco composite panels sold in North America are manufactured in compliance with the California Air Resources Board's CARB 2 standard for formaldehyde emission. This is just an example of how Canadian companies are compliant now and also exceed the American standard. Between 2005 and 2015, Health Canada measured formaldehyde in over 500 homes across Canada. Approximately 8% of homes exceeded the long-term exposure limit, indicating a risk of adverse effects. In 2001, under the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999, CEPA, formaldehyde was concluded to be toxic to human health and the environment. Formaldehyde emissions from vehicle engines have been regulated under CEPA since 2003. As of now, no action has been taken to date under CEPA to address exposure to formaldehyde through indoor air. Taking action on Motion 102 will help to protect the health of Canadians from the effect of formaldehyde in indoor air and support regulatory alignment with the United States. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate my unwavering support for Motion 102, as it first and foremost protects the health of Canadians. I encourage the majority of Canadian composite panel manufacturers to continue to invest in their operations to meet high environmental standards like those in the U.S. We cannot allow foreign composite panel manufacturers who have not made the necessary investments in their operations to meet the new American environmental standard the ability to liquidate their products in Canada. In other words, dump their product here. It would create a health risk, as noted in the 60-minute special not too long ago, to Canadians. And I think of another story of when I was in New Orleans and driving through the aftermath of Katrina while my wife was on a conference and seeing the government trailers that had the formaldehyde in them. That court case, and it was such a terrible thing. These poor people were left homeless, put into these government trailers, and many of these trailers had the formaldehyde in them. And it wasn't until 2012 till they resolved that. So we do not want any of that here in Canada. Furthermore, this motion will help protect Canadian jobs because the dump product will cost Canadian jobs. So please support this motion, and I applaud my colleague. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy to rise today to say very enthusiastically and unreservedly that I am in favour of the motion tabled by my honourable colleague. Madam Speaker, I think it's very important for people in my region to see what's happening on social media, because we are going to spread and distribute what we're talking about, because we are supporting the motion. We believe that the government should adopt regulations on formaldehyde emissions for composite wood products intended for indoor use that are sold, provided, or supplied for sale in Canada. It should also ensure that these regulations are similar to U.S. Environmental Protection Agency regulations enforcing the formaldehyde emission standards in the U.S. Toxic Substances Control Act, Title VI, in order to protect the health of Canadians who use those products. That's what the motion states, and it's a very, very good one. I think we need to go further, by the way. I think we have to explain to people, since we all seem to be supporting the motion, we need to explain why it's important. Why is it important? Because it's good for Canada's economy. for one thing, but we also, in particular, see not only that it's adopted by the House, but that the government takes tangible action to ensure that these very good recommendations, which I have just read, are very quickly adopted before December 2017. Let's give a bit of background to see where that motion comes from, Madam Speaker. On December 12, 2016, the EPA in the United States supported new regulations to restrict formaldehyde emissions from products. It wanted to harmonize the regulatory framework across the United States that dealt with wood-based products using formaldehyde. The formaldehyde, which is the subject of this motion, is an odorless gas that is emitted by adhesives used in wood-based products like cupboards, construction materials, beams, plywood, and wood panels. Exposure to formaldehyde emissions can have toxic effects on health, and it can irritate eyes, throat. It can cause respiratory symptoms, and it can even cause cancers. Madam Speaker, formaldehyde is a toxic substance under the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, and its use is regulated. Madam Speaker, the purpose of this motion is to implement new regulations which are desired not only by the industry but are also very necessary for Canada's economy. If the government decided to adopt such regulations, the use of formaldehyde in finished wood products like plywood products and cupboards would be subject to more stringent rules. Madam Speaker, Canadian exporters of wood-based composite products already voluntarily apply the U.S. standards as part of the CSA group so that they can export to the U.S. My colleagues are no doubt wondering, because I'm hearing them wonder. They can't wait to see how my speech continues. Here's the question everyone is asking. Why is the member for Mégantic-L'Érable interested in this motion? Well, it's very simple, Madam Speaker. I am proud of saying that the biggest manufacturing plant of particle board in North America is not in the United States, it's not in Montreal, it's not in Toronto, it's not even in the riding of my colleague who moved this motion. The biggest particle board manufacturing plant in North America is in Lac-Mégantic, in the riding of Mégantic-L'Érable. I'm very proud of that, as are my colleagues. It's wonderful to have organizations and plants like this in a small town, and it's wonderful to see that a plant like Tafisa is providing jobs for 350 families in Lac-Mégantic, in addition to economic spin-offs that apply in transport, and there are also, of course, tax benefits for the municipality. When you have such a large plant in a small community, it does a great deal to help the town function well. Tafisa, which is headed, I should say, by Louis Brassard, with whom I discussed Motion 102, involves Portuguese investment. It's a Portuguese investment by Sonai Industria, and the Lac-Mégantic manufacturing plant is the largest investment by Portugal outside Portugal. So not only is it the largest Portuguese investment outside Portugal, the entire board of management, the management cadre, are all Canadians. So we're very proud of Tafisa, which has invested over $400 million in Lac-Mégantic since 1992. It manufactures 910,000 cubic meters of particle board, 44,000 panels a day, 300 trucks and 50 railway cars per week, and 25 student jobs every summer. And that's important, because if we want to keep our people in the region, we have to give our students jobs. And summer jobs are a wonderful way of keeping people in the community, because they have something tangible and useful, and they can have a future in a small region. Tafisa has sales over $300 million. That is huge for a municipality as small as Lac-Mégantic. I've had a chat with the CEO on the impact of harmonizing with the U.S. regulations. What are these? For example, if we don't do it, there's a risk of regulatory dumping. Plants that don't, in December 2017, meet the new standards could decide to send their unregulated products to Canada just to get rid of it, since they won't be able to sell it in the U.S. anymore. The result will be to jeopardize the health of Canadians, our regional economy. It's unacceptable. We can't let it get that far. We can't allow people who don't comply with the rules, as our own plants do, have the possibility of dumping their unregulated products here. A plant could decide to manufacture lower quality panels. I haven't even mentioned plants in other countries like China who don't necessarily meet North American standards if they have a different way of selling their products here. The Quebec Minister of Forests, Wildlife and Parks has just written to the Minister of Natural Resources, Canada's Minister of Natural Resources, and here is what he said. These recent years have seen Quebec manufacturing plants achieve significant goals in meeting standards. Products that don't meet the same quality, safety, and certification standards will no longer have access to the North American markets. They can then be sold in Canada, since the regulations will be more flexible and less restrictive. This is what we fear, Madam Speaker. This is what could happen, and well, might happen if the government does not take this motion and translate it into tangible action. The Quebec minister highlights in his letter in conclusion, and he's writing to the Minister of Natural Resources, I support the association's measures to adopt regulations similar to those in the United States, and I invite you to support the initiative with the health minister because she is also responsible for this area. We have strong support from the Quebec government, which understands how important it is to move ahead with these regulations. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I can say we will support this motion, which is good for the health of Canadians, good for Canada's economy, and good for the people of Lac-Mégantic.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper.
At this time, in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion for the adjournment of this House is deemed to have been moved and seconded. Thus, the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy to rise in this House to talk about the other subject I find very important, even if we are talking about the same municipality like Mégantic. I'm going to bring forward a different kind of enthusiasm. I'm confident that the federal government will finally and very soon confirm that there will be a railway bypass to go around Lac-Mégantic. A company in our region, Tafisa, which uses the railway, runs 50 cars a week of plywood products that are exported across the world. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, we have a problem at Lac-Mégantic. The railway, ever since the tragedy, still goes through the heart of Lac-Mégantic's downtown area. So the people of the town, which are trying to recover from the tragedy of July 2013, always feel repeatedly, every time they hear a train, find themselves reliving those terrible moments. Trains in Lac-Mégantic represent the survival of the municipality, but at the same time, they are also the municipality's problem. We have questions that we need to ask in this House regularly, questions for the Minister of Transport. In January, the Prime Minister came to Sherbrooke and said to the people of Lac-Mégantic that he was committed to fast-tracking the process to help the municipality. 1 month after that, the Minister of Transport said, in answer to a question here in this House, it's important to fast-track the study, and we're working in collaboration with others to see how we're going to do that. 1 month later, we still haven't found a way of moving ahead with this in spite of all the resources that Transport Canada has. How can we, or how are we rather, to understand that? The Prime Minister saying that the federal government will do everything it can to help the people of Lac-Mégantic, tasks the Minister of Transport with doing that, and yet a month later the Minister of Transport is still saying we're working as a team to establish how we're going to work faster. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Transport today carried on in the same vein. He said in an answer to one of my questions, he said, this work is being conducted in cooperation with Quebec, the province of Quebec, the company that conducted the feasibility study, and the Mayor of Lac-Mégantic. This has been begun, but we want to move ahead responsibly. I went 3 times to Lac-Mégantic. We want to fast-track the process, and we're doing everything we can to do that. Madam Speaker, I would like those words to be translated into tangible action. We've had a month. I would like those words to end in an announcement that will tell the people of Lac-Mégantic that, yes, we're working on fast-tracking the study, but I can confirm today that there will be a bypass taking the train around Lac-Mégantic.
Could they tell us? Yes, you see, the Prime Minister, the Minister of Transportation, all the parliamentarians said it's important to go. Could we get an answer to this question? Will there, yes or no, be a bypass for Lac-Mégantic? And I'm hoping the answer is yes. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transportation. Madam Speaker, I would like to start by thanking the member for Mégantic-L'Érable for raising this important issue. It is important. And it is important for more than just the citizens of Lac-Mégantic. We understand the situation. Safety and security of Canada's transportation system remains an undeniable priority for our government, and railway safety is the absolute priority of the Minister of Transport. That is why $143 million in the 2016 budget was invested to improve railway safety and the transportation of dangerous goods. This helps Transport Canada to continue its monitoring of all federal railways to ensure that they are complying with enhanced regulations and to make sure that they can act to apply those safety regulations. Removing the fast-moving transportation of crude oil with DOT 111 tanker cars was an essential step to reinforce our rail system to ensure that it will no longer be carried on these unsafe, or rather transported by these cars that are not as impact resistant. Transport Canada has decided to accelerate the deadline set by the minister, and it will be respected. Transport Canada will not hesitate to take the measures required in the case that older cars are found to be carrying crude oil. The Minister of Transport remains engaged to reduce the number of accidents and incidents on the Canadian railway system and the crossings regulated by the federal government.
There are new technologies that have been proven to be effective, and through the new Railway Safety Improvement Program, we are providing more than $55 million in funding that we are investing throughout the country. The member for Mégantic-l'Érable also mentioned the tragedy that occurred at Lac-Mégantic. The minister visited Lac-Mégantic 3 times and spoke directly with citizens that shared their concerns with him, their worries with him when it comes to railway safety in their community. And we understand their concerns. The tragedy that occurred in 2013 at Lac-Mégantic was one of the most tragic moments of transportation history in Canada. I can assure you that Transport Canada is continuing to monitor railway safety in the region and will not hesitate to act if required. Furthermore, during his visit to Sherbrooke, the Prime Minister met the Mayor of Lac-Mégantic and committed to do everything in his power to accelerate the feasibility study. Since that visit, the Minister of Transportation contacted the Government of Quebec in order to set up a meeting with the province and the City of Lac-Mégantic to discuss the bypass and the possibility of accelerating the feasibility study. The Honourable Member from Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Please allow me to highlight the quality of the French language speech of my colleague. Congratulations. It's not always easy to speak French, but I think it was well done. And I would also like to congratulate her for her nomination to Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Transportation. I heard the Parliamentary Secretary's support. Thank you to the Minister. Thank you to the Prime Minister. Thank you to all of the parliamentarians in this House that have ever asked a question about Lac-Mégantic. What I would like, Madam Speaker, is that now that we all agree that we're acting and that we are shortening those deadlines, I would like the Parliamentary Secretary to commit that the message be communicated to the Minister of Transport.
Madame le Président et le député l'honorable.
Madam Speaker, and the member for Mégantic-l'Érable, as mandated by the Prime Minister, our government has committed to improving railway safety. This is the absolute priority of the Minister of Transportation. We plan to continue to support the families of the tragedy that occurred in July 2013. Our government has committed to examining ways of accelerating the study and to continue the dialogue with the community of Lac-Mégantic as well as with the other stakeholders in order to contribute to reestablishing that community and to finding a solution. Thank you.
Member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me pick up where I actually left off last year, November the 2nd, when I asked the minister from Wascana why he continues to support the carbon tax scheme, which will cost my province of Saskatchewan substantially in jobs and in money. We know the Liberals are on this borrowing binge, billions of dollars. They're well over their projected $10 billion that they promised during the general election. At least double, maybe even triple over that. We'll find out soon. But we also know that borrowed money has to be paid back sometime. So will it be my children or my grandchildren? They're going to have to pay this debt back. So the Liberals now, we have found out, are raising taxes on the middle class. The middle class, Madam Speaker, that they talk so joyfully about every day in this House. The Prime Minister promised a new era of cooperative federalism. Instead, he's using the sledgehammer to force provinces like mine that have not signed on to this carbon tax. He's imposed it on the territories, this massive, massive tax grab. let's go to the Toronto Sun headline recently that said Trudeau carbon tax takes from the poor and gives to the rich.
I just want to remind the member that he's not to name either the Prime Minister or any other members by the name in the House.
Speaker. So my colleague then from Carleton, Ontario, has pointed out repeatedly, we know the effect of carbon taxes are felt most by those that have the least. We know the government is censoring a Finance Canada memo showing the impact of this carbon tax on the gap between the rich and the poor. So if the carbon tax is really revenue neutral, like the Liberals say it is, then why are they not releasing this data? They know the numbers. Why are they continuing every day in this House hiding that number from us? Because we know that poor households spend a larger share of their income on gas, on groceries, on heat. They will suffer the most from this new federally mandated carbon tax. Our largest trading partner, Madam Speaker, is the United States. They have repeatedly said they will lower business taxes, and they will not, I will repeat, not have a carbon tax. Our province of Saskatchewan is very worried. You know why? It's not a level playing field, as our companies will have increased costs doing business because of this unfair carbon tax. Last year alone in my province of Saskatchewan, we lost 7,900 jobs. 7,900 full-time jobs in the last 12 months in one of the great provinces of this country. So I ask, why does this government pursue this tax grab on those who can least afford it by imposing a plan which will cost Saskatchewan its competitiveness and employment opportunities? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the member for the question. And it does, in fact, bring me joy to rise in the House today to talk about our government's plan to put a tax on, a price on carbon pollution, and to speak about how it will help Canada's middle class. It's not conjecture, Madam Speaker, but rather we know that pricing carbon pollution is the most effective way to reduce emissions and to create a clean growth economy. For this reason, it's a key part of our government's pan-Canadian framework on clean growth and climate change. Carbon pricing will provide certainty and predictability for Canadian businesses. It will encourage businesses and Canadians alike to reduce emissions and to help Canada transition to a low-carbon economy. And because it is predictable and gradual, carbon pricing will drive innovation and attract investment capital to Canada to create the middle-class jobs of tomorrow and beyond. And again, this is not conjecture. British Columbia's introduction of a carbon price demonstrates this well. Studies show that carbon pricing reduced greenhouse gas emissions in the province, while their economy, including a thriving clean tech sector, grew faster than the rest of Canada. Not only that, Madam Speaker, but as a result of BC's revenue-neutral price on carbon, middle-class families got a tax cut, 5% for the two bottom tax brackets. And today, BC has the lowest overall personal taxes in the country thanks to their carbon tax. In Alberta, Madam Speaker, the carbon price will provide financial support for those that need it most, covering 60% of households. These rebates that will start in July will put up to $520 in the pockets of middle-class families, and that's cash, not conjecture. This is why our plan gives each province and territory the flexibility to decide how they implement a price on carbon pollution. They can use the revenue as they see fit, including supporting middle-class families in similar ways to the BC and Alberta examples that I just gave. Madam Speaker, the member for Regina-Wascana has represented his constituents in this House for over 24 years with considerable success and aplomb, I might add. And he knows well the benefits Saskatchewan can see from introducing a carbon price. For example, Madam Speaker, with a carbon price of $20 per tonne, Saskatchewan could reduce personal income taxes by over 1/3, imagine that, and cut its provincial sales tax by 2/3. And, Madam Speaker, at $30 per tonne, Saskatchewan could completely eliminate sales tax. And how about that for protecting the environment and growing the economy? Madam Speaker, by putting a price on the things that we don't want, like pollution, provinces can do things that the middle-class Canadians want and need, like reducing taxes and creating good middle-class jobs. Thank you very much.
I was just giving you the sign for 1 minute. You're done? Okay. The honourable member for Saskatoon, Grasswood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleagues across the floor are fond telling us that their carbon tax scheme is revenue neutral, yet they continue to refuse to give us the disclose of the cost. Every day in this House we ask that question. What is the cost? Saskatchewan businesses, as early as last year, they came to the House. They're not looking for handouts. We're not a province with handouts. We work. Our businesses in our province of Saskatchewan, they are proud of what they have accomplished over the last number of years. But when they came here, they pleaded with this current government to stop, absolutely stop its job-killing tax schemes. 7,900 jobs were lost last year in our province. Saskatchewan wants to be competitive. We love competition, and that does not include a carbon tax. We are still one of the only provinces, if not the only province, holding out. We on this side of the House are also fighting for the working class Canadians. So why do the Liberals insist then on inflicting?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, after a decade of inaction and years of lost opportunities, we're finally taking steps required to protect our planet for our children and grandchildren. Under our plan, Madam Speaker, each province has the flexibility to decide how to implement the price on carbon based on their own regional context and how they use those revenues. I've outlined just a few steps that Saskatchewan could take, Madam Speaker, including completely eliminating the sales tax in Saskatchewan. That would certainly be a job creator. And carbon pricing is just one of the Pan-Canadian framework element of the Pan-Canadian framework on clean growth and climate change. Our focus will remain on taking real, concrete, and lasting action to reduce our emissions, grow our economy, and create good middle-class jobs across Canada and certainly in Saskatchewan. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Albany.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise here today to talk about marine debris. In light of an incident on November 3rd where a South Korean cargo ship lost 35 shipping containers at the entrance of the Strait of Juan de Fuca, there was these shipping containers were containing, they were insulated with styrofoam. The debris ended up washing up and down the west coast of Vancouver Island on the coast of Pacific Rim National Park, the district of Tofino and Vargas Island. As soon as I heard about the issue, Madam Speaker, I contacted the acting superintendent of Pacific Rim National Park Reserve. I talked to local government officials and First Nations. We called on Ottawa for support, for funding support, because there was no mechanism to clean up the debris on the west coast. Madam Speaker, after a week, there was no response from Ottawa, and the local communities were left to clean up what turned out to be fridges on their beaches and styrofoam that was getting into the ecosystem, into the shellfish, into the fish, and really contaminating the local ecosystem. And this could have been prevented, Madam Speaker. Marine debris is a huge problem where I live, and it's getting only worse as we see increased traffic on the West Coast, and as we see increased trade with the Pacific Rim and Asia. We've seen 6% growth with our trade with Asia. We see the government working towards increasing that trade, yet we see no mechanism to deal with the environmental fallout of marine debris. There's actually no money going to clean up debris right now that's targeted specifically for marine debris. And I'd like to see a mechanism, and the people on the West Coast, that's tied into economic growth so that we see a real commitment from the Government of Canada, from corporate interests, that they're going to invest in protecting the coastline. Right now, we're relying on local organizations and true community champions like Coast Rider, like local Indigenous guardians to do that kind of work, and we're giving them no funding. In fact, when this incident took place, they were given no money to help them with fuel, to even buy coffee and cookies for their many volunteers. Nothing came from Ottawa, and this is a terrible situation because at the time we didn't even know what was in those containers. Madam Speaker, The cleanup on the high-profile beaches is pretty much, mostly complete through the combined resources of these community volunteers and, like I said, Surf Rider and the great work of the Pacific Rim National Park staff. But now we're focusing on remote areas for the cleanup outside of the Pacific Rim National Park Reserve. The surveillance on the remote areas is complete. We know where pretty much everything is and where to concentrate the cleanup efforts. But some of the debris is buried deep in the beach under logs and sand and requiring large equipment to remove it. Parks Canada received $72,000 from the South Korean cargo ship to clean up their efforts. So what we need now is a mechanism to transfer the money from Parks Canada and to the community volunteers, organizations like Surf Rider, the Indigenous Guardians program, so they can get reimbursed for their cleanup efforts and finish the job. The only reason this debris has been removed from the shoreline so far is because of these community volunteers. So I'm calling on the government to not only release this funding immediately and get this funding to the local community organizations, but we really need a plan. We need a national and international plan. Right now, the Ocean Protection Plan, as it's being discussed, is not talking about marine debris.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd really like to thank the Honourable Member for Courtney Alberni for his question and for his concern and advocacy for the sensitive ecosystems that are so important to all of us. We've been clear that the safety and protection of the public and the environment is one of our government's primary concerns. And he's right. There is a significant volume of Canada's commodities and processed goods that are exported via marine transportation, and it employs about 250,000 Canadians, and it injects more than $25 billion into Canada's economy. With this in mind, the Prime Minister announced an unprecedented $1.5 billion Oceans Protections Plan on November the 7th last year, and the details of which I'll get into momentarily. But we realized that a consultative process would be required to address these diverse coasts, and that would be important. And the Oceans Protection Plan was developed through collaborative work done by Indigenous and coastal communities and various government programs. This unparalleled plan, which will begin implementing this year, includes tabling new legislation to address abandoned, derelict, and wrecked vessels. And it would also require ship owners to mark and remove any hazardous wreck that results from an accident, including any objects from a ship that have washed ashore. This will provide an added means of protection for local communities and taxpayers once the new statute comes into force. Our government knows that Canadians rely on our coasts and waterways both for economic reasons as well as for cultural and recreational purposes. The safety and protection of our waters and of the people travelling on them are of great importance to this government. The honourable member's question asked specifically about the fragments of empty containers lost overboard from the NV Hajin, Seattle, some of which are washing ashore along Vancouver Island. These container fragments are not posing an immediate environmental or navigation hazard, for which Transport Canada would immediately move into action. But they are unsightly on our beaches and shores, and as such, the lead agency for the cleanup, Parks Canada, has advised us that they will be moving quickly to remove this debris. I want to assure the member that the incident that involved the Nathan Stewart on BC's North Coast, which also would have been a concern, showed us all that we needed to improve the existing maritime safety system in order to prevent, prepare for, and respond to maritime pollution from vessels. For that specific incident, we acknowledge the assistance of all responders and the partners, the Canadian Coast Guard, the province of British Columbia, the community of Bella Bella, the Western Canada Marine Response Corporation, and the Heiltsuk Nation in the management of this incident, much of which was carried out in challenging weather and environmental conditions. This, collaborating with the Heiltsuk in particular, has allowed responders to benefit from the nation's traditional knowledge and extensive experience with weather, tides, navigation in this area. Working together is the key. Thank you.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our coastline is becoming a junkyard. The increased ocean plastics as a result of trade and the amount of cargo ships that are going through the Strait of Juan de Fuca are actually immediately contaminating our ecosystems. So this is something that is urgent to the people in the communities where I live. It's contaminated our shellfish, our food security, and what we count on most, and that's a clean ocean, Madam Speaker. We want to be guaranteed that the marine debris cleanup will be part of the Ocean Protection Plan, and specifically in terms of this case of the shipments that fell off of the Korean ship, the South Korean ship at the mouth of the Strait of Juan de Fuca. We want to know that that $72,000 was given to Pacific Rim National Park, and that the bureaucrats will do everything they can under the direction of the government to release that money to community organizations like Surfrider and Travel Parks Guardians, because they've used community funds by raising money from local businesses and local people out of their pockets to contribute to the cleanup. And it should be big corporate interests that are benefiting and profiting from shipping cargo to Asia that should be contributing. There should be a mechanism, whether it be incorporated into each TCU, each piece of cargo, but there should be a mechanism that is absolutely directly related to contributing to cleaning up debris. Because, Madam Speaker, this is what this is actually having a huge impact on our communities. And ocean plastics and the amount of ocean plastics that we're seeing, the density of ocean plastics in the water is through the roof, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Madam Speaker, Canadians do rely on coasts and waterways for their living, for their culture, and for recreation. And it is absolutely imperative that we protect them for generations to come. And that's why we announced the $1.5 billion investments to make Canada a world leader in marine safety and take a powerful step towards co-management of our coasts with Indigenous and coastal communities. This Oceans Protection Plan will ensure our waters and coasts remain safe and clean for generations to come. I want to assure the honourable member that Canada is putting the needed safeguards in place to make certain that we are better informed, better prepared, and better equipped to protect our precious coastlines and waterways. Thank you.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.